The thing that Nietzsche fails to address is that to be able to live the life he espouses, you first have to have a certain degree of freedom to live in a free society. As an offspring of the rock and roll period, I fight to preserve the free society we were already born into. But beyond that, I think not in terms of liberation, but in terms of empowerment. Empowerment means that you don't just support individuals and groups' right to be free, but also support them as they express those traits that the modern paradigm taught us to repress, because they did not fit with its ideal of the universal man. Alas, in the cyber period, the mindset is very different. When everything we do is mediated by machines, when our existence increasingly takes place in cyberspace, people no longer listen to what their body tells them. They've grown detached from their body and believe they can define themselves any way they want, without any connection to their biological reality. The word empowerment is still popular, more popular than ever, but it has become a hollow word, attached to things in order to sell them. The spirit of this period is not empowering, but weakening in the Nietzschean sense. Later on, I will offer my solution to this predicament. But first,
Welcome. We have our friend iPhi with us again today. Good morning. What's going on?
Oh, just another day in paradise. How's your week going?
So how'd it go last night? You went on Easy's panel, Verbal Combat?
Well, let's get the good news out first before we get to the bad news. The good news is I would like to thank you for introducing me to a new experience. So I wanted to enjoy it. I went into it with the intention to be a civilized and productive member of society and have a good
on Verbal Combat.
Yeah, and have a.
Hang on, I think my speaker just went out. Fuck.
Okay.
Or you just went out.
Me? Hello.
It's me. Hang on, I got my speakers are Bluetooth, and for some reason they.
Oh yeah, sometimes they
signal now and then.
Click on and off at will.
1 second. And
testing 1 2.
Okay, now you're back. So you went on with the intention of, and then I lost you.
Oh, the intention of having a good, productive discussion, open-minded.
Oh, on topic. Verbal Combat.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it went pretty okay for a while, and then it went downhill really fast. Like there was one part where it just, I was like struggling to be polite, because I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna start playing these games now. So of course I never take the internet too serious. Anytime you're on the internet, you just gotta kind of pace yourself, because sometimes your audience isn't that serious to begin with. So you just kind of do things in fun and casual whatnot.
Yeah, that sounds healthy. What happened?
You'll never believe it. Americans primarily were trying to discuss the topic of racism and have a meaningful conversation.
Oh yeah, they were doing that when I went on.
And so, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm the Grand Wizard, according to Verbal Combat audience, because at one point the panel decided that I had become so incredibly racist that I now had to defend myself and explain myself. You better explain yourself, white boy. How dare you?
What? Wasn't it E-Black?
It started with E-Black. I think that's what triggered some of the audience members. And in fact, there was one particular person who could not resist coming on to the show to lecture me about my white privilege or whatever. And
Oh my god.
anyways, the disappointing part was up until then, including E-Black, I had zero problem with any of the panel. I thought we were all getting along pretty well. Like there was no communication errors. There was no like twisting each other's words or anything like that. But then suddenly, all it takes is like one magical element to change the mood of the whole room. And suddenly, very civilized, decent, intelligent people suddenly were unable to perceive what was happening in the conversation. And so I don't know if my words were disappearing or their headphones were malfunctioning, because they were unable to hear all of the responses that I was saying to this person, and accusing me of like ducking out and avoiding questions and bad faith arguments, all kinds of fun things. And I was like, are we all having the same conversation? Because I've been here the whole time, and I've answered every accusation thrown at me. I tried to answer questions to the best of my ability, and I know I may have said some things that person didn't like, and and unfortunately, I probably didn't play the role that they wanted me to play. You always got to be the victim, or you're the
it's called the Cartman drama triangle. They try to maneuver you. It's victim, perpetrator, rescuer.
Yeah. So I was the oppressor in this case, the Grand Wizard, and so I was like, no. I was about to explain to him that I'm probably the least racist person on the panel, but I was gonna see if they agreed or disagreed, but I didn't ever get to that point because I was too busy getting lectured about, again, my white privilege and how racist I am about dare questioning things like racist policies like affirmative action and stuff like that. So anyways, it was almost a fun conversation until that point. And
the racism root. Yeah, you tripped their woke programming. It sounds like, and then the rationality went out the window. I've watched that happen so many times with intelligent people.
I wasn't so much bummed out by the typical SJW that shows up to point out how racist everything is. That is, if you don't 100% agree with everything they're saying, including accusing you of all kinds of wrongdoing and stuff like that, even though you did nothing. That part that I'm used to that. They're everywhere, and I don't engage with those people. I don't even play along with their games or anything. And so the part that disappointed me was, again, the panel of people that were pretending to be educated and open-minded and willing to listen and give a fair chance. Suddenly, were no, you're the problem. You're not answering questions. You're the racist, and you need to explain your racism, white boy. And so I was like, I'm not interested in this game anymore. And so, and luckily my voice was almost completely gone by then anyways, because I'm still recovering from cold flu. So I was like, well, it was fun. And I answered the final question. The final question was like the age requirement for YouTube creators or whatever. I answered that and then just bailed out because I was like, I was already done with the panel at that point, because I didn't want to re-engage with them after that. And so, because I kind of only have like one requirement in life, and so it's honesty. So as long as you can try to be honest with yourself, and as long as you're honest with me, I will have zero problem with like you offending me or disagreeing with me or accusing me of things you felt like I've done wrong. I'm always welcome to address any sins I've committed and make them right. But I'm not interested in imaginary conversations where I'm this neo-Nazi trying to cleanse all the non-white people or something like that. And so the weird part again was how quickly the panel shifted. I mean, it's like instant.
It sounded like it turned to a mob or a struggle session.
Yeah. So I think it'd be a fascinating study for people who are trying to figure out like why so many people vote Democrat, for example. Like, even though they have no argument, like, but all of a sudden, 80 million of them will vote for the most racist person in the room and not have any problem with that, even though it's publicly well known. And so that was the little joke I left them with. The SJW tried to, trigger me into accidentally saying something that sounds kind of racist or whatever. And so the puzzle I left it with was I said, he asked me, what racism have you experienced in your life or something like that? And I told him about the sad story of watching a video by Joe Biden talking about if you vote for Trump, you're
not black.
And so with that evidence alone, anyone who voted for Biden is a racist person. So you support racism, and you clearly are perfectly fine with the leader of your country being a racist person. And so I was waiting to see if they could figure out that puzzle, because I'm about 110% sure they voted for Biden, and they think that Trump is the literal reincarnation of Adolf Hitler. And so the really funny part was, if they were going to accuse me of voting for Trump, that I'd have to disappoint them that I didn't vote for Trump. So that would be, they'd be like, oh well, more assumptions that are wrong. But anywho, I don't really care about internet drama, but like I said, that this particular instance kind of bummed me out, because I was willing to even be like a recurring character on this platform, to just throw down verbally and stuff like that, because I actually kind of enjoy that atmosphere, as long as it's in good faith, because like I said, as soon as the panel starts forgetting conversations that they had 3 seconds ago, they're like, I don't recall you answering that question. You're a liar. That's what's wrong with you. And I'm like, oh.
Well, they gaslight too. That's some of the gaslighting.
Unfortunately for them, YouTube is recorded. So if EmpDave, Shorty, E Black, and that's why I said, if you know the host, if you want to bring him on over here.
Oh, easy. I know him I've seen his channel, and I know him from Verbal Combat, but I don't really know him.
If you want to invite them over for kind of like a recap of what
he would, because he does a stream, like he streams I think almost every day, and he goes over other people's streams and other people's panels, so he probably would.
I'd be more than happy to respond to that if he has any questions or concerns about.
Well, maybe I'll try to contact. I think I'm on his Discord actually. Maybe I'll try to contact him.
Yeah, bring anybody you want over. Let me give Iffy a little. I'm sorry, iPhi.
iPhi. The next person that calls me Iffy gets their head.
He even changed the P, capitalized the P.
I like Iffy because it's like Iffy as in IFFY.
Like I'm not really sure. I'm always flaking on my answers.
No. I wanted to give you a little introductory lesson, perhaps as a friend. Not in a struggle session way, but like an actual like non-communist way. Do you know? Have you ever been a part of another? I'm sure you have, but like in the last 15 years, has there been any movement of which you were kind of drawn in by? Like for me, it would be the alt-right. What would be your equivalent that you kind of like? Oh, I kind of like what's going on. And
there wasn't one, so I had to create one.
Okay, well, but which one did you study the most? I guess, like, would it be like an Alex Jones type of thing?
When I was a high school, college person, I thought I was a Republican because I knew nothing about politics.
Okay, and what was going on at that time? Was it like this is like when Bush?
Yeah, this was like Bush Jr., Senior, and somewhere in between there.
So how like during that time, it was all up. Okay, I'll use an example. Like because I was too young to know this, but I'll just see if the phenomenon hits with you, and I'll kind of give you an idea. So, do you know when the Bill Clinton cigar stuff was going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was there.
And you remember how like the Republicans were like jumping on and making like a big investigation thing.
Yep.
But
Up to impeachment, if I
I was a
recall.
Democrat at the time, and I was making a big deal, but I wasn't happy with it either. So it wasn't just Republicans.
well,
Yeah,
sure.
but it was
But-
mostly Republicans. They were
but-
they were the loudest about it.
So, okay, let's start. Let me just ask Jeff really quick, because I think this might lead into what I want to get into. Why did you have a big problem with that?
Because I supported Clinton. That Clinton was the first. I registered to vote specifically to vote for Clinton. I had never voted before that election to put him in office, and I thought it cheapened him and made him trashy. And Hillary Clinton lost my support the minute she took him back. Like, she overlooked it, and that's when I lost respect for Hillary Clinton.
Okay,
Was over this Lewinsky thing.
That's great. Okay, let me give you an example of like the way I perceive the situation and how it relates to the situation that iPhi finds himself in. Or sorry, iPhi.
Up with your head.
Okay, and like I'm just kind of going off on this because I want to talk about a phenomena, right? Like, if you look at that situation, right? Like, you were upset over that, and so my point is, everybody's focusing on where the president puts his dick, right? But what I would say is, like, that little conflict with Kosovo and all that, where we're like bombing random people for some random reason and nobody knows why. Do you remember that?
I don't know.
I knew
I
nothing
didn't pay
about
attention to that
Kosovo
kind
at
of
that
stuff.
age.
Exactly. So you don't look at like what's actually going on. You're kind of like distracted by the drama of a cigar and a penis and a blue dress. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't see the actual, like, hey, this dude might be responsible for a genocide. You say, oh, he put his penis somewhere. I'll be upset about that. And I think that that's what you're experiencing in those type of environments, iPhi. And I think that if you start to see that, regardless of whether things are true or not, the distraction is the game. And you will find that not only is it not an accident that you're finding yourself being led into a rhetorical trap, it's that they're doing that because probably something that you're saying is devastating to whatever their political goals are.
What did you say that started? Do you remember?
Me?
Yeah. Or did they bring it up?
What made it go downhill really fast?
Yeah, like what? How did the topic of racism come up? Was it one of his
First of all,
questions?
the topic was institutional racism.
Hey, Jeff and his dogs. Yeah, which there is none.
And so I pointed out that that's one of the myths that the left wing loves to
Yeah, it's a
race bait
superstition.
on a daily basis so that they can keep getting Democrat votes. But anyways, I acknowledge, yes, slave owners, definitely racist. Civil rights transition, definitely not comfortable for everyone in the room. But again, we were fixing all the problems. We were saying, okay, all these laws that say black people can't own property or run a business, whatever, that's gone. Now everyone gets to own land, businesses. There is no law that stops black people from doing anything. Racism over. No more debate, no more discussion.
Well, the truth is they could make an argument of social engineering, in my opinion. But what I would say to people like that is say, okay, well, you define a scenario in which there is a reversed racism against white people. You get them to agree at it and say, okay, so now you agree with that.
Oh, I mentioned that term. I think that's
You
what
know what?
triggered
We
the
could watch the
SJW.
clip if you want.
Yeah, go watch it. Just go watch it, and you'll see. I'm sorry I didn't give you enough time to review it, Jeff, before we talk about it.
That's probably why you found all these people being dishonest, because you're actually pointing out the immorality of what they're doing and the hypocrisy. And
there was definitely that going on. But the worst part that happened was the SJW did the normal script. It was, here is our white racist person. Clearly, he's a right wing.
Oh my God, was it Neve?
Yeah.
Yeah, we fought too the first time she came on.
So then
I don't like Neve.
then he started lecturing me about how racist I am and how I always duck questions and won't answer simple questions, direct questions, even though I answered every one of his questions directly and thoroughly and pointed out why I don't.
What I would recommend is answer their questions with questions that
I did that too. I kept them going for a while. I lost interest when the panel, the entire panel, suddenly decided that Neve was correct, that I'm a racist who won't answer questions in good faith, and I'm
Even Dave.
Yeah, even Dave.
Well,
And
if it
so,
makes you feel any better, me and Joe Cool got into it last night on Flow States about over the same topic because he brought up the racism issue and all that, and I said it's not happening here on these panels, and he kept trying to I don't know what his personal experience is, but it's not on the scale that I think he thinks it is. So anyway, we got into that topic and it got very heated. And then Flow State came on Verbal Combat, and me and Flo got into not over racism, but a whole bunch of other stupid shit. So it's about the what?
That's some dumb shit about circumcision. We all did.
Oh yeah, the doggy dicks and the election, like the Florida election. So it's not just you, and it's not even just leftist. It's a dynamic that I notice on these panels.
It's usually leftards. It's like 99% of the problem.
Well, I found the and I don't know what Joe Cool is. He might be on the left. He's still cool. I still like him.
I rarely get this problem from Republicans. I mean, they got their own flaws, but they.
Yeah, I do too. I rarely get it from. That's why I left the left. Republicans are the ones that generally let me have my free speech.
Yeah. So even though I despise Republicans for different reasons, but but at least they're kind of more honest about their discussions. But anyways, the whole another can of worms there. Anyways, I
think I found it. You could tell me if this is
what is it?
The clip. Is systemic racism still a problem in America or why not?
And I feel like we're slowly working it out of the systems where it's still ingrained.
Yeah, right.
This is what led into the
like schooling and districting. Systemic racism does technically exist.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be some debate, like during the civil rights transition, like when they were changing laws and stuff. There's debate there that there was still some leftover racism, but since then, I would say no, not at all. In fact, any modern claims of it is complete horseshit. And that's part of the problem is like they keep drumming up the race card way after it's been completely solved systemically. You're never going to cure racism in a cultural level because
it's individual.
All humans are racist on their own level, and some are better at hiding it than others. But systemically, there's no law on the books or anything that prevents any sort of race. And in fact, all our laws specifically state that you can't even discriminate against, for race or anything like that. And so,
exactly.
So there's no system racism. Oh, get weight. It's better racist. But again, you can't stop that. You can't outlaw that and say you're not allowed to be racist and hold office or something like that because everyone's racist. So it's obviously the people who try to act on the racism that
hang on. I don't want to derail too much, but I'm not racist. I know people that are not racist.
Jeff, all humans are racist. Some are just better at denying or hiding it.
Well, no, you're no better than them, because you purport to be able to identify this hidden racism in me. That
I don't use the automatic negative definition, by the way. If you do actions or thoughts or choices based on someone's race, that is racism. So, for example,
I don't do that.
So, for example, if a doctor said, "I have to cure anyone who has this genetic deficiency," and they looked into the room and they know that everyone of race X already has this genetic deficiency, that's racism.
That's not
that's basing an action purely on race.
It's basing it on who has that medical condition, and they use race as a marker.
It's usually negative.
And there's a difference between racialization and racism.
It's usually negative in the sense where you say all black people are dumb or something like that. That's
I
a racist
don't
statement.
say that. Like me and my friends don't say that. So
I'm giving you.
I'm just challenging this. Everybody is racism.
Okay, we'll argue it later, but
Okay,
that's a moot point. Which again, what racism is going on in America other than what the left wing constantly drums up to pretend like it's still a battle we're fighting?
Yeah, because Republicans, they just love to draw lines around counties that are just so happily black.
Hey, Democrats do it too. They gerrymander too.
This way, we already said,
and they want to gain more favor in congressional
because Democrats never engage in gerrymandering.
I didn't say Democrats. I said black.
You said Republicans, and
Yeah.
I said because Democrats never engage in gerrymandering, right?
Yeah, Republicans.
All politicians do that.
Yeah, the Democrats do draw the lines too every other set of years, pretty much. When they're in office, they draw the lines. When the Republicans are in office, they draw the lines.
All politicians do it, and you can say they're all racist. That's fine, but I agree. Let's get rid of all the politicians. Problem solved. I'm with you.
Well,
I'm with
that'd
you,
be great.
man. Let's do that, and then we'll get rid of systemic racism. It'll be gone forever.
I'm sorry. You're not going to duck that.
No, you're still not going to duck it if you get rid of the ones in office.
Okay, hang on, Miss Shorty up there. You were agreeing the whole time. Yeah, yeah.
It gets worse.
And all of a sudden, now she switched to his side. I don't trust her.
Just wait.
You racists out there.
But no, I do agree with E Black that a lot of the redistricting and stuff usually is done to group members of different races or economic classes together.
Yes.
And it tends to hurt the school districts in those areas and things like that, to where the higher paying things are usually in the more white communities. It's not something that's even necessarily intentional. It's just because throughout years, this type of area, these type of districts have always been lower performing or higher performing. So they try to keep that in the same thing. And I don't even think it's always intentional that it has to do with race. A lot of times things that we attribute to race can also be attributed to economic status as well.
Oh, wait a minute. I just undid myself. I just thought of a way to contradict myself. Actually, there is systemic racism still to this very day. It's called affirmative action.
Affirmative action isn't real.
It's not real. It is systemic racism
they just,
that needs to be stopped.
Outlaw.
So
The Supremes just
we got a problem.
How's it enforced?
Here we go.
It's discriminating against people based on the color of their skin.
Yeah, but how's it enforced?
But they just got rid of it.
Yeah.
In government agencies, it's usually called like DEI or whatever or stuff like that. But in colleges, it's usually called like quotas.
I have some tweets today I want to go over related to that.
There's no quotas.
Oh, there's no affirmative action that decides that colleges are refusing Asian students from getting into schools?
It's actually completely banned in schools. There's no affirmative action in schools anymore.
That's bullshit.
Hang on, but that is very, very recent. That was like just a few months ago. So up until that point, what you're saying is correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, then if we got rid of it all, then we're done. Now we're done with systemic racism, and it's over. But I'm pretty sure there's still some leftover affirmative programs still running, but I haven't checked lately.
Yeah.
You have to ask your local congressman if there's
so let me ask you this. So your local SBA, Small Business Association, they shouldn't go out and try to find, minority groups to start businesses and try to not
who's a minority
based on your region. If you're
based on your region, what does that mean? Y'all know you talk about skin color. I think they should go find people who want to start small businesses, whoever they are.
Yeah, this actually kind of tangents into the women issue, but that
region has white women not starting businesses. That's a minority.
Okay, so whites are a minority.
I'm just saying.
It
So
can
they
be.
should.
He's kind of saying what I'm saying, but he's racializing it. Like, why not just go find people who are not starting businesses and help them start businesses? But he's categorizing these people by their demographic for some reason. You can accomplish the same goal while leaving race out of it completely.
Whoever is the lowest percentage of the area.
So they should be given a business simply based on the color of their skin. Is that what you're saying?
Or gender.
Oh,
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, we can get into that topic as well, but based on any born trait.
Yeah. You don't believe that the government shouldn't be creating programs that established
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I'm a minority. I have blue eyes.
Yep. and I'm
We need more
a
blue-eyed business owners.
See, that's just not the way that's not the thing. The government is supposed to foster an environment for
all
helping
citizens.
out its citizens.
All
and
citizens.
what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a small percentage of help versus the large percentage of actual reality. The reality.
Okay, that he's projecting because that's what he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a small percentage. So what you're saying is that even 3% is too much help. It's like no. I think we as human beings can understand that maybe a mom or a mother or a woman should be given an opportunity to start a business, get a government contract, because we just want to see more women in a particular field. Maybe we want to see some African American
engineering.
Get a contract. Maybe just one, because 99% of it, 95% of it is all dominant one demographic.
No, that's not. His numbers are wrong.
I don't see a problem with having a humanistic approach.
A humanistic approach is an individual approach, not a group characteristic approach. So he doesn't even know what a humanistic approach is. Oh my God, this is irritating me so bad.
Like just a reality approach. Just saying, you know what? There's too many of y'all over here. Let's try to
do what, Chris?
Yeah, it's just a humanistic approach, just based on external characteristics. It's not a humanistic approach. It's
Jack, I agree. This is a perfect example of social engineering, and it is.
Yeah.
I don't deny that the left attempts it at all. I don't think this mysterious they does, but the left definitely does. And if a woman wants to start a business, she has the same opportunity as everybody else. She just goes to the SBA and fills out application and goes through their program. Why would it be any different with her than any other person trying to start a business? And if there's particular barriers related to her situation, you identify what they are and they help you overcome them. It doesn't have to have anything to do with her gender.
Yeah. Should be based
at least one guy in here. Can we get one?
Is systemic racism good as long as you feel good about it? Like the outcomes, like it makes you feel good that you're helping out the group you picked. Is that what makes it good?
I think if you're trying to create a more fair and perfect system, I think there's going to be
what's more fair than equality?
Fairness and equality are not mutual.
So is your goal equality or equity? Because those are two different systems.
I think he's talking about equity.
Equality means you won't be judged on your skin color. You have the same opportunity as everyone else in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Equity means you get specially chosen by your skin color and you're given an unfair advantage because they feel sorry for what happened to your ancestors or whatever. So is that what we're trying to achieve? Reparations?
No, I think what it is a very humanistic approach to solving problems.
There's that term again.
If you're talking about equality, you're not going to reach equality because you have to.
Sure, you are. We already reached it.
No.
That's how you make it fair for everyone.
He is talking about equality of outcome, and we're talking about equality of opportunity. And in order to have equality of outcome, you have to engage in some sort of social engineering.
You can't reach equality unless each person starts at the same.
Each person does start there already. Anybody can walk in the office and fill out that application, same as anybody else.
Yep. all born human, so that's our equal start.
Okay. Okay. No.
In the old days, we made it very unfair to certain races. That's not debated.
Yeah,
obviously
And
there was
Disney
slavery.
just celebrated 100 years, right? Okay.
And so those
What does
people
that have to
should
do
pay
with
for
it?
their sins. But why should Dave have to suffer because your ancestors were slaves or whatever?
Oh, I wouldn't. I would get reparations. My ancestors were slaves. I'm Irish.
Okay, so why do I have to pay for Dave's education or whatever? Because my ancestors were slave owners and his ancestors.
Well, I mean,
I want to.
if you can trace back and find out that your ancestors were slave owners, then yeah, you probably should pay some kind of
I
reparation.
want to get to the part where
Okay.
news comes in. 'cause I'm
But
gonna-
the fact of the matter is, only one.
Yeah, feel free to. It's just
Yo, Neve, what's up?
Good morning.
this is
How's
where it
everyone?
instantly melts down.
We're in
Amazing.
there.
I'm about halfway through
Yeah,
your food
hanging in
shops
there.
video.
Oh man,
I'll
Let
watch
me
the rest
sum
of
it
that
up.
later tonight.
Fuck food shops.
Good. Okay, that's
The
where I was hoping
conversation.
it was going. That's where I was hoping it was going. Good.
Are you guys on a new? Are you guys on a new topic? I think I heard you guys switching.
I hope
them.
so. I think we're beating that one dead. So
I'm not sure. I think
Yeah.
I'm having fun just keeping it going, trying to string it along and get more.
we were having fun with it, but I think people were getting a little upset,
Yeah,
so we
they
might
were-
need to move on.
They were colonizing
It's
the
Sparky.
conversation. They were.
Hey, Sparky, I have a question for you.
It was
Though. I wanted to
colonizing.
ask. I'm assuming you're white, right?
Why does that matter?
Who? Raiden?
Is his name Raiden? I don't know if that's your real name or whatever. Sparky or Raiden. Sometimes people write this shit.
Oh,
So Raiden, are you white?
Sparky
Is that
boy. Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
you want us to actually call you? I know you're Raiden for the purpose of like Mortal Kombat, but
You can call me.
That's what I assume too.
all right.
I'm pink colored.
Okay, so I was just wondering if you could tell the panel your experiences with racism. How have you experienced racism in your life?
I have encountered so much racism in my life. Like one time,
Oh, I'd love
this
to hear
person,
something.
I was watching TV and I was trying to figure out who I should vote for, and then this
Yeah.
guy on TV said, "If you vote for Trump, you ain't black." And I said, "Oh my, that's the most racist thing I've ever heard in my life," and I cried for a while.
But then he realized he wasn't black, so he knew he had to vote for Trump.
Yep.
Yeah, so it would have been racist if you were black, right? But you said you're
Uh-huh.
white. Right.
No, notice
So,
right,
what
what
is
happened
your-
there.
So what is your experience with racism? Tell me about this reverse racism and stuff. Tell me more about this. How have you experienced reverse racism?
Is that like when you're racist towards someone and they throw you the Uno reverse card? Like I don't know how.
Oh, I don't know, because like 2 minutes ago you were like, "Oh, I'm surprised no one brought up reverse racism." Like you wanted them to, and
It sounds
no
like
one
that,
did.
that's
So I'm
like
just
a
wondering.
rebuttal somehow. Like when someone points out that you're being racist and you say "nuh-uh" because reverse racism or something like that. I don't know if that's like
Yeah, but
an argument or something.
that sounds like the argument you were carrying in to back up some of the like race realist shit you were saying earlier, right?
I was hoping someone could explain to me what reverse
racism
but I
is
think Dave
racism
gave me
toward
the
the
answer.
dominant group, in this case,
explained it
white
to me.
people, from other minorities, which happens all
now
the
I know.
fucking time.
Okay. Cool,
Do you know
cool.
what race realism is?
When you realize you're a racist.
So is that what you're
What?
saying? You realized you're racist? I'm
Uh,
confused.
I realize
Oh,
I
my.
all humans are racist. Is there a human that's not racist?
Here, over
How
here,
about
right here.
prejudice? Better word.
All humans are prejudiced.
Tribal,
There we
but
go.
it's not always
That's not
centered on
prejudice.
race. We're all tribal.
Everyone's a little bit racist.
Not every human,
sometimes.
not every human on the face of earth wants to see somebody different from them and wants to control them. That would be racist.
No,
Yeah.
racism just means doing something based on someone's color. The color.
No,
Yeah.
that's prejudice.
It's like
I always saw
keep hearing
racism
white-
as thinking less of someone because of their color of their skin.
Why does
it's
that
so
have to be
weird
negative?
that like there's always
Yeah,
like
positive
there's
racism.
always like something I noticed about a lot of white people is like the people
Oh
who
my
tend
God.
to
Here's
hate on
the
China
racism
are always the people who
right
are
here.
right. Okay, I'm glad you were able to discern that.
Okay.
But what I wanted
Did
to
you
say
hear what
is
I
that
said?
if you think it's so weird that the people who are quick to like hate on China and like be racist to like Chinese people are also the first people to say like affirmative action sucks because Chinese people aren't getting into like universities and
Hey
stuff.
Jeff, can you
China's
pause
You
it
know
for a
what I mean?
second?
And, like,
It's a country.
so China's a country, right? But it's worth
Yeah.
the
Jeff,
fact
Jeff,
that
can
it means
you pause it for a second?
over some just you.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. She's cutting out anyway.
Hold on, Jeff. You missed the part where I just pointed out that he was being racist. He said, "I noticed one thing about white people always do."
Yeah,
blah,
that's
blah,
what
blah."
I said. Like
That's
here comes the
racist.
race. Yeah.
And I like it. Oh, you're so cute for pointing that out. See, it's okay when they're racist, but you're not allowed to even ask about their racism or talk about their racism.
I would consider yourself fortunate. That was pretty mild as struggle sessions go.
Yeah, it just kept melting down from there. It just kept getting worse and worse. And like I said, the whole panel turned on me. They were all like, "You're not answering his questions. Why are you being so
In
disingenuous?"
Dave's defense, sometimes he turns just to take the controversial point, and he'll even say that. Like, I don't always agree with the points I'm making, but I'll take them just to add drama to the panel.
No, we did that before. We were playing back and forth with like advocate
Oh.
and stuff, but this was a bit different. If you watch the whole thing continuously, you'll see how it just.
It looks like Flow State took last night's panel down because there was some racism discussion on that too.
Anyways,
so the conversation. I don't know what world people are living in where there's still all this racism. Even when I was growing up in the 70s, there wasn't a lot of racism compared to the 60s.
If you live in a blue state, there's constant racism.
Oh yeah, like from the white people, from the
From
most
all the
racist. Seattle's the most racist city I've ever lived in, and the most racist people in Seattle are like the upper middle class white people that grew up very sheltered and have never been around black people, and they think they know what's best for the black people, even though they have no experience with them.
Anyways, I always get kind of bored with that topic because, again, like I said, I grew up in the 80s and it was already an old topic then. Like, no one talked about racism during that. We had black
They're
people.
keeping it alive because they get.
Yeah, they need votes. There's
a
votes
payoff.
for Democrats. So. And what's really sad is that a lot of black people are still falling for their grift. Like, they still automatically vote Democrat every single time because if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. I mean, it's just so simple for them to just keep repeating that, and they keep buying it. They keep saying, and then they'll show up in these little threads and say, "Listen to here, Trump voter," which again, I didn't vote for Trump, but he probably assumed I was a Trump voter. "You're racist because you're fighting against our Lord and Savior Biden, who's going to end racism, even though his entire campaign is run on racism."
I'll tell you who's not going to end it. That's Kamala Harris.
Or any DNC. Do you think
that's what I'm worried about?
Do you think Clinton ended racism, or Obama, or
racism wasn't? I mean, we had the Rodney King riots, like right before Clinton's election, but racism wasn't that big of a deal even in the 90s.
I was actually gonna really stir the pot if it got like just boring and no one was talking about anything, and bring up the racism of BLM and Antifa. And see what your thoughts about those organizations are. But I already knew what they were going to say, so I skipped.
Anybody that lumps all people with white skin, and now Jews and Asians are even white people. So it's the Marxist oppressed ideology. In fact, I have some Twitter
left wing
things I wanted to go through related to that. Let me pull them up. Oh, real quick, this one's for Jack. This is from 1979 from an IBM presentation. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. That's what we were talking about yesterday with the AI. And so that was from 1979 from IBM. So people are already thinking about these issues and looking out for it and putting accountability in place, etc. Okay, let me see. There was this one. Well, hang on. Where is it?
I guess we could debate whether AI is already smarter than most humans. So I don't know. That's a tough one. Tough call.
Hang on, I don't think I bookmarked it. I have to find it.
Personally, I
Oh
can't
yeah,
vote
it
for the
said, I wanted it on a
Secretary.
T-shirt. It said, oppressed ideology is the true oppressor.
Yeah, we just witnessed a bunch of that, so we're good for a while. I don't think we need any more victim Olympics for another 5 minutes.
Well, there's power when you're on the bottom of a dominance hierarchy. There's power in victimhood.
That's all they've got. That all
Can
they have
motivate
is
some
victimhood.
people in the hierarchy to like elevate you a little bit, or it can galvanize others to see the hierarchy as problematic and start to attack it.
Even when they aren't victims, that's all they have. They still have to be victims, even when they aren't victims.
I don't understand the psychology of victimhood at all. I never can see myself as a like I don't ever want to see myself
Because
as a victim of anything. That's so disempowering.
because the alternative is you actually have to do work and have value and contribute to society. So
So is it just laziness, like
it's
laziness and inertia, or
it's
do they really not know? Like, do they not have a sense of agency or know how to
it's
actualize their own will?
it's being a parasite 101. Read Marxism, become a useful idiot, and take your victim role. You know,
Like
what class are
I
you?
grew up poor, and when I started to develop, I guess what's class consciousness, all it made me want to do is join the higher class. Like it didn't make me want to dismantle it. I'm like, oh, I'm poor and I can be middle class or I can be rich. That's what I want to do. I don't want to tear down other people's wealth just because I'm poor.
That's why I always support capitalism, because it allows you to control your destiny. You get to
Yeah.
decide whether or not you're rich or poor.
Yeah, I think it's the most empowering system that we have so far, and we have a mixed market economy right now with some social elements so we do have some sense of social safety net. I think the people that are wanting to tear this down, like people like Vosh that sit very comfortably behind their computers and don't have to worry about money, and people like Hassan, the people that actually want to tear it down, I don't think they would be able to survive in the new system they want to replace it with. I don't think they realize how good they have it under the current system.
I always thought maybe it's just a funny coincidence that like 99% of the people I meet on the internet that defend socialism don't even pay taxes or have a job. And I'm like, maybe that's why you support socialism, because you don't actually contribute anything to the system. You just leech off of it. And so, of course, you want free shit. So, bigger governments and stolen money. Let's go.
And I have no problem with UBI at all. And
Who's going to pay for it?
Well, that's something to figure out. But I don't mind people having a baseline income, and if they want to use it to sit on their couch and watch Netflix all day, and that's their vision of the life they want for themselves, I have zero problem with that.
You're okay with paying for these people to sit on their couch?
Yeah, I mean, we pay now for other programs that may not be necessary anymore with UBI.
How much would you be willing to pay? Like 50% of your income? Like,
no, not 50%. I mean, the current. I don't know that we would. I don't know the economics of it. I don't know that we would have to raise taxes to do it. But even if we do, even if we like have to raise it just a slight little amount, I might not even mind that. Welcome back, Chris.
Yeah, I just switched computers.
So I'm pretty firmly in the conservatarian camp, which I don't know if what's his name? What was the guy that was here earlier? I can't remember.
NeuroJack.
Jack. He was asking like which camp I most associate with, and that's why I said that it didn't exist.
Well, like in the past, which
when I was 20 and 30.
were you ever like captured by some kind of
I found
ideology or social vision or philosophy?
I found some interest in the libertarian movement because they finally started answering some questions I had about why we keep voting for all these authoritarian socialist assholes and we keep expecting different results. And so the libertarians were at least, maybe we should make the government smaller. And I was like, well, there's a brilliant idea. Why don't we do that? But then the libertarians can't figure out that there's a difference in economies. They think that if you vote libertarian, it doesn't matter if you are a capitalist or a socialist, because they're the same to them. They just care
Capitalism
about-
and socialism.
Yeah, when you vote Libertarian Party, they don't distinguish between those two.
So you have libertarian capitalist and libertarian socialist, and they're all in the same party.
Yeah, the current national
Yeah,
Libertarian
that's
Party.
just like a division waiting to happen. In fact, wasn't there just a caucus takeover?
No, the Mises Caucus only kind of, indicated some people were concerned about siding with communists and stuff like that. They're like, I don't know if we exactly want to turn this into a communist country because that might have some negative ramifications, but they're like, well, it's technically libertarian, so,
How long has the Libertarian Party been around? Let me
not
see.
very long. I think it's
So it hasn't 71. Oh wow.
Yeah.
It's younger than I am.
And
yeah, but it's had like half a century to make something of itself, and it still hasn't taken off.
So conservatarians finally answered all the questions. I got tired of all there were always caveats or loose ends that need to be tied up. And so capitalists are great, but are you talking about authoritarian capitalists or libertarian capitalists? And more importantly, do any of these people even know what morality is? Because is it okay just to bomb brown people and profit off of it, or what?
Everyone's sense of morality is going to differ, and we've heard your conservatarian vision with the guns and the militias and the no taxes and all that. So I don't know if it solved
And
all the problems.
Jesus with the AR-15. That's the conservatarian.
Well, maybe AI Jesus. I might be able to. We have him.
I'm for
I
separation.
can't understand a word he's saying, but he's pretty cool. Wait, Chris, what do you-
AI Satan was very disappointing, though.
Yeah, he actually was. AI Jesus was a lot better. AI Satan was cartoonish.
But the problem is getting everything on your wish list, because
I have everything on my I for the most part, like I grew up in the Reagan years, and people complain because the AIDS policy was pretty poor and the gay rights and stuff, but when I look back on it, I'm like, we had it pretty good. Like it seemed, I guess, oppressive in a way growing up under it as a gay person, but looking back, all the rest of it was like, wow, why do we have, what happened to all that? Why do we have it now?
Yeah, that's another cultural problem we're still dealing with, but I don't think it'll ever be resolved.
No, I don't think we will either. I think.
Remember when gays?
I think the United States is big enough that we can organize different social schemes on a regional, local level, and people can just locate to the one that works for them.
Remember when gays just wanted to not be curb stomped and to have
Yeah,
the
I do.
minimum.
I never got curb stomped, but yeah,
I'm
marriage was what we always wanted. Actually, that's not quite true, because at the very beginning, we didn't even see marriage as a possibility.
They thought civil unions were sufficient.
Yeah, nobody even took marriage seriously for a while, and we gave ourselves civil unions. We could have like our own little ceremonies, and you celebrate with your friends, and you pretend.
But that was in the past. But now, do you remember now?
But then when Massachusetts, that was the first state to actually get marriage. I think when that happened, that's like, oh my God, we could actually get marriage. Yeah, well, let's fight for that. But that wasn't even originally a realistic vision.
And then now they want drag queens to read stories to children and stuff.
Yeah, that's totally. That's not even the same people. That's something totally different. And a lot of that is queer theory, which has some weird beliefs about childhood sexuality and some weird agendas to go along with it.
So like I said, sometimes people just want to cherry pick the parts they want, but they don't want the whole package. They don't want the whole responsibility of dealing with their decisions.
I don't think that's the whole. I don't think the drag queen story hour has anything to do with like gay rights thing. It's like a completely.
Where did that movement come from?
Wait, what'd you say? I didn't hear what you said.
I said I don't think the drag queen story hour has anything to do with the gay rights struggle.
Once we got marriage, all of those people integrate into society and return to their normal life. And it left but the organizations were still, the infrastructure was still there, and a whole different group of activists, like a whole nother wave of them, came in and started using the infrastructure for a completely different agenda. And they were the trans, the queer, because in the gay rights movements of the 90s, Queer Nation started in 91. That was like the fringe, militant, we don't want anything to do with straight people crowd. And they were in a few big cities. They were a very fringe part of the movement. They weren't a dominant voice at all. And NAMBLA, which was the Man Boy Love Association, tried to march in our parades, and we kept them out. We told them no. And so once we got the marriage and we didn't need to do that anymore, those were the groups that were left over. Those were like the remnants. So they came in and they brought in the trans activists, and they repurposed the infrastructure we had created for a totally different agenda and for using a totally different group of activists.
But you can see why they did it.
They even changed the flag. It's not the same people at all.
The reason why we jokingly refer to them as the alphabet gang is, once you start the letters, you don't get to stop. You don't get to decide, well, no, the T
well, it stopped for a while until that happened. It stopped. It was when I grew up, it was the gay community. Nobody even called it the L or the G or any. It was just the gay community, and lesbians were understood to be part of the gay community. I don't remember exactly when LGB, and then the T came shortly after, because we used to joke and call it the BLT community. But it stopped there for a long while until the queer and the plus, which I don't know when that started, but it was probably around the time of gay marriage, when all these other groups started to get in on the movement, because there was this vacancy because the traditional gay and lesbian community got what they were working for. And so they left a power vacuum.
So unfortunately, that's why the baby gets thrown out with the bathwater, because I used to try and address the topic of homosexuality. I understand that's a very complex topic, and so
really? Or it shouldn't be.
It is. Society, morality, politics, culture.
Society now, today, 2024, and even a few years earlier, I think they've pretty much moved past homosexuality. Like it has a 75% support rate in most of the major religions. The Republican Party support for it is increasing. They help pass the Respect for Marriage Act. So I don't consider it the issue for people that it once was. I think people have evolved or progressed, or at least moved on and gotten over it.
I think
TQ stuff is the one that still seems to be causing issues for people.
I think it got caught up in the tumbleweeds with the whole alphabet gang, and the point I'm trying to make is that originally I could almost approach the topic, because there is a productive way to focus on that topic and address it. The problem is it kept growing and including so many other topics.
That's what it looks like from the outside. It didn't grow. It was one group of people that stepped aside and another group came in. It wasn't a growth of the original group expanding and growing into what it is now. It's two separate groups of people.
Because trans people have nothing to do with gay people in the first place. I
mean, they do. Whenever you engage a trans person, you will frequently hear the term "you're being homophobic" thrown at you.
Or transphobic, but homosexuality is attraction based. Transgenderism is identity based. It's two different axes.
They purposely conflate the terms so that now they'll drag. They
do, yes. They drag
all the gay people in the room into the fight with them, so that they automatically have to agree with everything they're about to say.
They try that. I'm part of the LGB Alliance, the LGB without the T. No, there's a whole group of us that are not accepting.
I understand
We're
some
not letting
people
them do
resist. I'm talking about the general population, the mass.
Yeah, that's a misperception, and I'm constantly trying to correct it.
I know that's what I just said. I just said a long time ago, when it was just homosexuality, that was the topic. What do we do with the gays? And here's the solution.
You do anything with us.
Yeah,
leave us alone. That's all I've ever wanted is.
Because gay people don't. Because if someone being gay has something to do with your interactions with them. Okay, you can interact with a gay person and never know they're gay, and it doesn't matter at all. Yeah,
because
they
like,
don't. They don't require you to refer to them as a different thing or anything.
No,
They
if you
require you to
if
refer to
you
them as gay.
if
It
you
doesn't
ask
matter.
them, are you planning on having children with your partner, and they say, well, that's physically impossible, and you say, what do you mean? And they say, because
Okay.
I'm gay.
Then you're
And
like,
you're
oh,
like,
okay,
oh,
okay, yeah. Well,
my
that
bad,
doesn't.
sorry.
That doesn't mean
but
you don't
how
have to call,
often does that
you
come
don't
up?
have to change their pronouns. You don't have to call them by
How
a
often
different
do
name.
people ask their friends about whether or not they're going to have children or not, or
I mean, but
family
that's not the
members?
same thing. That's just getting to know somebody. I mean, that's just a thing about somebody. What if you ask somebody if they're planning to have children and they're just someone who doesn't plan to have children? I
Then
mean,
they'll
like,
Straight
say,
people have to get the same question.
I don't plan on having children.
right. So what's the difference? I mean, what's the difference
The
there?
difference is the gay person would say, actually, I would like to have children someday, but I'm incapable of producing children.
No,
because
not
I'm
all.
in
No, I
homosexual
get asked that all the
relationship."
time. I just say no. I don't want kids, or I don't like kids. I don't even need to.
You
I
asked for
mean,
an
most people know I'm
example
gay
where it comes
anyway.
up in
But
actual
I don't need
everyday
to connect
conversation.
the answer to that question to my sexuality at all.
So, anyways, Jeff, just hear what I'm saying, please. Please hear what I'm saying. What I'm actually saying is, I would address that topic seriously and in depth in the past. I used to really engage in the topic and seriously address that question. Unfortunately, over time, they got gobbled up by the alphabet gang, and so now you can't just address the homosexual question. Now you have to address everyone's feelings in the room, including people who deny biology and say that I identify as something I am not physically. And so you have to say, well, that's not quite the problem the homosexuals have. They know they're men. They know they have a penis. They don't deny that they stopped being a man. They just choose to be with other men. That's a whole separate problem. Now,
Yeah.
your problem is you think that you can believe you're a dragon and that we now must address you as a dragon because that's what you identify as. That's not
Yeah.
how civilized, you know,
Right, and it's not
and,
how language works either.
and intelligence or anything. So, anyways, now you understand my point, Jeff. My point, Jeff, is now I don't even bother getting into the gay problem anymore
Yeah,
because
yeah, I see why. Because I
don't want to open the
exactly
whole can of
what
worms.
just happened here when you try to do it. Yes,
Yeah.
it is a challenge.
So
I just tell people it's two different groups, two different. That's not. Don't confuse me with
good
them.
luck with
That's
that.
my basic message. Well, it works. It works on intelligent people, which is who I mostly try to talk to.
Yeah.
But I have gotten into many a Twitter fight over it.
So, if you want to bring up that topic, I'll be more than happy to discuss it. But I'm sure you're not going to be, you know, enthusiastic about my feedback. But I'll just give you my honest 2 cents. But anyways, if you just want to talk about philosophy, religion, and politics, we can stick to those.
Yeah,
topics.
let's talk about philosophy. Religion.
Okay.
Or philosophy. We tried religion yesterday. We didn't get anywhere. I'm going to go get a refill. I'll be right back. Talk to Chris for a little while.
Okay, I'll talk to Chris. Hi, Chris.
How's it going?
What would you like
sorry.
to talk about?
It's so hard for me to say iPhi. I'm sorry. I keep wanting.
What's
to
wrong
say
with it?
It just doesn't look like iPhi. It doesn't look like iPhi, even though I know it's the Greek symbol.
Yeah.
It looks like EPhi every time I see it.
I thought it looks like iPhone, except there's an I at the end, so then you have to force your Greek pronunciation or something.
I don't know what it is. For some freaking reason, every time I keep trying to what I guess in this it'll be mishandle you.
I just make the joke that I care. I really don't give a shit, dude. You're not gonna hurt my feelings if you call it.
No,
whatever you
it's
want.
okay. I mean, I know. It's not like even. It's not even like I'm not really worried about even hurting feelings as much as I just but it's pronounced one way. It's a brain trick thing.
Brain
Anyway.
fart. Okay. Yeah. Call me Phil.
What's the story with the name? What do you mean? With his name?
iPhi.
It's the Greek letter phi.
Yeah, phi. I try to pretend to be a philosopher, and so there's some sort of connection between phi and philosophy. So
he's a partial philosopher. It's the first step in philosophy. Phi.
And I means internet. I'm an internet.
One day I'll be a philosopher. He's also Raiden.
Also, it's like the golden ratio. Oh yeah, I was raiding on Mortal Kombat, so I may go back if the panel apologizes for.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't
accusing me
realize you were
of
raiding.
not-
Like because I was gonna hop on earlier, but I got caught up on Flow State's panel. But I'll hop on next time you're on.
Because we were all friends right up until some magical point where everything melted down.
That's a good point. Machine Lies has an
Nev
all-night
person.
panel tonight that you might enjoy too. I'm going to put the link for everybody.
I'll give that a try. I haven't tried that one yet. So
it's that Nev person. Like they're all big fans of his, hers, whatever. It's a trans person.
Yeah, Nev is the one that debated Flo, and she sucked so bad. She did horribly, and the panel still voted her as the winner.
Yeah,
and she was so bad that Easy didn't even kick Flo off because he's like, "There's no way that you lost that debate."
So are you telling me democracies don't work? Is that what you're trying to convince
Not
me?
pure democracies.
Not pure democracy. They definitely don't. Pure democracies have never worked.
If you look at it,
mob rule is a very bad thing.
Especially if you live in an idiocracy, you don't want to run a democracy because then it gets weird.
I mean, Dave, who is honestly, he's one of the most reasonable people I've ever interacted with on any panel, period. He even stands for Nev, and I don't get it. I don't understand what about Nev is it just because maybe it's just because like the
virtue signaling.
He is the token trans person.
And you virtue sick, you bend the knee, and that you show the audience that you shall not be canceled.
Well, I didn't. Me and her.
Oh yeah,
I learned the rules. I play the game.
That was like on the first Rebel Combat I was in. That was the only person I actually really got into it with, and actually went after.
Was that?
Anyways, I don't engage anymore. It got me booted off of Discord because one day I pointed out that boys have a penis and girls have a vagina, and that was the final straw. So the algorithm.
But which Discord? You got booted off the entire platform? You can't use Discord anymore?
For hate speech. Discord.
Like they
kicked me.
Wow.
And I think about a year later, 2 years later. I don't.
Yeah, you're on Discord now though. Didn't I not see?
This was a year later after being kicked.
Okay.
I'm only now returning. I used to be on Discord quite actively. I used to do all the blue politics and debate servers and all that jazz. So.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say about that. That's ridiculous. Like the fact that they
because they control the admin rights. They decide who gets to speak and who doesn't. And so, if you want to know who's in charge, just find out who you're not allowed to make fun of or question. Anyways, I don't know if they're still running the show or not. You can find out by testing it. Test the algorithm. See what topics you're not allowed to discuss, and you'll find out really quick.
Well, I don't know because that's unusual because we even back whenever it was PF Young's Discord I was in, we discussed trans topics and pointed out that kind of thing all the time. And I've never heard of anybody. I mean, I'm not saying that didn't happen to you. I'm just saying it hasn't happened with some extremely, I guess as the kids these days would say, spicy conversations.
That was the thing that got me kicked, though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that was the spicy part.
I'm just surprised because of the fact that I've been involved in so many conversations like that on Discord with people, and they never. I don't know. Maybe if Discord's gotten less woke, then I don't know. But
yeah, I mean, the management changes from time to time. Sometimes people move on to other jobs or whatever, or get promoted or fired or whatever. And so I don't know what the ratio is now.
I think it's fucked up that Discord can't even monitor other people's servers anyway, because it's not even. It's just a program that you're using on your own server in a lot of cases.
I think the terms of service mentions like anything can be recorded at any time or something like that. I can't remember what it says.
Yeah, no, it does say. I did find out that it does say.
They changed their terms of service too, and now it's even more strict.
It's like almost like automatic.
Like I think any kind of misgendering now is cause for banning, or anything that they have a whole list of group like categories, and anybody that says anything that could potentially cause harm to one of those categories is automatic ban. It's like race, gender, sexuality.
And it was in the context of like I have to use these pronouns or else, and I simply refused. I said I disagree. I will stick with biology, and If you were born a male, I will refer to you as a male, and if you were born female, so on. But anyways, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. Biology.
It's their job to pass. If you pass, I'm not even gonna know. Like I will call Buck Angel he because he pulls it off, and Blair White.
They get mad when you
Dylan Mulvaney is a little gay boy.
Yeah. They get mad when you identify as an Apache attack helicopter and your pronouns are your highness and emperor. And so, they don't want to play the game, but you must play the game. By law, you are required to play the game. So they're not bound to the rules. Only you are bound to the rules. They are above the law.
It's stupid. Like, don't tell me how to talk.
Exactly. That was the point, and that's what gets you kicked because they own the platform and they decide who can say what.
Yeah, that's one of the perils. That's one thing I do agree with Jack on, and one of the perils of modern social media is because growing up without the internet, you would talk it in person or on the phone, and they didn't have operators on the phone patrolling your conversation, so you could say anything you want, and then if somebody didn't like it, they just had to react or make their case or fight or argue. And now they have ways to actually prevent people from saying certain things.
Hang you up
because the internet.
Your phone up because you're not allowed to talk because they don't like what you're saying. Yeah. So, anyways, Gab.com.
The power to police speech comes along with modern technology, and people are going if the power's there, people are going to attempt to use it or at least push it and see how far they can take it.
Yeah, and so Jack, and now that you're back in the comments, I see. So what you're saying the Machine Lies channel is a PSYOP channel now? That's what you're officially. I mean, aren't you basically?
Everything's a PSYOP channel. This is probably a PSYOP channel. Which one got you in trouble?
Who?
Oh, he's saying he got kicked off Discord entirely, Jack. Not just one Discord server. He got kicked off of all
Discord itself.
Yeah, I wasn't able to log in to Discord and see my own server or
Speakeasy.
I missed something.
He's talking about the Speakeasy. He didn't get in. You just left the panel, right?
Oh, I left voluntarily.
Oh, I played it earlier. I played the clip earlier. It was the one about
he left voluntarily.
I first of all, I'm still getting over cold
on.
flu and my voice was going out. I couldn't talk anymore. And secondly, I was getting tired of being their little punching bag, their little Trump voter to vent all their SJW frustration on. And the part that bummed me out was the whole panel jumped in on the bandwagon. That's why I was like, really?
Well, I saw Shorty change like that.
They all did.
Yeah,
none of them.
The minute E-Black, I wonder how much of that is. I have seen groups where this is really intelligent, rational people, and these are anti-woke groups where it'll be like mostly men, and there'll be a woman, and the woman will start getting triggered by something in the conversation, and the guys who know better logically and rationally will still start siding with the woman usually against me. Yeah, white knighting. And I call it out every time. And when I talk to the guys one-on-one, they're like, yeah, but we felt bad for it triggers something evolutionary where it overrides logic, and they'll still fall into that pattern of white knighting, even though they know the woman's reaction is not necessarily logical or rational. They'll still change the conversation and their responses and their approach to kind of protect her and diminish her response. I've watched that happen over and over.
The young kids call it simping, by the way, if you want to talk.
They call it what?
Simping. SIMP.
Yeah, I guess it is.
They do totally simp for I
wonder if people were simping for the black guy and the trans guy, if it provokes the same response, it's some vulnerable person that they feel the conversation is stacked against, and they get something out of white knighting for that person.
No, that's more virtue signaling, which is similar but different. Virtue signaling is more for political and social acceptance.
Yeah, I have to admit, it does seem like it did really feel like people simp for Nav on there a lot, and I didn't understand it then either. I don't understand it now. I don't understand like what people like even like see in he, her, whatever she identifies as. I think it's a she, but whatever they identify as, like I don't even think that they said anything intelligent or had any good. They didn't have any good comebacks. They didn't have any good burns. They didn't have any good points. It was just like they were just a trans person. That's all I could tell.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what the where the simping comes from on that one. But even
well,
like
I can
Speakeasy
I'll show you.
Speakeasy wouldn't even change, like somebody tried to pay to change their name, and he wouldn't even do it. He actually paid to keep the name her name the way it was.
Oh yeah. He's like, no, I like her too much. I'm gonna pay to change her name
But
back.
my name was changed. Did you notice that
The
part?
Grand Wizard. Yeah, I did. Here, I can show you my first encounter with what's her face, Nev.
That roles in combat roles in the military. So I think Nacho got muted. That's why he can't talk.
For context, she came in the middle of the topic and she started talking about something that wasn't even the topic. And all I was trying to do was tell her that
we need men because men can exert chicken.
Yeah,
that's weird.
Can keep it together too, because
the fact that we're still debating if women should be in the military, like we could spend so much more time training animals to be in the military. Sorry, can I finish?
But that wasn't the debate.
Yeah, I'll just keep talking. So I think we should probably focus on maybe like training dolphins.
You're addressing something that's not even the question.
Anderson Cooper, can you just throw it together?
There's a man.
Oh, Anderson Cooper.
Go to the bathroom. You shaking it? That's weird.
You can keep it together too, because you're not even listening. You're focusing on something that's not the debate. Nobody said women shouldn't be in the military.
Okay,
so it's
Mr. P-Pants. Mr. P-Pants, go to the fucking bathroom.
Yeah, I think you understand, Jeff. You
need to go to the bathroom.
I don't need to do anything.
It is verbal combat that is kind of part of the point.
I'm not
you literally.
You're just a panelist.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you focus on the topic, and you want to run off down this rabbit hole. Go ahead. I was trying to help you.
Anderson Cooper, rocking chair looking ass. Holy shit.
I was trying to help you.
Stay still. Stay still. No, just stay still. Just sit there.
Go ahead.
Okay. Just sit
Why
there.
are you talking to me? Go ahead. See, she doesn't realize with her little virtue stuff that she's making fun of an autistic person.
Okay. Why did you talk?
Good, bro.
I was trying to help you understand the topic, but I'm through helping you. So continue to talk. You don't need to keep addressing me anymore. You can make the point that you were so passionate about making until you latched on to me just now.
Okay, so you inserted yourself into a point that was being made on a debate show that is also focused on roast, right? So could you understand why like the attention is focused on you right now?
So you the topic. You don't want to make the point that you were fighting.
Yeah, but you're not debating the topic of the debate. You're not debating the topic of the debate.
Okay, you guys are fucking dumb. Stop talking. Stop talking.
I'm dumb, but you're not getting into the debate topic.
You don't have the power to stop me from talking, so quit being a little authoritarian bitch.
Got him.
Wow. Okay, sweet.
You telling me to stop, I don't know where you come from, but you telling me to stop talking is not going to get me to stop.
Fatality.
Well, see, like I'm being authentic, right? And I don't feel like I need to like necessarily assert myself to talk. Aside from that, it was a meme. Okay. Anderson, shut up. Just sit still for 1 second.
If you want to talk about a topic, if I'm the topic,
was intended to be. My point was intended to be. Okay, you're literally not saying anything. You're literally not saying anything. You're literally not saying anything. You're so red. You're tomato red. You're tomato red. You're rocking back and forth. You're so angry. Just stop talking. Just stop.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know we could. Neve came in, did a.
Yeah, Jeff.
So that was my first encounter with her.
You don't have to prove. I'm already familiar with Neil.
No,
so
and then after all that, like finally, somebody came in and I was like, no, we have to let Nev speak now, and they had everybody else shut up.
Yeah, they kept saying y'all not letting Nev.
So she can make the most asinine joke I have ever heard. The whole thing, she wanted to make a joke about how if we weren't spending so much time debating if women could be in the military, we could be debating whether or not we could use dolphins to bomb things. And
wow.
I was like, this is what you were fighting for? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's not even a joke. It's just like a dumb thing that you just wanted to say. Like, it's a meme. It's a meme. It's not a meme. A meme is something that other people have heard before. A meme is like a mental a language virus that spreads itself throughout the internet.
Well, he's definitely ready for late night TV or even SNL. He's already got those credentials for funny. So yeah, bright future. Anyways, Jeff, again, learn the rules, bend the knee, or be canceled as a transphobe.
No, I don't bend the knee. I'm too familiar with how that little drama triangle works.
Why are you so
transphobic? I'm usually they try to maneuver me into the perpetrator role all the time. So the minute it gets activated, I'm onto it.
Stop being so transphobic.
I don't have a problem with trans people, but they're not going to tell me how to talk or what to do.
Like Lib is one of our is a good friend of mine. He's a good friend of the show, and
he's trend.
He's a trans trender, as he says. But
I'm being a bit facetious, just in case it wasn't.
Okay, I was. No, I knew that. No, I know that. I'm just saying, but like, my point is just like, I mean, just to be clear, I just want to be clear of the fact that like on this show, like we're not anti-trans people. We're anti-trans agenda, I guess you could say. We're anti.
I'm anti-authoritarian, which is what they are. That's what those tactics are, and I'm anti-bullying.
Welcome to my club. We don't like authoritarians either.
Yeah, I know. I don't either. I can't stand them. Even last night on the panel, Joe and that other guy were trying to police the conversation and tell me what topics were allowed. Yeah. I had a very strong reaction to that. Don't tell me what I can say. If it's not a topic you want to hear, just ignore it. But you don't control the topics.
Yeah. So, anyways, one day some of us humans might have some sort of productive conversation accidentally.
We won't, because we still have the same caveman hardware.
Ugh.
That's not going to go away anytime soon. That's going to take like thousands of millions of years.
Maybe we need to go back to clubbing each other over the heads to make our points. Maybe that'll help. Bunk.
So Mitch Levin, you're I don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah, okay, whatever. But welcome, Mitch Levin, to the comments.
He's optimistic about the live stream. I think live stream is the new punk. I really do. I've been watching some punk and no wave cinema documentaries, and that's exactly the same ethos. The same ethos they were using is the same thing we're doing on these streams. So
I don't believe that is true, Mitch Levin. As far as I know, Machine Lines doesn't have like a financial.
Machine Lines he has a very hard time like moderating his panel. He's pretty chill and lets people say whatever.
Yeah, I don't know about anything.
He's one of the few panels that Tommy can go on. Although I have to say, I need to give Tommy his due. Last night on was it ChuckTalcott? Flows? He was very well behaved. Like he can behave when he wants to.
No, yeah, that's what I said about him in the past too. Like the very first time I ever encountered Tommy, he wasn't like
I had no issue with him last night at all. I think he made some valuable contributions to the conversation, and
I know that's what the very first time we talked about.
I think he gets because of the autism, he gets a lot of frustration, like social frustration when he's being taught. He doesn't like our social and emotional development is not at the level that most people's are, and particularly his. I noticed, but once I could see it through that lens, he's I don't know. I don't want to say I'm warming up to him, but I definitely had a different experience of him last night on Flow State than I've had watching him on other panels.
Yeah, well, like I said, the very first time we talked about him, like I was confused about like what you were saying because I was like, he didn't seem that bad. I mean, I've heard bad things about him, but he didn't seem that bad to me. And then the next time I encountered him, he did the spurging thing where he was just talking over everyone to annoy the shit out of me.
Yeah, so, I think most of it is the autism. Like I thought it was meth at first. I think most of it is just the autism and inability to.
Even he talks about doing meth. Even he talks about doing meth though. The meth thing didn't start from nowhere. He mentions doing meth a lot. So I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not like people just invented like this idea that he was on meth. I mean, he did that himself. So I mean.
Oh yeah. Oh, I could tell. No, the first time I saw him, I could tell he had the meth face, like the meth cheeks.
Yeah.
And I need to give another compliment. Smith on Talcott's the other day, I also thought was very well behaved and contributed to this until at the end where he started his number thing and Jack kicked him off right away. But outside of that, I think Smith was able to engage in a very productive conversation.
Smith, I didn't even know Smith. And
so there is like what we see of the trolls. That's not all of it. They do have like I think they're more rich and complex than just their trolling. That's why I think the trolling diminishes them too, as much as it impacts the community. It's also not the best part of them.
No, yeah, it absolutely. I mean, it leads. I mean, like honestly, all they're doing whenever they're doing the trolling, No, I still it's I don't call it. I think spurging is a better term because the trolling is like someone making like pointed jokes or comments or something, or just kind of like just to get a rise at the people. That's different. The thing that I'm problem with is whenever people will just like bulldoze their way over a conversation. We'll just like we'll speak. We'll just like scream the same thing over and over again. That's not even trolling. That's just either spurging, whatever you want to call it, bulldozing. You can call it a number of things.
It's closer to spurging, and they can't always control that either if they don't know how. If they've never had the opportunity to learn how or practice.
Because I engage in a little bit of trolling myself. I mean, I'm not, and so does Jeff. I mean, we both do a little bit. So we're not. It's not I'm against trolling entirely. I just don't like it when people won't let a productive conversation be a productive conversation just because like they feel like getting attention. That's what I don't like.
Someone made the point the other day, and it's so true. It's always the neurodivergent and autistic people that do all the fighting. Like that's who all the fighting and drama have. Because when you get us in the room and with our our lack of social awareness and executive functioning and emotional regulation and social frustration, all of that just clashes much more than if you put a bunch of normal people in a room. Because they know how to like navigate and adjust. A lot of Tommy's frustration is he doesn't know how to come in on a conversation. Like when to come in and how to come in.
Maybe so. That might be it. That's. I mean, I think I can kind of like. I mean, I to a degree, I guess I can see to a degree from that perspective, like what maybe like Machine was trying to do by trying to give Tommy some responsibility or something like that. Maybe he thought it would make him act more. Maybe he thought it would calm him down some and give him and make him feel more like involved, so he didn't feel like such an outcast or something. I I mentioned, like I wondered what if you could reform someone like that, but I mean, still at the end of the day, maybe Tommy's just Tommy.
Well, you can't conform. I don't think the spurgery is ever going to go away, but you can give him opportunities to expand and show other parts of himself.
Yeah.
I guess I'm less black-pilled on Tommy than I was before.
Can you look at the
Jack? What conspiracy thing or tract are you trying to push now?
Look at the book.
I just asked the AI about the book, and it's never heard of it. Tanisha Ford.
Just look up Tanisha. Why is trolling a pejorative? A troll isn't someone who challenges your rhetoric. A troll is a verb. If you feel trolled, get some thicker skin. Right? Well, okay, yeah, that's fine, and that's why
I'll tell you why it's a pejorative, because it disrupts. If you're trying to community build, it disrupts your efforts to build a healthy, functional community. That is my only objection to trolling is the impact it has on community, not trolls as individuals and not anything they want to do on their own channels. It's just when you try to mix it. I feel like there's more potential in these communities than the trolls are able to allow us to reach.
Our Secret Society, Molly Moon, and the money glamour of the civil
rights movement.
Hey,
here's
Dave.
You can come on if you want. We were talking earlier about this. Is
Dave. Speak of the devil.
The panel last night. We watched a little bit of the panel. We were talking about the racism.
Yeah, iPhi here.
Come on up, buddy.
Is Raiden from last night?
Yeah.
If you didn't know, Dave.
Remember me? I'm Raiden.
The Grand Wizard. Yeah, it was. I didn't expect.
Well, iPhi has a bone to pick with you. So come on the come on the panel for like 5 minutes and let's see if we can work this out. We're gonna work out
the emotional responses that the trolls are invoking are not beneficial to the community building. It's key. It's what kept me away from these communities for a long time.
Hi,
welcome.
I'm Dave.
long time no see.
What's up?
What's up?
Again, it's verbal combat. Anything I do or say on there is not necessarily indicative of what my positions are or anything. It's just for content.
I
just as a
demand
heads up.
a public apology on your behalf
No.
for hurting my feelings.
Nope.
I
Not happening.
You're not going to get that.
That's absolutely not happening.
So, Dave, I don't know if you caught the initial part of our chat here.
No, I just popped on. I just saw that he was left.
Oh, okay. Well, we were talking about you, so your ears were burning.
Not really. I mean, maybe.
So, how do you feel that little interaction went?
Oh, I think it was fine. I don't think anybody thinks anything of it. I think it was fun.
Okay, so you don't think at any point the quality went down from good to not so good?
No, and I don't think anybody actually thinks you're racist. It was just funny.
Oh, okay. It was just
just as a heads up. It was just pretty much a bit from the people involved. Nobody actually thought you were racist.
Oh, I was
just
worried.
To let you know.
I don't know. It sounded like Neve did, and maybe Ebot.
Yeah, it sounded like Neve did. I don't understand people's like.
Neve probably thinks everything's
Can you explain
racist.
to me, Dave, like why people like Neve? Because like I don't.
I love Neve. Neve is very honest. She's gonna tell you what she thinks, whether you like it or not, or whether or whether it serves her well or not, too.
Honest,
like she's not self-serving with her opinions.
Raiden of not answering her questions, even though Raiden answered all of the questions.
That's verbal combat.
And then the panel agreed that that's what happened.
You have to remember, it's verbal combat. That's just the way the show goes. It's quick fire. It's trying to make your opponents look bad.
Oh, okay.
While trying to make yourself look good.
The skit
yeah. Like if you watch her content, it's very different than that.
Oh, I've already seen a couple of pieces of the content just recently.
iPhi, you did say at the beginning, and I think this was your first mistake and biggest mistake, that you went on with the intention of having a civilized, rational conversation.
Yeah, that was a mistake.
And the two times I've been on there, we have pretty much accidentally had a lot of civilized, rational conversations, but that's not the point.
I mean, those are still in there. Don't get me wrong. There are good conversations in there, but I'm not always going to be taking my stance. I'm doing the one that I can best defend that's going to be fun, that's going to provide the most excitement to the stream. You know what I mean?
So on that note, Dave, would you agree that initially, I think we had a pretty good understanding that, we can both flip on a dime and just play advocate without learning?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I have a lot of fun with that too.
So like I said, there was definitely a vibe going up until a certain magical point where it just went right down
turned
the
on you.
Oh no, I have zero problem with the entire room ganging up on me all at the same time. The only problem I personally have is direct misrepresentation. When someone just flat out lies and says, you said this or you did not say that, and then I have to go back and say, no, I didn't say that, or no, or yes, I did say that. And by the way, this stream is recorded, so if anyone's not sure what was said or not, all they got to do is to rewind it and see if things were said or not. And so, but I understand it's all in fun, and people are just throwing shit
We're
around.
also just playing to the crowd. We're trying to get, because the whole thing comes to a vote in the end.
Sure.
So you want to get the best reaction out of the crowd. You want the crowd to remember you when it comes time.
And Dave did win, in fairness.
Yeah, congrats.
It worked.
Thank you.
What are you feeding us?
Won by a large percentage of you got like 9 votes as opposed to everybody else is like.
By the way,
on the bright side, at least everybody got votes.
Yeah.
And that's cool. That means everybody had at least a good showing.
I had to leave because my voice was giving out because my cold flu was catching up with me. I'm still a little sick now, but I'm just barely enough to talk. But I also coincidentally lost a lot of interest in that conversation right about then. So maybe I misunderstood what was going on in that situation.
Maybe. I think maybe you were reading too much into it.
Yeah, I may have been.
Most of it wasn't that serious. It was a lot of just.
And honestly, when I leave verbal combat, I forget all about it. It's
just
right off. I don't wake up the next day.
I still like. I like the fact that it's a way to throw around topics without having to get too invested in them.
Sure. Yeah, that's why I came, and I came with a completely open mind and willing to participate.
Yeah, but definitely come back next time. I honestly think you did really good, and you would have done well in the final standings.
Oh,
even if the crowd is against you, they'll still vote for you if they have. If you were exciting enough, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll beat you every time. There's no competition.
I don't believe that, but all right, go for it.
Dave's a 2-time champion now. I guess they only did it 5 times.
I just wanted to go easy on you for the introduction. That's all.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep.
Because you don't know who I am.
Cope.
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand what cope is. Don't worry.
Anyways, if you go back and watch this video you're in right now, you'll understand everything we just said about you. So.
Oh no, you're good.
Nobody really said anything that bad about you, Dave.
That's okay. Even if
I said you're ugly and you look like Mr. Clean, so
I am.
And you smell bad.
Wait, but Mr. Clean is like a sex god. He's like an icon.
I know. Like, why would that be?
Why would that be an insult?
Yeah, that's like calling me Anderson Cooper.
Like seriously.
That's what I was thinking when Nev.
All right, yeah. I want you to keep insulting me.
Because
he's like considered like a gay sex symbol.
Because Mr. Clean cleans the kitchen. He's a little bitch, so I was calling you my bitch.
Hey,
I clean the kitchen too.
The kitchen like a boss, man.
You were the one demanding an apology earlier.
Well, that wasn't coming, so he can demand that all he wants.
Anyways, like I said, you can't hurt my feelings, so you don't ever have to worry about.
Are
any
you sure?
It
sounds a little bit like your fifis are hurt.
I triple dog dare you to try and hurt my feelings.
I think it already happened.
No. If you watch the beginning of the video, you'll see that my feelings weren't hurt, but I was not thanking Jeff very much for introducing me to SJW session 101. So I was like, I've done this before. I'll pass for now.
You think that was SJW on the show?
If you watch this show right now,
I did say like as struggle sessions go, that one was fairly mild.
Yeah, we already talked about it. You can just watch the whole thing. I don't want to repeat the whole thing we just said.
I'll go back and look at some point.
If you have any objections, by the way, we can seriously discuss it. But I'll also meet you in Mortal Kombat just for fun. Either way, I don't.
Verbal combat.
Mortal Kombat.
If you want to go in Mortal Kombat, we could do that too. But I don't think that would be quite as
you do gaming content. You do gaming.
Well,
content.
He has a militia.
Maybe you guys can play Mortal Kombat on stream to actually to duke it out for real, and you can leg sweep him to death.
Leg sweep him to death.
I know how to teleport, so you better watch out.
Well, don't worry. The sweep doesn't take long. It's small frame animations.
Why do I care about a sweep when I'm flying at you?
Because you got to land.
No.
Yeah. Your feet will touch ground eventually.
Anyways, Def, I'll come back to combat. Hopefully my voice will last for 5 hours. I agree with these guys. I might show up like at the last 2 or 3 hours because if I'm sick, I can't last for 5 hoarse. Like I'll be completely hoarse by the end of it. So.
That's what I had. After my first one, I went in right at the beginning, and then I by the time it got like an hour close to the end, and I was getting so tired. I was just like I couldn't. And then that was when like the most mega trolls came on, and I was just like I couldn't keep up with the mega trolls and my sleepiness and everything else.
Y'all need to toughen up. I come from a 6-hour karaoke stream where I'm singing the whole time to go onto that show and then last until 3 p.m.
I did not know you did a karaoke stream. That's interesting.
Yeah.
And how
go
old
to my
are
channel
you?
Every Friday.
How do you do a karaoke stream without getting like?
How the hell do you have that much that energy?
How do you not get copyright struck?
No, they get. I don't publish. Okay, first I don't keep the videos. I put them to private. They do get demonetized, but I'm not monetized anyway, so it doesn't matter. You don't get copyright struck usually for music. You just get your options are block this part because the content isn't long enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't get a channel strike, Jeff. You just got like the thing where they made you take the audio out.
Yeah. But as long as you either take the audio out, which they have tools now for, if it's not too long of a video, that'll try to like mask the copyrighted content but still have the normal sound. or you can just mute that part of the video.
Hey, while you're here, what's your political views? I'm curious.
More libertarian.
That's it? Just libertarian?
That's the best I could do it. The best I could give. There are a few things where I differentiate.
As far as I can tell.
Yeah, that's actually what I would consider myself, but libertarian is the closest party line that I would consider myself.
So you would vote, what's his name? Johnson?
Vermin
Gary
Supreme?
Johnson?
Vermin Supreme. I would vote Vermin Supreme.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. I would vote Vermin Supreme if I thought he actually had a chance of winning.
No.
Have you heard him?
Yes.
You need to watch his actual views. He's amazing.
If you're gonna vote that way, just vote Michael Malice and get it over with.
I like Michael Malice kind of,
Michael
but
Malice too. Yeah,
Michael Malice is a little closer to ANCAP than I'm comfortable with.
A little closer.
Yeah, exactly.
I still like Michael Malice.
I said that I'm comfortable with. I don't mind a little bit of ANCAP, but he goes a lot farther than I am willing to.
Well, he is very honest about what he believes in and everything, and like I actually believe that he believes in everything he says, and like and in my view, like I'm always much more inclined to vote for or support the person who I actually believe them, no matter what it is. Like at one point, I was like almost a Bernie supporter. I never quite came to the point of like supporting him, but at least I thought because of his political record and everything that he was someone who at least believed what he was saying until the last election, whenever he suddenly just became like a Biden simp. And I was like, suddenly it wasn't millionaires and billionaires, it was billionaires only, billionaires and trillionaires. Or whatever,
okay, so first of all, Dave, you already failed the test. The correct answer was Ron Paul. That's the only vote you should ever cast.
He's not ever going to run again.
It doesn't matter. You still vote for Ron Paul, even if he's not. Even if he's dead.
He's dead.
Well, that's the way that your vote actually doesn't count.
Well, you got to send the message. It's not about
going to the conversation we're having with Flow State.
What message has anyone ever remembered from those votes?
From Ron Paul?
People barely remember even Ross Perot.
I feel like Ross Perot had more of a push than any of the others.
Than Ron Paul?
Yeah.
Ross
Perot actually
had
like
libertarian influence than Ron Paul?
No, not for libertarian views. I mean for a third party actually having a chance in an election.
What's the third party, Dave?
I don't remember what party he was.
I think it was the independent.
Isn't it?
Yeah, he was independent. He didn't have a party.
Yeah, I don't think he was libertarian at all.
I thought it was
he did win Clinton the election though. He did win Clinton the election though.
I'll give you that.
Him and Pat Robertson split the vote for Bush Senior so much that that gave Clinton the advantage because without
Party. He was Reform Party. I knew the party name.
No, it doesn't exist.
How are Mitch and Jack fighting? Mitch is like one of the most laid back people.
So Dave,
Mitch came in kind of making fun of Jack, so I don't know. It was Mitch kind of started.
I don't know what that's about.
Would you be interested in a conservatarian party?
What is a conservatarian?
He's gonna fall for it. It's not a real party yet. I just invented it.
It's the one he started.
What do you mean I would fall for it? I'm
if you like militias and
because
guns,
some people are like, yeah, I would, because they pretend like they know about it. Or whatever.
In that case, I didn't fall for it. What do you mean?
I'm fucking with you, dude. Anyway, so the Conservatarian Party.
I'm not on verbal combat mode right now.
I know.
I'm
trying to
Dave.
get out of that. I'm still.
We told you to work on your sales techniques.
Yeah,
I'm doing very good right now.
Anyways, Dave, it's a morally based, libertarian, capitalist government that protects those three tenets, and then for bonus points, we'll enforce.
So libertarianism.
No.
Okay, what difference does it have from libertarianism?
The Libertarian Party that you currently.
No, I'm not referring to parties. I'm referring to the political viewpoint.
It's still not specific enough. It just wants small governments and stuff. It doesn't exclude socialism.
No militias and guns.
You can theoretically still support socialism and be a libertarian.
You can't accommodate socialism without some form of fascism.
It's theoretically possible. I know intelligent people don't take it
only
serious,
if people just choose to give up control of their company.
Yeah.
Which is just doesn't make sense.
I'm not
illogical and
yeah. I'm not trying to convince you it's intelligent. I'm just, after years of debating retards on the internet, I'm telling you these are the words you have to use because people won't separate them. They'll just be like, I'm a libertarian, but I want all the
and I'll debate those people.
shit.
Those are the people I want to debate against.
And I'm like, that's incompatible. You can't.
Those are the fun, easy dunk debates because
yeah. I know. So, anyways, you have to use the words. You have to say, "We are capitalists, you fucking retards." You have to sign up. It's not optional. It's a requirement for this.
I'd rather bait those people into arguing with me.
I know that you like the combat, but anyways.
Well, I just like the argument. I will argue things that I don't care about.
There's no argument here, though. I just presented in clear terms.
Not you. I'm talking about the people who would argue with me if I don't
argue them.
Why are you so defensive right now?
Because I'm trying to sell you the.
Just relax.
We're moving to a community out in the forest, and we're trying to see if you want to join and help start the revolution.
I'm not moving to a community in the forest. Sorry.
I like society.
So far, he has a bunker in the woods that he's not even gonna.
Dave, do you think you're going to achieve any political goals by voting in the?
No, I don't. I don't think I'm trying to achieve any political goals.
Are you going to march on the Capitol with arms? Like,
no, I'm not trying to achieve any political goals right now.
Do you want anything to happen in life that makes a difference?
Sure.
Okay,
I want people to generally be happier than they are right now.
First of all, do you have any objections to my offer, the morally based libertarian capitalist government?
Yeah, you're making up something that doesn't need to exist.
Why? Is there already an option?
You're expanding the groups to even more smaller groups, whereas the group of libertarianism already doesn't have much chance of standing against Democrats or Republicans.
Of course.
By splintering it even further, you're just diluting it even more.
Oh, so you want to keep the umbrella term so we don't offend any socialists or
not? It has nothing to do with offense. I don't know why you're bringing offense into it. It has nothing to do with offense. It's so that we have the ability through at least all of these groups being together for now of pushing forward and gaining some kind of foothold versus the current standard.
It's political pragmatism.
So the current Libertarian Party.
Yeah,
that's basically what they're doing is they're trying to make sure that they.
I think they're doing good.
Certain groups because they're already struggling with 3% of the vote.
Correct. So. They're doing good.
So if we splinter them more, then now
what we need to do is enlarge the tent more and bring more people in.
I agree. So let's bring in some communists too, because they technically are libertarians.
If they're going to support the libertarian cause, then sure.
Yeah, if they're going to support the libertarian.
Honestly, if we get liberals to split off from democracy and join the Libertarian Party, that would be the best.
Also, who needs morals? Fuck morals. Let's just start killing people, and then that way we can get way more numbers to join the
Nobody
party.
said anything like that. What are you talking
See,
about?
this is why you're not winning people over.
I'm trying the facetious attempt to see if Dave can follow what I'm laying down here.
You're doing exactly what you were complaining about other people doing, and putting words in somebody else's mouth or saying that something was said that wasn't said.
No. I'm trying to.
Isn't that exactly what you were complaining about happening on Verbal Combat?
Nope. I didn't say you didn't.
People misrepresenting.
Even though you're answering my questions, I didn't say you didn't answer
instead
my questions.
you said so. Morality doesn't matter. As if I had said or insinuated that morality doesn't matter in anything I've said.
You just accused me of splintering the already small group into even a smaller group with all my silly standards.
Do you think that's not what you're doing? No. No. Do you think making a new sect isn't splintering from the group?
Of course it is. I don't have a problem.
That's what I said. So what? Why are you adding other things into what I said?
I don't think that you're a troll, but you're acting like a troll right now.
I know it sounds like it because this is the messy part of making sausage. So the problem is I'm not going to accept the umbrella term of libertarian. I'm not going to go vote for Gary Johnson or Joe Jorgensen because they're good enough. They claim to be libertarian, so that's all I really care about.
If they have more views that align with me than the Democrat or Republican option, then yes, that is who I would support.
Views like how the economy is run.
You're not looking for someone who aligns with all of your views, or you're never going to have somebody to vote for.
Yeah, I'm looking for ones that have the bare minimum requirements. That's why I said those three things are not for debate or compromise.
Okay, so who that is running has those?
The closest would be Ron Paul. I mean, like, you know, he's kind of like
Ron Paul's not running. So who that is running has your views?
No one currently.
Okay, so then you have to pick who's the closest to your views at that point.
No, I don't. I'm talking about principles here. I'm not talking about winning the next election, Dave. That's where you lost me.
Well, that's where it comes. You have to have some kind of foothold in order to make change. If you have no power, you can make no change. If that's what your goal is to the betterment of society and to bring it more towards alignment with your views.
Right. My goal is a conservatarian party. I don't care that you have to
If that's your goal, then that's not something I can sign on with whatsoever.
That's why I said, what is your objection to it? That it's just not feasible, possible, ever going to happen?
It's not necessary, and it has even less chance of catching on than any of the current parties that exist, including the Tea Party. Which
of those three elements?
Tea Party actually made a lot of strides. I mean, like I was impressed by how far the Tea Party got, but even though they just kind of disappeared.
They totally disappeared.
Elected.
There's a lot of these like flash in the pan parties that pop up for a while. They get a lot of people excited and then they disappear. Rather than getting people excited and disappearing, they need to fold into a group, and it would be better.
Yeah.
So which of those three requirements is not necessary?
I don't think the requirements are bad. I think your idea is okay, but I don't think splitting off into another party is a good idea. That's why I'm against it. You're diluting power.
So that's why I facetiously said, okay, then let's just include all of the other groups that we are against, like the socialists.
Some of them, sure.
And the immorals. So
there's this thing called compromise.
Exactly. That's what I don't do. I am not a compromiser. I don't compromise, period.
Then you'll never see any kind say success. If you're not willing to compromise.
They don't know how you define success.
Like your views like that make me. If you didn't tell me the opposite the other day, I would swear that you were like a 19-year-old. I really would, with like the no compromise thing. Like the only people I know out there that are like no compromise and things are very young, dude.
Or
like just like
grown men with principles. Have you ever?
I'm a grown man with principles, and and my principles include like the thinking that politics is a dead end. But I mean, at the same time, I still recognize that compromise is a necessary part of a society.
Okay, I've already done this example with Jeff. Let me see if Dave understands it the same way. Dave, what's your moral stance on murder? Is it okay or not? Yes or no?
No, murder's bad.
Okay. If one group of people say they want to murder all of the babies, and another group of people say we want to murder 0 babies, should they compromise and say, let's just murder half the babies?
Depends on your definition of murder.
The definition of murder is to intentionally end a human life.
I actually think there's more to it, but sure, we'll go with that definition.
Okay, so I'm a 19-year-old because I don't compromise on
that is
principles.
A ridiculous that's a hyperbolic.
Do you agree with that, Dave, or not? Do you agree or disagree?
Example. I don't know. I haven't seen your birth certificate.
Do you think I'm a 19-year-old because
I wouldn't be surprised to find out that you were a 19-year-old?
Okay, that's fine.
But I'm not gonna state that you're a 19-year-old without any prior.
But you come across like someone who's very young.
Now, some things are up for compromise. For example, I wouldn't say
some things are.
Yeah, some things.
Okay, here's the thing. In the example you gave, I'll engage with it. I'll engage with it. If the difference is currently murder is okay in this scenario, getting half of them stopped in a compromise is great. That's progress. You're saving half of the lives. So yes, progress is good. However, if it's the other way around and you already have that stance, have the standing of it is illegal, then compromising for half is terrible.
Okay. So, you're okay with compromise in that situation? Is the final point?
Yeah, if it can promote progress, yes, towards my goal.
I understand that, and that's why again I'm not saying that life is pure black and white easy. I'm just saying that there are lines you have to draw, and I drew my lines.
But the thing is, if you hold to your line and don't compromise and save 0 lives, are you actually serving a better good than me who compromises and saves half the lives? Or are your morals holding you back?
I'm more concerned about being guilty of failing to save all lives by compromising.
That sounds like
so at that point, you're actually guilty for stopping the half of the lives that you could have saved from being saved.
Yeah,
by not compromising.
Right, because I just failed outright. I failed, period.
And now people are dead because of it. That's a much worse result.
So instead of that risk, you would take the comfort of knowing you're going to save at least half of them. That's you think is the better option?
Why would somebody who already has everything agree to have nothing?
Anyways, I think we're over-analyzing this simple point of
you pose the hypothetical.
No
I'm engaging with it.
Some things have compromise, so that doesn't translate into other topics. So, for example, let's change the topic.
All right, so we're going to shift the goalpost, or
no, we're going to change the topic. We're not.
Okay, so we're pivoting. Got it.
We're going to change the topic to say like the economy, for example. Now, when I say I have no compromise on the debate between capitalism and socialism, I immediately recognize I'm not talking about, first of all, there's no such thing as pure capitalism. There's no like real laissez-faire capitalism. All capitalism has some sort of compromise.
Real capitalism's never been tried. Gotcha. Yeah.
All capitalism has some form of compromise already built into it. So, either you have rule of law or some sort of, societal standards, whatever. What I'm saying is the principle is you don't just keep compromising one little step at a time. Well, since you're already okay with some laws, let's add a few more laws that says it's okay if the government takes half because, it's voluntary and you vote for the people. So it's not really stealing at that point and blah, 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 blah. My point is, again, in that situation, I'm the no compromise person where I'm not going to just keep playing those games and let you just keep whittling it down until it, again, loses all meaning. I try to use the black and white clear example where morality is pretty easy to debate because, again, there are camps that clearly are against all murder and are equally abhorred by the idea of compromising for only half the murders because that somehow,
But is half the murders better than all the murders?
If those are the only choices.
Yeah. Okay, they are the only choices at the moment.
Recognizing the false dichotomy that you're trying to present.
I disagree. You need a starting point. Okay, if I can save 10 people now and then maybe 20 people in the future and then maybe 30 people later, I'm going to take that 10 now rather than shooting for 80 and not saving those 10 people.
Okay, well, like I said, we definitely will struggle in the details of like practicality versus standing by one's principles, like what really is best outcomes, and it's still a trolley problem of is it okay to kill one person to save the other 10 people or whatever, and blah 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 blah. I understand all those arguments, but again, I was just trying to point out the importance of principles. That's what I was trying to get at, was like that's why it's so important to me.
You can have principles and they should be your bargaining chips, though. Just because you have a principled stance against something doesn't mean you can't compromise.
Right. Well,
if something is, because they're still giving into your principles in a compromise.
You could easily say that, here's iPhi proposing this fantasy world where we have this like conservatarian government or whatever, but in reality, here's the United States government, which is in essence, it's just a compromise. So get over it, iPhi. It's close enough. You're done. You did your part. You tried. You failed. But here's your government now. It's good enough. It's got some compromises in there. what are you complaining about? Like that's the conversations I'm not interested in anymore, because like we are so far removed from even
which you just described as reality, though. So I
right.
just don't understand reality.
I understand reality is not the way I want it to be. I'm trying to engage in good and intelligent people and persuade them not to be so comfortable in their completely failed reality, like you, Jeff.
What do you mean by failed reality, though? He's existing in it right now. There's
it's not failing for me. I don't have a problem with it.
He has like no problems whatsoever with the.
No, and I am comfortable in it. I'm not looking to change it drastically.
See, so
why? See, you want a complete upheaval of the way things go, where that's unlikely to happen at best. I'll give you that. I'll give you there is a possibility that a full upheaval could happen, but incremental change is the only thing you can really go for. That's how you see change happening in reality.
Proposed incremental change to you earlier, and you laughed in my face. You
Where?
Said,
wait. What incremental change?
When I said, would you like to join our community, and we're going to pool all our resources.
That's not incremental change.
That's very incremental change. That's the only practical.
That's isolationist. That's moving to that's creating your own capitalist version of a commune. That's an extreme. That's an extreme.
Why is that less productive?
That's the capitalist Chad.
Why is that less productive than voting for?
And you saw what happened to the Chad.
Chaz,
sorry.
Why is that less productive than voting?
The Chads were what happened in the Clinton election.
Yeah.
Dave.
What? Sorry. Go ahead.
How's that less productive than voting for Gary Johnson?
It's not as voting for Gary Johnson necessarily isn't productive, but going out and campaigning for him or door knocking and spreading the word of spreading his views would be helpful. Because you got to start with changing minds. You're not going to be able to win an election right now. It doesn't matter. You could have the most charismatic person step into the Libertarian Party and run, because they have an L next to their name. They've already taken an L.
Like Dave Smith?
Sure. It really doesn't matter who's the running party. Most people are still in the mindset of, let's choose the lesser of two evils between the Democratic and the Republican Party when we're voting.
So we should vote for Trump.
So you'd have to find a way to change that.
So we should vote for Trump
overall.
Hope for the best.
He may not even be on the ballot.
I hope not, to be honest.
Me too.
Me too.
I am pretty Republican of the two parties that are our two-party system as it is. I'm closer to Republican than Democrat, but I don't think Trump is good for the party or for the country. I feel like he's too divisive.
Maybe you can help me decide who to vote for. Should I vote for the...
I don't know. We'll figure it out when we find out who the options are.
Let's just pretend it's Trump and Biden. Let's just pretend that for now.
What are your values? You have to.
Hold on. Let me ask Dave. I want to know what Dave thinks. Should I vote for the authoritarian socialist or the socialist authoritarian? Which one should I vote for? That will get me closer to the
Or why don't you just not vote?
That'll progress the libertarian movement.
There you go. Vote for the libertarian. At least you get some numbers on the board.
So now, Jeff, I think now you understand better when you say I'm not good at selling this or whatever. You see, my audience is.
You're correct.
Now you
understand. I see it more and more clearly.
So apparently, I need to work on marketing. I need to hire.
You're very naive and out of touch with political reality. So what you're trying to sell is not grounded in a reality or experience that the common person is going to be able to relate to. Because people that live in a very practical world are not going to be persuaded by your idealism.
Okay, let's ask Dave. Which part of those three tenets that I proposed are out of touch with reality?
The tenets are fine. The party idea would be fine. It's just you're trying to pull people from a party that is starting to get a foothold and move towards having a chance.
Should
and
I
pull
wait
them
until
away
the
and
Libertarian Party
splinter it even
wins
more.
and then start
Yes,
trying to splinter?
to be honest, correct. Yeah, kind of like the way that there's a wedge driven in the Democratic side right now.
What sort of
between-
timeline would you guesstimate that would be?
Okay, I'll stop explaining what I was going to say.
Hold on,
but, all right.
I want you to finish the thought. You said I should wait until the Libertarian Party wins and then splinter them. So
Sure.
my question
not necessarily
was,
win, but actually get enough of a foothold that they can compete.
okay, what's enough of a foothold?
Because they're currently, I don't know. That's up to you to decide.
50% of the vote, 40% of the vote, 30.
33.3.
What sort of timeline do you have in mind?
I don't know. You let me know.
Happen? I mean, can you guesstimate? Can you ballpark it for me?
Well, it depends. If you're splitting off, if you are helping to push it, and as opposed to try to pull people away from it, it'll happen a lot quicker than if people are pulled away from it. Not that I think you have the position to actually create a party and make things happen, but I'm speaking completely like if you were an influential figure and had a following and people actually listened to you.
So would you say my lifetime or my children, my grandchildren? What sort of
For
time
you
range?
personally, I don't think it's possible in your lifetime.
Okay, so
unless you first build up your social profile to where you have enough influence that you could talk to people and get them on board with your ideas. But if people aren't on board with your ideas as they are right now, because it sounds too, it's kind of like communism. Like it's an idealized thing. It's not something that you can show in reality working.
I think when the United States of America started, it was pretty darn close to what I'm talking about. Like not quite what exactly the way I would do it. But
okay, and let's think about the size of the number of people that started
minus
the United
the
States of
slavery.
America. You think about the size of the number of people that started the United States of America versus the size of the population now. Now, see, whenever you start a country like that and you have a small group of people that are forming to start this country, you can build something like that because you only have this small group of people and you can expand from there. But what your solution, just like freaking ChuckTalcott and stuff, they're top-down solutions, and we're not at the top. If you were at the top, then maybe you can come up with some top-down solutions. But unless you're at the top, you have to build a ground floor to build off of. And like your solutions, I guess you consider moving out to the forest like a building a ground floor, but it's not what's going to interact with society. It's an isolationist approach.
Are you familiar with the Amish communities?
Yeah, and
why is their model not a good one to copy?
Because it's not growing. It's stagnant.
Do you know how big they are?
It's stagnant. The only growth that they have is by having more kids.
Well, maybe
they're not
lacking
converting people.
Certain political ideas that would get a lot more people interested.
Oh wait, that's largely because they don't allow people to convert.
Exactly. So what if there was a political system that was way more popular, say that was just sticking to the original Judeo-Christian morality code?
Okay.
A libertarian government, and that protects capitalism.
So how are you going to disconnect from the current government without leaving
Who
the
says
country?
we have to disconnect from them?
Well, I mean, if you're starting, you're relying on that country, so you're still not proving that your system can exist
Did the
on its own.
Amish disconnect from the United States of America?
I don't know. I don't know.
But they don't have the political power to
go
make
find
all
out.
the changes that you're.
They are
wanting
not
to make.
sovereign citizens. They are citizens subject to the United States government.
I mean,
So
they
they're still
have
part of the government.
disconnected as much from society as possible. They don't
Right.
Even
That's exactly what I'm saying, Chris. You're not listening. That's why I said.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm saying that's an isolationist approach, and
It's not. It's isolationist in the sense that yes, we are done with the clown circus and pretending like voting Trump or Biden is going to do jack shit for our country, our politics, anything, other than entertain people when they watch congressional hearings.
And I don't think it does. I don't think that does. You're right. It doesn't do anything. It is
So
pointless.
I'm proposing actual
I'm proposing to to stop with all this politics bullshit in the first place and start building something else that's more society based, more community based, and stop worrying about all this stupid politics shit that we can't even do anything about. I mean,
so why was it so funny when I proposed this system earlier?
You proposed a bunker in the woods.
No, that's my bunker. I have a bunker in the woods because fuck all of y'all. I'm
even
just
if
saying,
even if you're starting a new Chaz, that's still
come
weird.
I'm saying if Dave wants
yeah,
to join
you did say, Dave, do you want to come live in the woods with me and start a commune?
Hold on, Dave. I was serious. I was saying if Dave took me serious and said, okay, I can afford this much land and I have these many, construction skills or whatever. And if we merge our resources together, it turns out we become way more efficient because we can build faster and establish more. And this isn't just me and Dave. I'm pretty sure there are other people somewhere in the country that are tired of the current system that would like an option where they don't have to join an Amish community, but instead want to retain some of their American rights of just, freedom of religion, separation of church and state, and protection of capitalism, and a libertarian government, small, very powerless, and easy to fix when broken.
Hey, Rowan's on with John right now. Do you know that?
John,
so does it sound a little more serious now?
Are they live?
No, it still doesn't sound very serious to me.
Okay, so now you think I'm joking, and there's no way that
kinda,
would ever happen. Okay.
I do think you're joking. I think
Chris, can you put a link?
It
looks like he changed his
So the reason why I brought up the Amish is because they have much lower standards. All they are doing is just imposing a theocracy and backwards anti-technology, society. And look how successful they are.
They're not that successful. What do you mean?
Look how big they're.
How do you gauge success?
Just numbers. What's the current population of the Amish communities?
Why is that success? Why is population success? They still have zero influence on the rest of the world.
That's because they have no political ambitions. They're purposely anti-political.
Sorry, y'all friends.
That's not how I want to live my life. I want to be plugged into greater society. I want to engage with greater society.
You can have technology in my little Amish community. You're not getting to this
I
stage.
still don't want to be there.
He said larger society.
Yeah. It's not just I want to engage in larger society. I want to meet new people, hang out with everybody, exchange ideas, discuss politics.
This isn't a cult. You're not coming.
That's what it sounds like. That's 120% what it sounds like.
You're not bringing your women to my bedroom so that I can grow the population. This isn't a cult, Dave. This is a way.
I understand, because in your cult, I would obviously be the progenitor. Who all the women would be brought to for my superior genetics with my blue eyes,
So you see, Jeff, this is why I don't get anywhere.
And beautiful bone structure.
Yeah, because I think
it
it's
turns
two
into a
reasons.
joke.
Your vision is not appealing, and your sales technique sucks.
It's not.
It sounds like a joke. It very easily sounds like a joke, and people are just going to joke about it.
What's the funny part, Dave? Point to one funny part.
The fact that you think that the Amish are successful. If that's what you're leaning
observed an Amish community?
If I'm going to look towards something a way I want to live, it's not like the Amish do.
Dave, have you ever observed an Amish community?
Yes, I where I live, I'm not going to talk too much. Where I live, there are a lot of Amish very close to me.
What is unsuccessful about being completely self-reliant and damn near completely independent?
None of how they live their life appeals to me. I don't want to live my life.
I'm not saying that you need to join their religion.
But that's why I'm saying by bringing them as an option, that's what you're putting in my brain. You're making me think, oh, you want to be like Amish people. You're appealing to the Amish.
I'm giving you a real world example, so you understand. I'm not memeing. I'm not making a joke. I'm saying it's physically possible to create a coherent community in which you share certain political views and even moral views, for example. Again, this can be biased towards people that are religious and Christian or whatever. That's fine. I don't care. As long as you separate church and state, there's no government interference.
Yeah, but what if I want to be friends with communists?
Fuck you. You're banished from my community.
Sorry, I like conversing and interacting with people whose views are very different than mine.
Dave, you can drive down the street and find all the communists you want because America will always have
do you see
them.
the authoritarianism that's already being introduced?
I gotta get going.
Okay. Let's pick up this conversation later. But I want you to be serious.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm here all the time. I am being serious.
You were joking and memeing the whole time.
I'm taking you as a joke and a meme. Bye.
Good seeing you, Dave. You have
Love
my
you guys.
Later, dude.
I'll see you later. Good luck.
So Jeff, now you see my problem. Now
I saw your problem yesterday. The first time you came off.
No, I don't think you quite.
I don't think we're. I don't think you're making progress.
If you mean, do I see it even more clearly?
I'm not presenting it in a professional and serious manner, and my audience isn't taking me serious and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're trying to be. This
Was
could be a bit.
During that
If
conversation?
it's a bit, I gotta say it's a decent one.
It's not. I was being serious.
Well.
Well, that's a shame.
I mean, there was joking parts in it. Obviously, I was joking about like it's not.
Hey, if you want a bunker in the woods, I totally support your right to do that.
The bunker in the woods is.
And whoever else wants to go in the woods with you, but I don't think you're going
Jeff,
to find
Jeff. The bunker in the
amount
woods
of people
is
that you
admitting
think
we've
you're
already
gonna draw
lost, and I'm not even going to try. I'm saying fuck y'all. Good luck. You know,
and a commune where you tell people who they can associate with, I also don't think is going to be.
Well, as long as you can obey the rules. The rules are.
Well, apparently there are rules about who you. I don't even like homeowner associations.
We have a moral foundation. So, Jeff, you're not allowed to kill your neighbors. You're not allowed to.
You're not allowed to associate with communists.
You're not allowed to associate with communists because.
Yeah, that's already overreach right there. I have more freedom in the current U.S. than I would have in your community.
One of the rules is we will protect capitalism. It's not for debate. We're not going to say, well, let's try socialism.
We have that now. The United States protects capitalism.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I don't need your. It's not offering me anything that I don't have now.
And if you don't,
it's putting more constraints and restrictions on the freedom I have now. So, what is the selling point of this commune?
The selling point is you keep pretending like I'm disappearing the United States. The United States is still there.
Point. What's the selling point? Name
the selling point is if you love communism so much and socialism, it's everywhere in the United States. You don't even have to look for it. It's at your front door.
No,
so,
we're still primarily a capitalist mixed market economy.
Oh yes,
well, we're living in two different United States. I see very little socialism, and the socialism I do see is good. We have expanded Medicaid.
I know. You think all socialism is good. Okay, but anyways,
what are you talking about? We're not socialists. We're not even close to being socialists.
You don't know what he's talking about.
This government we're in right now is not a socialist government.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay, so
there are people in the government that want it to be, but they're not.
It does not seize the means of production and then centrally plans the economy, correct? That's not our government.
No.
That's not our government. That's right.
Okay, so at no point the government has never seized any of your profit, land, business.
No, the government has never seized my land. No.
Just why don't you just go ahead and
stop
say
paying your property tax.
You want to be a sovereign citizen and just go ahead and be a sovereign citizen person and just like get on with it, man. I mean,
have you ever heard of eminent domain, by the way, Jeff? Do you know what that is?
I've never been eminent domain.
That's never happened in the United States of America.
It has, and it has, and I mean, I think that was fucked up, but I mean, at the same time, fucked up things happen everywhere.
Also, Chris, stop paying your property tax and see who owns your property, and then tell me about you're not in a socialist system where they.
I don't own any property, so I
don't consider that socialist. And if that's your big gripe, just like advocate for that.
It's not pure socialism. We aren't
political process.
We aren't as socialist as North Korea, for example. But are we going to wait until we get to that point and then say, "Oh, maybe we should"?
North Korea is not even
socialist
on
this one.
North Korea is a fascist authoritarian state. They are not a socialist state in any sense.
Fascism is a subcategory of socialism.
Fascism is the end result of all socialist and communist type ideals.
Authoritarianism is a different graph. That's the size.
No,
of
those
power
are all forms of authoritarianism. You have individual freedom and you have authoritarianism.
It's a different. It's
two
a different
political polarities.
axis. That's a different axis on the
No,
graph.
it's not. It's not.
So one topic is economy. The other topic is the size and power of your government. So you can have an authoritarian.
But you have the economies that you're require under socialism, communism, fascism, whatever, etc. It all requires authoritarianism, and it's not just economic; it's social behavior as well. You keep talking about morality.
That's the third axis. That's a whole different topic. So that's why you have to name each three.
Authoritarianism is not an axis; it's a
it is.
It's a means to achieve the values of the societies that.
The axis of authoritarianism is on one end you have authoritarianism, and on the other end you have anarchy. So the extremes are no government or all the government, and so there's little differences in between. You can have slightly less authoritarian governments, but it's still one or the other. The other axis, the other topics is economy. These governments.
Okay, but if you're going to have communism and socialism and fascism, you can't have them on the anarchy side of the axis.
This is where the definitions just get so stupid and annoying. But first of all, communism's red herring. It's not physically possible. It always ends up being an authoritarian socialist regime, which they won't admit it. They just keep calling it communism.
Did I not say? Is that not what I said?
I'm saying, like, there's no point in bringing it up because it's a irrelevant term. So I agree with you, Jeff. The natural outcomes of choosing one or the other is paired together. If you choose authoritarian governments, you're always going to end up with socialism. If you choose a libertarian government, you're usually going to end up with a capitalist economy. But in life, there's these people that always have to complicate things and say, well, it's theoretically possible to have an authoritarian government that enforces capitalism, which is kind of dumb when you think about it, but it's theoretically possible. Anyways, I agree. It's messy, but those are, again, two different topics. You can't.
Well, you know what? Let's have a conversation about meta ethics and peek in on Rowan and John for a little bit.
Necessarily select.
Is this happening right now, or is this pre-recorded?
Yeah, and they're gonna be taking callers later. So we could even
I feel like on a certain level where we're fighting a lot of our natural instincts and ways that we can survive. Like
I think we're fighting a lot of our immediate instincts. Yeah.
Well, I mean, take for example, let's do something super non-controversial and do Israel-Palestine. Okay.
Oh Lord, I'm already.
I think it is almost indisputable.
Did he change his position at all?
And Gaza, say, were isolated nations, like two neighboring islands somewhere that didn't have international attention on them. Israel would glass Gaza. They like.
Okay, I'm done. I've seen all I need to see. He's a brain rotted leftist, super intelligent, but when it comes to that issue, biases, superstitions, cognitive boogeymen everywhere I turn, every side of the spectrum, every panel, every.
Well, at least I know that John.
I feel like I'm the lone.
John would have pushed back on him, so
maybe
or will push back on him. John doesn't take that position, so.
And Jack and Mitch are making up in the chat, and it's beautiful to see.
I was gonna say we need to bring them on here so they can duke it out.
Mitch said he would. Jack's always up on here. We could have our own verbal combat. But they're all getting along now. They're about to hold hands and skip through the flowers.
Yeah, guys, just get come on. Let's see this beautiful moment on camera. Come on, let's make it part of the show. You know, I mean, you can replay the live chat if you go through the replay of the stream, but you know,
I agree with this, Mitch. I don't know if it's directed at me or at Jack, but yeah, no, I absolutely don't think I own the audience at all, and I'm very grateful for any audience I have. You all have the power. I don't intend to get audience captured, but I definitely appreciate and respect your participation. And none of you are obligated to be here. This is all voluntary. So the fact that you're even choosing to spend your time here is very humbling. Yeah, sometimes I troll individual people in the audience. That part is true.
I don't think they're talking to us though.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think they're paying any attention to the stream at all. They are in their own thing right now.
I'm surprised I'm paying as much attention to them as I am.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
So what did you drink, iPhi?
Tea just now, green tea.
It's Socrates. It's a fictional quote from Socrates.
Are you old enough to remember the movie Real Genius, starring Val Kilmer?
With what's his face, Val Kilmer?
Yeah, okay. All right.
It's the immortal words of Socrates when he said, "I drink what?"
I drank what?
I forgot about that movie entirely. So that's
It was like what, mid '80s?
Yeah, no, I remember it now. I don't remember that specific moment in it, but I do remember that.
It was the scene where his professor basically said that he was gonna like fail him because he wouldn't complete the laser weapon program for him or something, and then he like realized he was about to be kicked out of college or whatever, and that was the end of his life and career or whatever. And Mitch came to him and said, "What's bugging you, buddy?" And he was like, "I was thinking of the immortal words of Socrates when he said, 'I drink what?'"
Who wrote it? Was that a John Hughes movie?
Probably. That has that kind of vibe to it.
I don't think that's a John Hughes movie, but
Martha Coolidge.
Whatever.
I think
Yeah,
John
but you're right. It did have that John Hughes vibe.
John Hughes did the other one, Weird Science. I think.
Yeah, that's probably what you're thinking.
Well,
so I never heard the final recommendation. Does the Machine Lies good or bad, or is it like a Fed setup? Or
Machine Lies. You never. The first 2 hours he like talks about philosophy stuff, and then he lets the panel on. So the panel doesn't usually show up until a few hours in. But Machine Lies is chaotic. You never know what you're going to get. It could be anything.
For some reason, Hank kept pointing me in that direction, so I was like, I'll see if I can.
Yeah, it's a very Hank type of panel. But Machine's a cool cat, and it's
I'm good friends.
a lot of the same people that show up on the other panel show up.
I mean, Machine comes on here all the time too, and I'm good friends with Machine and stuff like that. And so
yeah, he's one of our co-panelists.
Yeah, his show itself can be very, very, very good sometimes, and also very, very.
Look at what we got!
Hey,
now we have a battle.
Now we have a
God.
It's great.
Oh God, a battle? What did I
Here, sell lib on your conservatarian.
You better mute me now, Jeff. Just mute me.
Welcome, lib. We found a new friend.
I love new friends. New friends are my favorite.
Hey, Lib, I heard you like libertarians. Would you like to join a party?
I mean, I like parties. I don't like libertarians.
Then you're not a commie because commies are libertarians.
No, American libertarians.
What's the difference?
I'm a real libertarian.
Oh,
I don't like fake libertarians, like American ones.
It's our party, comrade.
I mean, ideologically, libertarianism is a left-wing ideology, so, like, that's true.
Libertarian just means small
out
government.
of the Libertarian Party.
No, American libertarianism means small government. Libertarianism,
universally, humans means small government. It doesn't matter what country you're in.
No, I'm talking about historically. Historically, the people who were libertarians in like the
don't worry
late
about that.
1800s and the early 1900s. I mean, Americans
don't even know what morality means or nature. They can't define shit over here. I blame the English language.
That's not true. I mean, I blame our education system. Our language is awesome. I fucking love English. It's awful, but I love it.
I bet if we learned Latin, we'd be smarter.
Language all works the same way.
No.
No,
it's textual. It doesn't matter if it's Latin, Chinese, whatever. It's still intersubjective. It relies on context and it relies on consensus.
English can't even spell words right. The spelling's all fucked up.
English spells fine.
Spelling has nothing to do with how language works.
Yeah.
Meeson.
Also, learning Latin doesn't make you intrinsically smarter. I should know. I learned Latin in high school.
There you go. Now you're educated.
No, I'm stupid. I'm smooth. My brain is smooth.
Okay,
Zero
are you
wrinkles.
really commie, or are you just trolling and memeing?
I mean, I'm an anarchist, but I mean, most people would describe me ideologically as a communist.
You're one of the few communists that actually know what communism is. So, okay, so explain to me, good sir, how do you centrally plan the economy without a government?
I'm not a fan of central planning.
No. Listen to the question.
Yeah.
In order to be a communist, you have to centrally plan and enforce the economy without the state or government.
Says who?
Says communist. Says Marx. If you've read his books.
I have read Marx, and he does not describe such a thing. In fact, Marx actually does not talk about centralization. In fact,
how do you accumulate the wealth and redistribute it without centrally planning the economy?
Well, you can have decentralized economies.
How do you seize the means of production? Let's start there. How do you seize who is seizing the means of production?
Well, so the seizing of the means of production is a thing that happens via revolution. Very specifically.
Is this the party that's doing it? Like, who is it? Can you name names or?
Oh, I'm not a vanguardist. I'm a reformer. I think that we ought to reform capitalism into a better society, that society being one that is more communist.
Do you see my dilemma here, Lib? I want to join your party. I just need to know how it's physically possible. If you can explain how you, without violating physics.
We keep asking you this, dude.
I mean, the part of the thing is you keep, I guess, like tacking things on. Like, for instance, at least my ideology does not require centralization. In fact, I would argue that mine disqualifies centralization because I'm an anarchist. I'm anti-state. I want to destroy.
Correct. I agreed to that part. I said yes, you are correct. Communists are anarchists. They want.
Man, we're bringing all kind of people.
No, not all communists are anarchists.
Well,
but
the ones that read it.
I would say people who genuinely understand like communist
Lib, I don't want to keep playing name games or word games because I understand some people who call themselves communists are actually authoritarian socialists, and so that makes the
no. Well, not even that. I'm not even saying they're not like real communists or whatever. I just think that they don't have an actual understanding of
that. I know. Don't worry about that. Okay, I'm agreeing with you. You are correct. Communism calls for anarchy. No state, no government. Correct?
No state, not no government. There's a difference between a government and a state.
The state is exactly synonymous with the word government.
It is not synonymous with the word government.
Okay, what's the difference between a state and a government?
A state is an institution. Which has a monopoly on the use of legitimized violence.
And how's that different than a government?
A government is a organization that people create to help society function. Governments are as old as history itself. The state is...
That started with Sparta.
Okay. I understand. You're just gonna, use those terms. Okay.
It's not a word game. It's an important distinction.
No, he's absolutely right. I mean,
I didn't say you're contradicting yourself. I just understand that now you're using it to mean in a different context. That's fine. I'll accept that. Okay, so skipping all that, since we're okay with terms, explain to me how you seize the means of production without the state getting involved.
Well, I mean, the state does get involved.
Of course.
The state does not want the people to seize the means of production.
Okay, and some people feel like that's what qualifies them as the government. Once they have a monopoly of force and they use it to coerce all of the people to turn over all of their, own.
Now, it is worth noting today, America is both a government and a state. the most modern governments are both states and governments, because that's just kind of the way the accumulation of power behind the state goes, and yada yada yada.
Okay, so you think the confusion just arises from some people think that when the state has a monopoly of power and seizes all the means of production, that's not a government, and that's why you still feel good calling it communism, because it's not a government, it's just a state.
No. Opposite, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
governments are fine, states are not.
Oh, okay. Communists are okay with governments, but not states. That's the distinction. Okay.
Well, Lib is. I mean, Lib is an individualist, and he has his own viewpoints and stuff on this, and that's why I respect him so much. If he was a boilerplate communist, we probably wouldn't spend much time talking to him, because boilerplate communists are really boring.
Okay.
As someone who knows lots of communists, fact.
Okay, but same problem.
Lib here is one of the most intelligent people I know, and even though we disagree on things, I absolutely respect him and his intellectual positions entirely. So I'm just saying.
Okay. So words aside, again, walk me through the process where the government seizes the means of production, has a monopoly on power, the coercion to enforce whatever economy they plan.
How does a government enforce without a monopoly on violence?
He already admitted it does. He said it does.
Modern governments do use the state to enforce.
Don't worry about the state.
But in the communist utopia, in your utopia, how would the government enforce?
The same way anything else. I mean, I guess I've said this on the panel before, but it's worth reiterating here.
It's not something that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah,
but I'm still interested, even abstractly.
I just want to know
how a government because the state has enforcement power because it is a monopoly on violence. How does a government enforce? If you have a government but no state, what is your enforcement mechanism?
Your enforcement mechanism is the idea that people want to live in a society.
So you're relying on their intrinsic motivation and compliance. That's that idealized vision of human nature that's such a barrier for me.
I mean, I don't think
at the same time, at least
so you're not ever going to need an enforcement mechanism because people are going to comply with the system always.
Well, no, it's not that you don't need one. It's that your enforcement mechanism is not via force. Your enforcement mechanism is more about I guess more like social mores kind of vibe. Rather than
shaming and guilt and stuff like that, fear.
I mean,
entitlements,
but those aren't
entitlements or encouragements, that sort of thing, like things where almost like that guy that
social engineering, social emotional engineering.
But to be fair, like Lib is, like he said, he's a reformist, and he believes in it's a future kind of world type thing where he's trying to work towards, where he believes in the people actually changing. People changing their hearts and minds over time. And
so like Talcott,
but Talcott's top down. Talcott wants to start at the top and make everything.
I have never actually heard him say that. Like you say that, and other people make that case. I have never heard him say that. I have heard him say that it's going to happen through this spiritual revolution where individuals will all suddenly start to become loving and caring and kind.
But when you ask Talcott, how do we get people starting on that path? He says it starts with the politicians.
Oh, by the way,
he said it starts with us, like going to Congress and speaking in front of Congress.
Not when I pushed him on it.
By the way, Jeff, just for the record, since you mentioned the spiritual element, if there is a proposed communist state in which Jesus is the chairman, I would gladly sign up to that program. So I'm not completely
I can break your brain even more.
Okay.
Not only am I a communist, I'm a spiritual communist.
Ooh, do you believe in Jesus?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so if you can get Jesus the chairman of this communist party, I will willingly join with you. Those are my terms.
I love Jesus. Space.
We got Mitch and Jack. We got iPhi and Lib.
So
I really wish Mitch and Jack would come up here and join this melee that we've got going on here.
But short of that,
ChuckTalcott needs to get over here and see this because this is what he's trying to achieve. We're doing ChuckTalcott's work for him.
But Jeff, short of that requirement, I'm out 100%. Like I won't even debate it because I know what happens when humans try communism.
In fact, I love reading about the early church because early Christians were like basically proto-communists.
Yeah, sell all your stuff and
definitely were
live like hippies. Anyways, Lib, can you give me
communitarians?
Can you give me a real world example of in human history where the system you're describing has happened and was it successful?
I mean, the fundamentals of what I'm talking about are evident in every single society in humankind. Because what it requires is basically just baseline cooperation between communities, which is a thing humans have been doing for hundreds of thousands of years.
Some of them didn't play well together.
No, I mean people broadly have been cooperating with each other. Obviously not. They haven't been cooperating with everybody because there's been lots of conflict. But the thing that distinguishes humans, I think, the thing that how do I want to say this, gives us our power level is over 9,000. Is the fact
over 9,000. Sorry.
Is the fact that we work together. Oh no, you're fine. Is the fact that we work together. That we help each other. It's not completely unique in the animal kingdom, but it's rare to the degree that we do it.
Cooperation, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I think that's what makes us special.
I think that's where my program solved that problem. We definitely encourage cooperation, but we recognize that at some point in time, humans might not cooperate, and so we have systems set up to deal with those situations. We do have a state, by the way, so libertarians have a state and government, whatever you.
No, I know you're hypocrites. I know.
I know.
No, I'm joking. I'm talking about ANCAPs. Libertarians aren't ANCAPs. Libertarians are stated.
You're not entirely wrong. There are plenty of people that claim the term libertarian and actually hold many libertarian viewpoints that are complete hypocrites because they're I mean, but libertarian is a broad term that covers a lot of different people, and that covers a lot of different really viewpoints and stuff like that. Everything from ANCAP to, as you said, iPhi, as you said, social people that are even claim to be socialist in the libertarian camp. So I mean, libertarian is really probably too broad a term for anyone to really claim at this point.
It just means small government. That's all libertarian.
I don't even think it means that anymore. I think I never even turned it. I didn't understand the term libertarian.
I've researched it a bunch because I thought about joining the group, and I kept asking what does this word mean? Will someone tell me? And I looked it up.
Whenever I was growing up, anyway, the term libertarian was only referring to people that believed in personal liberty in the sense that that you had the right to do whatever you wanted as long as it wasn't hurting someone else. That was what I understood libertarianism as for the longest time until the small government thing.
The modern definition filled the slot between anarchy and just your regular run of the mill state government. So the concept is we're trying to get it as small as humanly possible and still function as a legitimate country. So anyways, Lib, fuck, I completely forgot my thought. I almost had a thought.
No, you gotta do that all the time.
I was gonna say something, and then the words leaked out of my head.
Yeah, they just dribble out of your brain
slowly,
and you're like, oh, I lost them all.
Actually, that's what whenever I was younger, that was what gave me the most anxiety. That was I used to have panic attacks about that. I would forget what I was gonna say, and I would have horrible panic attacks when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's horrifying.
Oh, so anyways, I guess I was just trying to persuade you to come to the dark side because we have cookies. But anyways, I understand.
Unfortunately, I've read
a lie. The cake is a lie, man.
I understand your theoretical desire to achieve that system. Mine has more a real life practicality because again, like I said, I was
you have a bunker in the woods and you want to live like the
No, Jeff. One more time, I'll tell this. This is the last time, Jeff. You better listen. The bunker in the woods is not part of my proposition of conservative party. That's my fuck you.
That's not what you told us yesterday, and that's not what you told Dave today.
No, I didn't. I said starting with the forest, I will postpone the bunker.
And
plan.
yesterday you had a militia with guns to.
No, I didn't. I said that's one of the
options. Dude, no, now you're gaslighting.
I said I was saying, do you think we should take all of the militias to the Capitol? Will that make a difference? And y'all said
No,
obviously not. I agreed. I said no, violence isn't.
You painted this little vision of a bunker in the woods, and then you had this militia with guns that was defending.
Not a militia, not a militia. He said all the militias, all of the militias in the country all got together and went to the Capitol with their guns, not to fight,
not to fight, no
fight, show of force, that way they would know we were serious. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And which I said, well, yeah, that's obviously going to start a war right away. They're going to get machine gunned down, and then that's
probably
Also, when you say all the militias, are you talking about like
all the ones that are on our side, the good guys?
All the state militias, or all the like?
No, all the ones on our side, the good guys. The libertarian.
all the ones I like, not the ones I don't.
Because I'm gonna be real with you. Like most of the militias in America, they're not libertarian.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not on our side. They just want to kill black people.
I've observed.
Well, I mean,
I don't think they want to kill black people.
I wouldn't say about killing black people. I said like they like to kill Jews as well. I think they like.
Most
other
true.
people in general.
I'm not talking about those.
That is true.
I'm not interested in race trolling or baiting.
No, I'm saying most militias in America are like formed.
I didn't say like all. That's not what I meant by all. I didn't mean just if you're a militia, you get to join. I meant only the sympathetic ones to the libertarian capitalist movement.
That's weirdly mentioned that. I actually watched. I only kind of half watched it. But I watched this movie the other night that I had on my Plex server that I didn't even know. I don't even know where I got it from. It's called Standoff at Sparrow Creek or something like that. It was really interesting. It was about this militia that where like somebody had that like the cops were looking for one, were like they knew that one of the militia members had like gone to a police funeral and shot up and killed a bunch of people at this police funeral, and they didn't know who it was, and like the whole thing was like this it's kind of like Reservoir Dogs, you know. It was this this interrogation thing amongst the militia members, and it had a lot of interesting political stuff in it. It might be worth watching and talking about sometime.
It was a true story.
What was that?
It was a true story.
No, it was a fictional movie. It was just interesting. It was just I just because we're talking about militias and stuff. I just thought about that because like I never heard of it before. I never saw it. I just randomly hit it on my Plex server, and I
know you guys like to focus on that, but I accidentally brought that up, and I've learned from my mistake. I won't mention militias ever again because Jeff.
Well, that kind of sticks in people's brains when you.
That's a hell of an image, man.
Like I also said unite the clans, and Chris thought I was talking about the KKK, which I was like, no, dude, the other tribes.
I didn't think that's what you were saying. I said I would avoid use of the word clan in YouTube context because
I know.
What clans are you talking about?
The militias, the libertarian capitalists.
Oh.
He meant tribal groups.
The libertarian capitalists who all keep going off to their off-grid bunkers and saying "fuck y'all, I give up" because no one can organize them and get them together.
Well, I mean, usually the reason that they go on off-grid bunkers is because they're wealthy libertarians who don't want to change things because
I know a lot of poor
wealthy
people that are dumping every penny they have into getting off grid and they can't afford it, but they're figuring out
yeah
they're so desperate.
But the people who are off
grid, I kind of like my grid. I don't know.
Until it fails.
Well, sure.
Or until the government shuts it off for you for having the wrong thoughts, Chris.
Well, that's a problem of government. I
agree.
We live in a democracy, though. We can hypothetically change. How the fuck are you, bro? How the fuck are you a libertarian and you think fuck democracy?
A meritocracy is so far above of democracy, we don't even consider it as an option. Democracies are for retards.
It's a constitutional federal republic.
If you held a democracy, Kim Kardashian would be your leader. So think before you act.
Wait, why would Kim Kardashian be my leader?
Because she would win the popular vote, and that's all you need for democracy.
Is she even a thing anymore?
I don't think so.
Just like how Kanye West.
There you go.
He won the popular vote when he ran in 2020. Yeah, because he was so popular. Yeah, no, that is exact.
Although
democracy
to be fair,
is nothing but a popularity contest.
To be fair, Kanye West did try to run for president after he imploded. So I mean, Kanye West might have had
I'm talking about his 2020 run, which was before he imploded.
Really, was that? I think he had already semi-imploded at that point. He'd already gotten his divorce and started acting.
I gotta
crazy.
go. I'll be back if y'all are still on later.
Yeah.
All right. Later, man.
No, he.
Really?
I guess what I'm talking about is his sort of initial, like before his secondary implosion, before his Nazi implosion, which happened.
No,
recently.
this is more like the implosion where he said something about he said something that people thought was racist or something. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, but Kanye West was never that kind of popular anyway. I don't think Kim Kardashian.
No, I'm making a joke.
Although the Rock or Oprah might though.
Probably.
I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, I
they're
don't
well
want
known enough.
Oprah. I don't want either one of them to be president, but I'm saying that they are actually probably popular enough to actually capture some degree of they have like that wide ranging appeal to people for some reason that that gives them like a possibility, but thankfully neither one of them are actually serious about running for office. I was kind of into Matthew McConaughey's like flirtation with running for a minute. He had some interesting things to say. At least it would have been great to listen to him give speeches. Now come on, y'all, can we just stop all this conflict stuff, man? I mean,
imagine Matthew McConaughey trying to deal with Israel Palestine.
I know, it's like, I don't know about this Jew stuff, man. I just all I know is that I stay the same age and they keep getting
younger. Oh God.
In reference to Gaza, I mean.
God.
By the way, Lib, when are we doing our tabletop?
I know, like we really
God,
we really lost.
Yeah, no, it's a little hectic right now. I'm moving right now, and that'll be done in exactly 2 weeks.
Okay,
exactly.
I think
2 weeks.
iPhi plays tabletop too.
Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically once I get moved, just because that's going to be a big thing, I'm going to need to help other people move too. Actually, that was yesterday. I was going out with my girlfriend because I was helping her pack yesterday, and we were like taking stuff out of their office, and after we like pulled some of the desks away from the wall, we noticed like basically the bottom half of the wall was like super fucking faded and like ugly as shit. So we had to figure out like, okay, we need to go get paint. We need to go because like, oh, it's such a fucking.
Oh, so you don't get charged?
No, actually. So it's my girlfriend. It's a condo that my girlfriend owns. She's gonna try and sell it after we move.
Oh.
So we need to make sure that everything's in good shape.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So I guess now Jack has now Jack is in a fisticuffs with Destroyer. Like Jack, let's come up here on the.
Y'all are as bad as what is it, Montague and Tarek, the 60-year-old.
Who's Destroyer?
Come up here on
that
the
are
let's
making videos to fight each other in
I think
public.
he needs a hug. I think Jack needs a hug.
Up here.
Who the fuck's Destroyer?
He's the guy in the comments all the time. I don't think he's ever been on the panel before, but he's a regular.
I think he is a she, actually.
Oh, is it a she? Okay, I'm sorry. My bad.
I'm not sure. I think so.
No intention to misgender. Destroyer sounds like a very masculine name, so I didn't realize.
Didn't mean to misgender, miss.
Oh, apparently Jack is making some bullshit accusations.
Well, I mean I'm not going back to read it all, but apparently, yeah, it's like somebody's I don't know. I'm just saying our chat today has been nothing but like people fighting completely separately from our panel. It has nothing to do with the panel at all.
That's funny. I like
it. There's an entire other stream happening on the side of the chat right now. So on the side of the video right now.
I'm so invested now. I'm like one or two.
I'm trying to get him to come up.
Yeah.
Come on,
Destroyer is the only famous Kiss album.
Jack,
Yeah,
come on.
You're right.
Come on, I will hold Jack back, okay? I know how to.
Jack's connection will hold him back.
That's true.
That's true.
That's very true.
Oh, wait, what's it? So who did you defend us from EBT TV? That's funny. I mean, yeah, that's like the armed forces of the streaming community. That's like our insurgents that come in.
The alphabet people.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, so I think I'm developing an idea of what this conversation was as I'm reading it. So what I think is that, all right, oh God, this is hilarious. This conversation between Neuro and Destroyer is really funny. Also, someone made a mention about my spiritual communist. I do sounds like cookie cutter Christians. Yeah, no. I like drugs and sex and rock and roll.
You know, but back in the day, you know, I can't say the early Christians wouldn't have liked those things either. So you know,
that's true. Given Paul's letters, I do think early Christians did in fact like drugs, sex, and rock and roll. Facts.
And I mean, there are good arguments we make that the Book of Revelations and John and the Book of Revelations were psychedelic inspired. So
almost certainly.
Oh, hello, Mitch.
Hey, what's
Hi,
up,
Mitch.
man?
How's it going, man?
Good,
good.
good.
I saw we've been watching with some interest about the drama over here on the side of the video here. What's going on, man? Like, what's all the hubbub, bub?
Well, it started. I mean, I don't know. It didn't make any sense when it all started, but it all started at TML's when basically. Sorry, I gotta plug my phone in. My battery just let me know it's low, but yeah. So he was calling me an agent, and instead of arguing against whatever I was saying, and you know, there's just been some weird behavior that's all kind of starting to make sense to me, you know, after all of that, because it's, I don't know. I don't even know how to articulate it, but I just glanced over the Destroyer's comments and they made a lot of sense to me. So maybe we're both crazy and
I don't know all the
I think y'all are all everyone on these panels is paranoid.
I'm the only fed. I'm the only fed here. I say it right there on the
True
screen.
facts.
You can see it. I'm the only fed here. I don't know why everybody keeps like pointing fingers at NeuroJack and at everybody else. Like, I mean, I'm the fed. I'm the fed. Okay. I'm
he was pointing fingers at me. So see how the tables get turned and the narrative gets flipped.
No one believes me that I'm a fed, and I'm just sitting here trying to tell everybody I'm a fed.
Right.
Fed, but no one believes me. So.
Well,
because they see your room.
Yeah, that's cover, man. That's called a cover. Okay. Don't you know anything about? Don't you know anything about being a spy? Come on.
Yeah.
No, because I'm not a fed.
No Fed would actually understand movies though, to the degree that Chris does. Well, I do not believe
we do create the movies as psyops. So I think you're wrong on that.
True. Forgot about
they
that.
fed movies into his brain.
Yeah. To try and get him to trick the rest of us normies.
Yeah, we will. I mean, you know, that's how we control everything. You know, we make movies and we control the music industry and we control YouTube and you know, I mean, like we're we are your best friend and your worst enemy. I mean, at the same time, you got to understand, like we all do this all for your protection.
Although Chuck is a secret undercover Tennessee hillbilly. You know what? I can confirm, all right, that Tennessee does have undercover hillbillies. Okay.
Chris is a movie. Instead. I was a screenwriter, though, to be fair. So,
in
fact, wait, Machine was divorced officially. Did he get divorced?
Oh,
I have no idea.
Wow.
Though apparently on a panel, people were like giving shit to his wife.
Well, maybe she actually sent him divorce papers.
Which is, I think, what it seems what Neuro's issue is.
Yeah, I agree. TML needs to confirm it.
Well, I mean, but if anyone would know, Jack would know. I mean, he does. He
I don't. Is Fed his agent like the new ad hoc? That seems such a harmless thing to be called, Fed or agent, and it's starting fights, left hand, right hand.
I don't know. I have no idea why. Like, okay, in real life, okay, touching grass, feds are a thing. Okay,
colloquially disforce. Okay. I get that.
In fact, like they're actually like kind of a big deal in left-leaning activist groups because they're known for infiltrating leftist activist groups. Like they do. That's the thing they do.
Well, the right wing thinks that they infiltrate militias and.
Well, they do. They did with the Gretchen Whitmer thing. The Gretchen Whitmer thing was entirely.
The feds like me, but like my group better than yours.
I mean,
my perspective is you can pretty well assure yourself that every group is, if you're a notable group of any sort, you're infiltrated.
Well, we're not. That's what I understand.
Yeah, no, we're not. Because we're not like a political activist group. Governments don't give a shit about, whatever people.
I don't think they do either. I could be projecting, but my assumption is that we're all a bunch of bored, lonely people looking for other people to talk to. There's not anything sinister behind it, and agents would not be wasting their time with us.
There are some interesting connections.
They are bored.
It is worth noting that that's not to say that there couldn't be any Fed or whatever. Just that like the government doesn't really have an interest in fucking us.
Josh is a Fed. I mean, I've been around this YouTube thing for a while, and there's a lot of Feds, and most of them aren't afraid to admit it. An undercover Fed may be another conversation, but there's a lot of open.
Oh yeah, Joshua Jones is
like somebody's getting paid to hang out on these panels.
No, I think you just mean people that work for the federal government that actually come onto the panels.
That's ridiculous. That's a waste.
Nobody getting paid to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say if that's what you mean by Fed, then there's a lot of Feds. But like what I mean by Fed is like specifically someone who's undercover trying to, at the very least, gain information, because that's kind of the worry, right? Is that it'll be because for what it's worth,
they got AI to do that. I mean,
well, all the commie utopias are being planned on here, so.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. They'll run it all through the supercomputers and tell them their next move, and it's so. I don't know. It's just bizarre to me that people like come around here and act like these social justice warriors and act like they're doing this noble, righteous indignation, whatever agenda that they got going on. And it's just like nobody's that altruistic. It's just the reality of it. And like they're just here to help others, and then they're out there stirring shit up and attacking others. And it's just weird to me how these certain people, they kind of bind together. They don't seem to criticize. They're highly critical of others, but don't seem to criticize each other. And it's just really bizarre to me that if people don't see the connections. But that I am a bit paranoid. I admit that. There's definitely an element of that.
I love your coat, man. You're hella cool coat there. Cool.
Yeah, I do too. The hoodie.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that's cool shit.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I think a certain level of paranoia is healthy, but
no, I think it is.
Yeah, it's like surfing that line between.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, I think there's some mental health stuff in several of you. I've voiced that before. I think Jax has some paranoia too.
Paranoid enough to believe in the bourgeoisie, not paranoid enough to believe that the bourgeoisie are Jews.
You know,
I think Jack. I don't know. I think Jack might believe.
I don't think he does. I think he's teetering on the edge just based off a couple conversations, which is a little disconcerting. You know, that
he's not.
I don't know his background, but as someone with PTSD myself, I see some signs of some PTSD somewhere in the back.
Look, everybody I deal with on all these panels.
Everybody got trauma.
You're all mentally ill. Okay?
Yeah, true.
I agree.
Including myself. And if you weren't mentally ill, I wouldn't be interacting with you. So
probably.
So take it. So when it comes from me, I'm saying it with all love and as a compliment, really, because I don't find quote unquote normal people very interesting or worth interacting with.
Mad pride.
That's all I have to say. I mean, about that, because yeah, we're all a little crazy, and if we weren't all a little crazy, then what fucking boring place would this be? True. I mean, like I've said, this has become my something I've been thinking for a long time, but I've been saying it a lot more lately. I really do believe that human beings, we rely to a certain degree on conflict and dysfunction, and without those things, humanity would just kind of shrivel up and die. I don't think that any world where conflict didn't exist would be a world that would be devoid of progress, would be devoid of. If we actually ever reached the goal of a perfect society, it would kill all society. I mean, the reason chaos agents get naturally introduced into the system out of necessity to keep the system going.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think if ChuckTalcott had his perfect society, people would find stupid shit to fight about. Once he achieved that stasis of peace, because they do it now. Even in the Panelverse, they find little tiny stupid minutia to fight over. Because I think conflict is necessary to society. I don't think you can have a society without it. Because if you don't have it, people are going to find it. They're going to make it over the tiniest little things.
Which is why I'm everybody I'm friends with, I have some degree of conflict with, but it's friendly conflict. It's friendly, we have friendly conflictory discussions, and we ignore about argue, not ignore, we argue about certain things, and we get a little animated and a little heated sometimes, but at the end of the day, we're all friends. We all go home. We'll go back to our things, but it's good because every single time we have these conflicts, it sharpens our viewpoints. It brings it. If no one ever just disagreed with anything I said, my intelligence, my overall opinions, my viewpoints, they would never get any better. They'd never get any more. They'd never get any better than they started. They would always stay the exact same. Everything would be stagnant, and stagnance leads to impotence. I mean, I'm talking about literally. You want to see the children of men world come around, the world where people can't have babies. I think that without conflict, I think the entire human race would become sterile and just die out. I honestly believe that.
True.
It's just the way it is. I mean, I don't support wars. I don't support. I don't want to see children killed. I don't want to see anything like that.
No, but conflict is a very broad term. Hell, sports are conflict. Okay, the two basketball teams are in conflict.
Debates are conflicts. Politics are conflict.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people out there that want to talk about this world without conflict, this ideal peaceful utopia where no one ever fights, no one's feelings ever get hurt, and stuff like that.
I don't think that's not even utopian talk. That's like fairy talk.
Yeah, but that is
technically so is this stateless government world too. Where everybody
stateless governments have existed in humanity before.
Without enforcement, where people just on the national level.
not on the national, not in large populations, because what we're talking about is basically the earliest forms of human civilization were like communal. They were.
I mean, I'm all for something like community agreements, but that takes a certain level of
but they didn't have a state
sophistication to even participate in that.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm a reformer.
I mean, you guys. I mean, you guys do realize that the term utopia comes originally from Sir Thomas More's book Utopia, which is more or less a satirical work.
Well, it comes from Greek. It's a Greek word. It comes from Aristophanes.
Well, it's popular usage. Its popular usage was a satirical idea about this place called Utopia, where everything.
It was making fun of Socrates and the Republic, which was not a true utopia either, because that was not Plato's purpose.
Which is also hilarious because I love the Republic in order to make fun of it, because it's batshit crazy.
It's a thought exercise. It's
no,
not,
it's
a vision for society.
Yes, that is.
It's a tool for examining what justice is.
Yeah, or what just rulership is. Like how you would come to the conclusion of just rulership. There are a few sections in that on that too, which I think is important.
I want to I looked up the Wikipedia, and because I've read this before and I couldn't remember recently, but the actual description of the utopia in the book Utopia is actually kind of hilarious. Each city has not more than 6,000 households, each family consisting between 10 and 16 adults. The 30 households are grouped together and elect a Syphograntus, which more now is called a Phylarchus, which every 10 Syphogranti have elected a Tyrannosaurus, more recently called a Protophylarchus, ruling over them. The 200 Syphogranti of the city elect a prince in a secret ballot. The prince stays for life unless he's opposed or removed for suspicion of tyranny. And people are redistributed around households and towns to keep the numbers even.
What the fuck?
Where'd you get that definition?
That's hilarious.
It's from a book that Thomas More wrote called Utopia back in
it's
1516.
Yeah, it came out in 1516. Yeah,
that's hilarious. I love that.
It's not redistribution of wealth, but redistribution of people.
Which I will say is very funny. Also, misses the fundamental. I mean, this is a satire, so it's not actually.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a satire.
Real attempt, but I mean, shuffling around people is, I think, bad because I think you should just let people live where they want to live.
Mm-mm. I want them shuffled. There are certain people that are not coming on this stream.
Okay,
I believe
that's a community thing. That's a community thing. We're talking about society. We're talking about society as a whole, though.
Well, how do you separate society as a whole from the communities that make it up? Are you talking about open borders?
I mean, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. I was not talking about borders.
No, we haven't transcended nationalism yet.
I know.
We need our.
Can I at least just?
Yeah,
can I
you
suck
can
my
opium. I mean,
can I suck my
agree.
opium, please?
I would like to believe that world could exist once again, but right now we're not there. And right now, it's really and really, it really wouldn't be as big of a deal if people were more open to the idea of just going through. I don't know if people were more open to actually reforming immigration to a point where we could actually have a common sense immigration system where it wasn't a decades long process to even immigrate into some place or something like that. I mean, but and America's immigration is way more open than every other country just about on the planet. You can't just move to France. I mean, unless you're rich, unless you're Johnny fucking Depp, you can't just go to France and become a citizen. You have to have a really fucking good reason or some sort of. You have to have a use to society. They have to have a lack of a doctor. You have to, if they have a lack of brain surgeons and you're a brain surgeon, you might be able to get a citizenship in France, but that's the only way. I mean, I'm just saying we allow people immigrate a lot more easily. I would and I like immigrants. I am myself by technicality. I am a second generation immigrant. I am the son of an immigrant myself. So
based.
Welcome. Everybody here is. That's why the national pride thing just throws me off. I don't get it because what they're really prideful about is the corruption that they claim to be opposing. So
Yeah.
It's
Right.
I'm not prideful about the corruption, but I do love our system of government. I do love what the United States.
I do think
has
it's weird. I do
developed.
think it's weird when people like escape like the
That's
country
weird.
they came from. They like come here as a refugee, but then they want to have pride for the country they came from. I think that's a little weird. You know, like you escaped. I don't know, whatever communist like or like
Yeah, you escaped the situation, but you're still attached to your cultural values, and so you don't give that up. So you can be attached to your cultural heritage, even if you're a refugee from that particular government or state or whatever.
You're right. You're right.
Or hell, even if you're American. Actually, especially if you're American. If you're American, you should definitely hold on to your cultural ideals because that just improves the culture that I exist in. And yeah, truth.
What are American cultural ideals like Coors Light and barbecue?
Freedom, man. Turn it up.
I mean, actually, unironically, the idea of individual liberty is a pretty core tenet.
Although also Coors Light,
individual rights,
also Coors Light and barbecue. Yes. No, I would replace Coors with Bud Light.
I would replace with Shiner.
Wow, now you're really woke. Now you're really pushing that woke agenda, huh? Bud Light struggling.
I'm woke as fuck.
I would replace it with Shiner Bock personally because I think it's much better beer.
Fed confirmed. We got a Fed here, NeuroJack. Where you at?
I told you I'm a Fed. I have it on the screen. God,
well, that's why I'm not worried about you.
Also, God, the chat just got so fucking what is it? Parasocial. Oh my God. Was it
I haven't even looked at chat.
We aren't even friends.
I don't get it.
Jack, just come up on the panel. You've clearly got enough time to type this much, so you can come on the panel and talk.
Yeah, you guys were talking about Jack and his utopia a while ago.
ChuckTalcott, yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard Jack talk about how he wants to walk like Martin Luther King. The problem is he wants to be at the top without doing the work below it.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He's he's a top down. Yeah.
The top of what? The top of the corruption?
Yeah, he's got
Where would his role be at the top?
He's got no plans.
No, because Jesus is gonna like come in and take everybody over
and probably possess. And Jack's probably possess Jack, so he becomes Jesus.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, he thinks he's the second coming. He thinks he's Christ.
I don't think he thinks he's a second, but I think he thinks he's the prophet of some coming.
Yes.
They teach that in AA, I think, right? That you are God's.
No, they do not.
You have a higher power.
Yeah, you do have to submit to a higher power in AA. That's true.
Not the group I belong to. We kept it real. We didn't get into all this psychobabble crap.
That's good. That's good.
Imagine believing in God and then submitting to Him. What cuck behavior!
What?
Yeah.
Worked for a lot of people, bud.
See, the real ones know that when
I can't even submit to Satan because I'm so aware he's like a creation of my own imagination.
It's hard and also because Satan wouldn't respect you anymore.
And then submit to it without being aware that it's your own self.
Now, Jeff, did anybody give you permission to talk yet?
Me? On my own show?
You seem to be running into that a lot here lately.
Oh yeah, there's a few channel Karens that I don't know. I don't come from a culture that does that, so I don't know where that they do it a lot up here. They try to micromanage the conversation. I can't stand that shit. This is
even was that Speaky or where were we at when somebody was trying to shut you up last night?
Joe on Flow State it happened, and then Speakeasy that Neve girl that transsexual.
Flo gets a bunch of fucking. Flo gets a bunch.
It wasn't Flo himself. It was.
No, I know. I'm saying Flo gets a bunch of crazies. That's
what happened to Flo last night.
Lanza guy does it.
What happened to Flo last night? He got smoked by everybody because he was.
Well, Flo was being. First of all, he came in. He kept lying and getting busted on his lies, and he kept doubling down. He lied 3 or 4 times and got caught. And then he took really dumb, stupid positions that were so easy to poke holes in. He kept.
Oh yeah. He kept digging deeper.
And I kept trying to help. I'm like, Flo, this is embarrassing. You're sinking yourself. Stop. And he just kept doing it more and more.
So would you say he rage quit?
Yeah, no, he must have.
I don't know what happened. He just
What was the
dropped off.
conversation about? What was he so fucking wrong about? How?
One of
about
it was circumcision. He has this idea that like circumcision 2-year-old infants gives them lifelong PTSD
2-day-old
trauma.
infants. 2-day-old infants.
And the Florida election.
Oh,
that
fuck
Jeb
yeah,
Bush,
it does, man. This is a terrible thing. Come on.
No.
I sure don't
Especially the way
remember.
they used to do it. I don't know if
They
I don't know
use
if they still do it like-
anesthesia. It's within 2 days of birth. It's a small little piece of skin.
They didn't use anesthesia before, did they? That's
Well,
newer.
see, Jeff,
I'm sure
Jeff, I got scared when they came at me with the chainsaw to do it.
I heard my shit was brutal, man.
Right, me too.
I've seen it. I've seen it done once before, and it was like the baby cried for 3 seconds. Maybe it was not like I've seen babies cry harder whenever when a toy got taken away from them.
Yeah,
no way.
It's got to have an effect on the nervous system.
If circumcision is that traumatic, then taking a toy away from an infant is the equivalent of actually assaulting them in some way. So.
I do think the core problem with circumcision is not that it hurts or whatever. The real problem is that it is a medical procedure done on somebody without their consent, and it's like something is being removed from them without their knowledge.
They're a child. They don't have consent.
What? Wait, hang on, Chuck. Whoa, hang on. You need
infants don't have consent. I agree.
You're out of your mind if you think infants have consent powers.
Oh no, they don't. That's my point. They don't. So you shouldn't.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the other way.
No,
You're saying they should have consent.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying what it is.
None of that addresses adult circumcision, like in the Jewish and I think Muslims.
No, I think adult circumcision's fine. Adult circumcision's great. Okay.
Or not adult, but like 13 or something.
Or yeah, whatever. If you're old enough to consent to it, yeah.
Oh, don't give me that.
What? No,
it's a minor procedure. It doesn't harm anything. It doesn't take anything away from a person.
Sure it does. You're cutting their skin out.
Not the issue that
it literally does take something away from someone. But that's not my point. My point primarily is that I don't think that people should have okay, we can talk about circumcision all day long, but really it's a religious practice. The medical reason to do a circumcision is negligible at best. It's a religion/cultural reason
But it makes penises look better, though, according to every woman I've ever spoken to. So, I mean, come on, you're
No.
talking about.
I agree. I think circumcised penises look better than uncircumcised penises. Aesthetically, I am for it. Okay, aesthetically.
You're a penis model.
I'm just an average penis enjoyer.
All right.
Jack, why are you typing? Hey, look.
Conversation turned left real quick. Sorry.
Hang on. Let's do this.
All right. Oh hell no! What's up? What's up, Mitch?
We're gonna fight, I guess. I think we pretty well worked it out, but you want to come at me, bro?
No, I mean I'm happy to address whatever your initial problem with me is. I mean, I totally understand why people call me fed, whatever. I mean, it doesn't bother me because it's the kind of rhetoric and logical traps that I'm leading people into. Of course, it's going to seem that way if you don't know what my motive is, which is why I tell people if they ask me, "What's your motive?" Okay, well, I'm a Christian, I'm a anarchist. And I don't see a lot of productivity in the dialectics that people are trapped in. So, and I don't know exactly what we should do about it. I'm just trying to find the holes in the logic and the morals, and then let's go from there. I mean, I'm hanging out with a Satanist, right? But the thing is, I can have a productive conversation with the Satanist who will take a different side of the argument from a, internally a logical standpoint, And so it produces, in my opinion, it produces a, a framework in which people can kind of like examine the problem that we're getting at, right? So yeah, and it just like with like when I say like my political solution is people go try to get involved in your political process if you believe in it. And I think that like Mitch, you can speak to this, like if you actually go and learn how it works, maybe you'll be effective, but also you'll see that like there's a lot of people who abuse the system, like corporations and stuff like this. The difference is people say, well, the corporation is bad, or rich people are bad, or Bill Gates is bad. And it's like, okay, well, they're bad, but they're smarter than you because they're using the system to their advantage. So either A, compete with them, or B, get away from the system, or C, I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, complaining about it won't do anything. So where do we go from here? You see what I'm saying? Like, does that, I understand that people would take that as, oh, that's a Fed. Okay, I understand that. But the point is, like, I don't tell people to go and do something illegal. I never would do that, right? I'm telling people, like, let's follow the logic and see where it takes us. Let's follow the morals and see where it goes. And then based on where that takes us, we can go somewhere from there, right? That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, well, I think the system's fucked up, but it's due to our negligence. But at this point, I don't think there's a way to fix the system, you know?
I pretty much agree with you. I mean, that's kind of why I'm saying, like,
I thought you were going to
like,
fight.
well, I mean, I'm sure we can find something that we would fight about, but I'm saying, like, on this specific issue, like, I tell people to get involved because I think that it will actually give people a realistic, understanding of what they're looking at, right? Like if you think that you're going to vote for Trump and then Trump is going to do something for you, I think that's a very unrealistic approach, right? Like I don't think that's going to work. But maybe if you went to your local city council meetings and you said, hey, I don't want this Agenda 2030 coming in, it's probably not going to work, but it will force people to have to respond to your questioning, right? And then from there, you'll kind of see like, okay, this person is obviously being dishonest. Why would they do that? And see that from there, you can make another inference that may or may not be true. But my point is, at least you'll have a more accurate understanding of what's going on around you rather than, well, getting Trump elected didn't work, so let's go to the J6 and let's show up there and let's analyze what the police said. Like, look, I'm not saying that that's wrong or he shouldn't do that. But what I'm saying is, to what end? I mean, you can understand the way that PSYOP worked, but if you're not looking for the next PSYOP coming, or you're not taking a proactive role of like understanding the situation that you're in, like Mitch just said, like, I don't really think that we're going to fix the system because, like you said, I think too many people are negligent and they're dishonest about it. They don't want to look at themselves in the mirror and say, it's not Bill Gates' fault, it's my fault because I didn't take responsibility and my parents didn't take responsibility, my grandparents didn't take responsibility. You know, like, we're going to have to admit that to ourselves. And if we don't do that, then guess what? All the complaining in the world is not going to matter, because if you go to a meeting with somebody who has leverage on you and you don't have any leverage for you or your community or your family or whatever you want to look at it from, then it doesn't really matter, right? And I think, Mitch, you've been through the system. You know what it's like. And I saw my family, my mom, my dad, everybody go through the system and get railroaded. Why? Because they didn't have an accurate depiction of the situation that they were in. They just get thrown around like a rag
Part
doll.
of that is educating yourself, like being an educated citizen.
Well, yes, but my point is, like, it's very hard and painful. Ask Mitch. Like, I've only heard a few minutes of the story. It's hard. It's really hard.
It's a difficult process, and I don't think most people are capable of it, if even willing. It's just the reality of it. We don't have a system that's developed to where we can be independent and care for our sick and elderly, you know. So in a sense, as a part of society, you know, we need the system there. We're just going to have pure chaos because it keeps a lot of people, you know, where they can manage their lives and get by, you know. So that's a responsibility, a burden we can't take on as being independent of that. So, you know, I think that where we have to be able to make change is to not feed that system. You know, we can't feed that system unnecessarily. You know, just by funding it and.
Yes, correct. I think the people. I think if you.
ChuckTalcott streaming.
I think if people want to feed the system, they need to have a very morally consistent evaluation of that, right? So many people just go and do it without.
We're all going to have different ideas about what's broken about the system, if anything. The system is very fluid.
Yes, but here's the thing: if you make it a personal accountability issue rather than a systemic thing, that's a very different framework, right? You have to make it personal.
My message. How many times have I talked about internal versus external locus of control? Absolutely, personal agency.
That's why you and I are in agreement most of the time, because you take that into account.
Well, theoretically, the system's perfect, because if it does you wrong, sorry, I was just gonna say, I was just gonna say it's perfect because if it does you wrong, you can make a claim, and get.
Yeah, there is an accountability process.
It's not perfect, but
it's not. But that's what we got to work on. And there's definitely room for improvement, but it's definitely it is perfect. It's just we've gotten lazy, so we don't know it.
Are y'all talking about?
Correct. I agree with you, Mitch.
Yeah, you got to remember the system is made of individuals. It's only as good as any individual component within. The system.
I totally agree, and I think that's where people think that I'm being a fed. I'm like, no, I'm just saying, like, rather than say, well, the cops are corrupt. It's like, yes, the cops are corrupt, but
not all
people, the system in which they exist.
Any segment of society is going to have some degree of corruption in it. That's just a given.
Yes,
with
but
a society as large as ours.
Yes, but my point is both sides are corrupt. People are corrupt.
Yeah,
everybody is corrupt to some degree.
A group of people, you're going to have corruption.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
And power corrupts absolutely. So that's why you take the power away from them. So it's
be careful.
Absolute power corrupts.
Be careful.
Well,
and we have ways to take it away.
Well, but that's the problem is you have to seize power to take away power, and then you become the monster that you started against.
By seizing power, do you mean winning elections? That's a dramatic.
No, I'm not saying that. Look, I'm not making an actual prescription. What I'm saying is necessarily in the statement he's saying we have to take power away. Well, in the act of doing that, you have to enact power, aka violence. And so my point is, it's a self-detonating logic. You're going to have to do the thing that you're saying you're against.
No, you give power through your vote, and you take away power through your vote. That's all I'm talking about.
Well, you can look at it that way.
I disagree with it. Sorry, I got to try and articulate this because I don't think you get power with violence. I think that's exactly what they want. They have better weapons.
No, I agree. I agree. That's the point that I'm making. I know that I'm not doing it very well. That's the point that I'm trying to make. No, you're good. No, this is what I'm saying. Like, I try to be careful what I'm saying because it's so easy to get misconstrued what I'm trying to get at. I agree with you. That's my point. That's why I say I'm an anarchist. Anarchist means you don't have the right to enact violence without proper cause. Now the issue becomes, what's the proper cause? Right?
You tell them to stop busting out the windows on May Day.
Non-aggression pact. Let's go.
It's
exactly.
Yeah, self-defense. I agree with self-defense, but that's not necessary. Violence and self-defense to me are different.
I agree. No, I agree. But that's my point. Is people use the term power without actually looking at what that means, because enforcement always comes down to the monopoly on force. So then you have to decide under what circumstance does someone have the monopoly of force. We all agree or should agree to self-defense, but outside of that, it gets very gray area very quickly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Self-defense doesn't look like in reality going up to city council and expecting them to enact the change that you see.
I understand that, but the reason I make that argument is because, and look, I'll just make this directly pointed at Truther and Destroyer because they're misconstruing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're looking at J6 and I don't know what their motive is. I'm just saying, to me, from the outside looking in, it's like you're looking at how a million people got psyoped to go to Washington D.C. Right? I understand that, but here's the thing: is like, why did they get psyoped into it? Because they thought that the election was going to change the outcome of the situation that this country's in, and I don't think that that's true. I don't believe that at all.
Well, that's what's in those indictments that Trump's about to go to trial for.
It's actually worse. They got psyoped into thinking that like the revolution was on their doorstep, and that they just had to do it. And,
yeah,
and
I feel sorry for a lot of those people.
No, and look, the left, and no offense, Liv, but you guys got psyoped too because like you think that Trump is worse than Biden because Trump might push the nuke button. And look, I'm just saying both sides are getting psyoped.
I think Trump's worse than Biden, not for that reason, but
no, I just like Trump for different reasons than most people too. But I'm just saying like this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Like I'm trying to show people like, hey, both sides of the coin are getting psyoped. You're both thinking that that the stakes are high, but which they are very high, but you're not taking into account technology. You're not taking into account like if you want the system to be better, you're going to have to take a lot of personal responsibility. And like Mitch was saying, it's going to fucking suck. Right? But people don't want to say that, of course, because guess what? You're not going to make money telling people, hey, you're going to go through 10 years of shit and hell, and you're going to lose your job, and you're going to lose your house, and you're going to have to, right?
Funnily enough, people make a lot of money doing that. That is, in fact, around 2019 and 2020, that was like Tim Pool's whole shtick, was the Civil War shit.
It's still a shtick. What are you talking about? He's doing it to this day.
Wait, is he
seriously? No, he talks about Civil War to this day. I mean, last time I watched him, I haven't watched him in a long time. But
yeah.
I mean, it's been like at least 6 months since I saw anything. The last time I watched him was whenever we had the debate with that awful bitch from
from Majority Report. Yeah.
Yeah. That was like that was shit sandwich and turd Sunday together against each other. So I mean, but I mean, he still talks to Civil War to this day. So I mean, like that's not even changed.
Yeah, that's his work. Yeah, and that's
one thing I will say though, real fast about Trump versus Biden. At least it would be entertaining to watch Trump push the button as opposed to
that
Biden.
is true.
Biden would just
that
kind
is
of
true.
on it.
Well,
I thought we were going to have a peaceful national divorce, and we don't need a civil war.
Oh, there's no such thing as
national
divorce.
Peaceful national divorce.
That's a fantasy.
Well, the truth is, like,
that's like Texas thinking they're going to vote to secede from the union. You're like,
oh my god,
yeah, fuck no.
Well, the truth is, but that's why they keep you in all these like side issues and side things because it's much like I was talking about earlier. Like, let's just take the Bill Clinton thing because that's old, right? People were so focused on his personal habits in the White House rather than why are we involved in Kosovo? Why are we selling out our sovereignty via economics, right? See, people don't want to get that addressed.
Are you anti the intervention of the Albanian genocide?
I'm anti us getting involved without actually understanding what's going on.
For what it's worth, it wasn't just us; it was NATO. So that is
exactly. I don't think that we should have some like NATO necessarily involves the annexation of the sovereignty of the American people. Like, let's just be honest about that.
Can I propose a pretty low standard? How about we be anti-world police and anti-proxy wars with Russia?
No, and look, and I think you could justify us being quote unquote the world police, but guess what? They're doing a terrible job of justifying that.
Yeah,
Can we start by not being the world police? Can we see if that helps? This
we do have some self-interest in certain areas, and
we have a lot. It's usually because of self-interest. We're not doing it to be the good guy.
Well, it's not. See, here's the problem. You're saying our self-interest. There is no our self-interest as a country. Right?
I have no interest in foreign police.
I don't either. I think we should pull all the money out of all that shit. But at the same time, the way we're doing it is not because we want to be world police.
When China or Russia comes knocking on our front door, then I have an interest in our military.
They're not going to knock on our front door. Anyone who's like fucking whining about some like big conventional war, no. World War III will be over before you know it's started.
I would like our National Guard to start enforcing our border. That would help get started in the right direction.
Nah, cringe, open borders.
It's not our border.
Oh, come on, Lib. Even open borders are not a good idea right now.
You're complaining about the corrupt government. You know, again, you know what I'm saying, and that just doesn't do any good. It just puts you in the position as a belligerent and a combatant, and that's exactly what they want.
Exactly right. I 100% agree with what Mitch said right there. Yep, exactly right.
I have a peaceful solution for you, but it involves work.
What is it? I'm happy to hear.
I'm sure it won't include
It's
any
a faux
violence.
Amish community that we start the best government possible.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was what he was going to say.
What community? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the
It's a
term.
faux, meaning not real. It's not an identical copy of the Amish community. It's copying their system of being a coherent community that's off-grid and self-sustaining.
You might as well start the conversation like, "Hey guys, do you like farming?"
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of farming.
Question: Can I bring my machine gun and my copy
Yes,
of ChuckTalcott?
everyone is going to be well armed
Bring your
in the
militia.
conservatarian society.
I'll bring
That's
my
a solution, and you wouldn't be the first to try it.
And in fact, that's how we are going to slowly replace the federal government, because they shouldn't have a monopoly on the arms. So
Where do
the
they come
citizens
from?
of the country should have the right to defend their own land, including helping their own neighbors. So like if your neighbor starts getting invaded, you can get all your neighbors together and get all their guns together and fight off whoever's trying to butt their way in.
But what happens? What happens when a bigger
constant
organization?
military-industrial complex policing the world and costing us tens of trillions of dollars, which we don't have, by the way. And
well, money isn't real, so.
But you keep identifying with them and then claiming to want to be identified as independent. You know,
Money may not be real, but it does.
I don't want to do my own shooting.
I'm just
you keep saying we and our, are you identified with them or are you independent of them?
I'm peacefully coexisting with them until the population moves from one group to the other.
Well, do you see how if you change your perspective and stop using the terminology of we and our and identifying with that corruption, well, for lack of better words, you know, that just completely changes everything, completely changes the conversation.
Well, there's definitely opposing teams. I'm not saying everyone is welcome.
I agree with
it's not
you there,
just
Destroyer.
any random person.
No, I don't think if you take the position of opposition, then you are a belligerent combatant.
Well,
and you do not want to be an enemy of the state. You do not want to fight the government.
I agree with Mitch.
The opposition would start, the first people that would not be welcome are, first of all, anti-Americans, people who are currently residing in the United States who.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
iPhi to tell us how evil and disgusting our country is.
Let me say this really quick. Hold on. Yeah. First of all, Destroyer, it depends on what your goals are. Number one, second, I agree with Mitch and iPhi. Let me tell you why. You say that last point that you said right there again. I want to directly respond to that. You said anti-American people, right? Well, here's the problem. A lot of anti-American people, a lot of pro-American people have been so fucking psyop that they are a part of the problem. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times I use, hold on. A lot of times I use the term we a lot, and people like Mitch rightfully call it out. I'm doing it in a rhetorical fashion to show the implications of what happens when you use those terms, right? I understand that's why people like Mitch think that I'm an agent, but I'm doing it for demonstrative purposes. I'm not doing it because I actually believe but it depends. It depends on how you qualify we. We as humans, we as Christians, we as Americans, we as libertarians, we as anarchists. It depends on who you define as we. So a lot of times I'm trying to get someone to define who do they mean by we,
Jack,
because then you. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying you have to define who you mean by we first, and then we can go from there.
Perfectly clear. There's no gray area in my terms, and that's why I make it so clear. It's not like some of the socialists are welcome or some of the authoritarians are welcome.
But look, a lot of people who are pro. But look. You're missing the point. A lot of people who are pro-America say I'm pro-America. Oh, and by the way,
I don't care if you claim.
Wait, look,
pro-American.
I know, but that's my point. You need to evaluate who
I've
you
drawn
mean.
the line. I've
Wait,
drawn the
but
line
look.
saying if you want to,
Okay,
if you want
well,
Americans
look,
that function,
wait.
Just let him finish the points so the conversation can progress, please.
Yeah, let me finish my sentence. Like, I'll give you an example here in the panel. Jeff is a pro-American right-wing guy from his own point of view, right? Now, if I want to get Jeff to come into your vision of conservatarianism, you have to compete with the fact that he thinks that Israel and United States have a shared interest. But he's a pro-American. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, and in my system, he has perfectly 100% free will to spend
No,
all
I
of
can't
his
hang out
time,
with communists. You've already told me that.
all of your time and
Like Lib
resources.
and I couldn't get together for board game night.
Jeff, you can spend all of your time and energy fighting for Israel. You can spend all your money over there. You can buy weapons for them. You can
He doesn't want to.
take up arms and go fight for their military. That won't violate any deal you have with our homeland.
I have all that now. I don't need your there's nothing that I don't have now that I need your commune for.
There's a whole, but it's almost like
No,
black
in
and white.
fact, it sounds more restrictive and less free than what I have
No,
now.
Jeff. See, I just told you.
Okay, you're just gonna have to go rewind the stream because you told me more than once you can't hang out with communists.
You can hang out with communists. You just can't bring them into our country. And
Okay, well, I can bring them into my house now, and in your commune, I could not bring them into my house. So
okay,
that's
and if
less
your
freedom.
communist buddies say,
You're
"Hey
not
guys,
sell-
let's
you're
go
not
down to the
selling it
city
very
hall
well.
and start causing some trouble,"
It's an
let's
inferior
start some
product to what I
socialist
have now.
revolution.
So learn the market.
Then you're not welcome. You're welcome to have. You can peacefully assemble with your communist buddies or your devil worshipping buddies. I don't care.
Just not in your commune.
I don't care what you do, as long as you don't
You do
violate our rule of
You do
law.
care what I
Which is exactly how the country is now.
No, it's not. It's not even.
Yes, it is.
remotely
Wait.
We,
Let me just say this really
whenever
quick.
comments about looping, we absolutely are looping it.
Let me say this really quick. This has been a demonstration of how I get called an agent because I make a moral argument. I pick two people who I know what their moral argument is. I have them fight about it. Now I'm a fed because I made people argue about the moral problems with their argument.
But Jack,
I've just displayed. Look.
Why does it bother you to be called a fed, though? Just
I
say
don't
that.
care. My point is, I'm
you
demonstrating. Let me finish my sentence.
time-
I'm
it's time,
demonstrating how it happens right here for everybody to see. Now you have an example. Go make a video. Call me a fed. I don't care. The point is, I'm showing you in real time why I'm doing what I'm doing.
I know, but it's time. It's time to stop the game,
Chris,
man.
I'm not
Me and you.
responding to you. I'm talking to the people in the chat.
I know. I'm joking, dude.
I
I'm
know.
just playing around, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep some sense of levity here. That's all.
I know. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just gonna be like, dude, it's time to come clean, man. We're both feds, you know. We're both
Yeah,
feds, man.
it's
We're
just
feds.
like,
Like,
we're all-
Well, see, here's the problem. I don't like to joke about that. when it's actually like we're talking about something that's, this is actually a very serious conversation we're having here. So I don't want to muddy it.
Good news, Jack. In my country, there aren't any feds, so you don't have to worry about being accused of one anymore.
I want to make a skit about like a militia or something getting together, and they're all planning some sort of revolutionary thing, and then one of them's like, I just found out you're a fed, and then he's like, well, you can't be the fed because I'm the fed, and then it turns out they're all feds.
They're all feds. Oh my god.
It was the feds all the way down.
Look, I want to be on a panel with 9 other feds. I don't see a problem with feds. I'm not taking a position of being against feds, right?
I agree. I agree with Mitch. Exactly right. Mitch actually understands what I'm doing, and I think most of the rest of the people don't actually understand what I'm getting at.
I have a problem with authoritarian government. So
you hear that, NSA? I don't have a problem with feds.
Wait, who said
I
that?
think
Was that iPhi?
Yeah, me.
The authoritarian that's telling me who I can hang out with and have in my house?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, just clearing that up. It's like Mad Hatter shit, level shit.
No, I have standards, Jeff. That's what you're confusing.
Yeah, but you're also trying to
heavy
enforce your
standards like me
standards on
controlling
mine
your
and make them
thoughts.
be my standards, and instead of letting me
I'm
self-determine
not
my own
controlling your
standards.
thoughts, Jeff. I'm just saying, like, in order to have
Hey,
any
you're trying to
sort of
control my actions. That's authoritarianism.
Yeah,
That's
I find
less
if you were,
free than what I currently have here in the United States. I don't need your
No, you
buffer.
don't. No, you don't.
I do have a question.
Yes, I can have Lib over to my house right now without people telling me I can't.
The right to self-determination is fundamental.
You don't have the right to 100% of your profits. You do
Yeah,
not
hey
have that
Lib,
in
you want
this
to come
country.
over tonight? We can
Yeah,
do board
hell yeah.
games.
We can just
Yeah. See,
hang out,
nobody has the ability to stop. But in your
iPhi,
commune, you could not do
iPhi,
that.
I have a recommendation. If you want to make a better argument, you should stick with the one about the slippery slope. I think that's a much stronger argument than.
Yeah, we already covered that, but
No, I know, but I'm saying like I would make that the heart of your argument because I think you're undermining your own position in
I think they
what
feel
you're
like
saying now.
I'm just being too
I think
extreme.
he's like
I'm
Joshua
being
Jones. I don't think he's that attached.
I mean, because iPhi, I did actually have a question.
There's probably a little
Yeah,
bit of masochism involved.
So hypothetically, if you were the Grand Poobah of America, okay, you get all the
We should
powers
totally change the
in
Grand
America.
Poobah as the president. Yeah.
True facts. Would I be allowed to live in your America?
As long as you adhere to our rule of law.
As long as you do what he tells you.
So our
As long as you do what he tells you, exactly.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so the moral standards are you're not allowed to kill any of our citizens or steal any of their shit or lie about like a
We have that
contract
now.
or
Just like now.
service
Yeah.
and stuff.
Just like it already is.
Okay. Next step is the libertarian approach to government is going to be so small that its only function is to enforce the rule of law. To make sure,
Like who you
states
can
aren't
have at your house.
like states aren't killing each other, cities aren't killing each other. Doesn't matter. That's their only job is to oversee that everyone in the country gets treated equally. We all get the same protections.
Yeah, you're all.
But the government is very small. We don't need a giant $30 trillion government that's policing the world to do this. All we need is just a very, very, very small, easily controlled federal government. That's the extent of the federal government.
What do you do about taxes?
First of all, there are not going to be any taxes unless you are using the freedoms given to you in this libertarian government to exercise your right to convince the meritocracy, not the democracy, the meritocracy that taxes will somehow improve the quality of the country and all of the citizens.
Wait, what's the difference between a meritocracy and a democracy, though?
A meritocracy is based on merit. You have to prove your skill and ability to rule as a.
Well, hang on. Prove to whom? To whom must you prove your ability to rule?
The people.
Sounds like it's just based on honor and credibility. People not.
Sounds like you're just making a wacky version of democracy.
It's very simple to build on simple concepts and make them more complicated. So
yeah, like democracy.
So if your
a reestablished republic would look a lot like that.
Your first question is who should be in charge of the finances? Like who's the minister of finance or whatever. You have to prove your ability to understand math and how
they have that now.
Work and all that sort of stuff. You don't get the job because your brother is the president and he pulled some strings and got you the job and blah blah blah.
Well, I know that.
Well, nobody.
I know the perfect country for you, though, dude. It's called America.
No, that's not. No, that's the opposite. America.
America doesn't exist anymore. America's died in the 1800s.
Foundation.
I don't know what I'm living in, man.
But anyways,
the United States.
I've known my whole life.
So
the United States, the what America was founded on, died in the 1800s for sure.
Yeah, I agree with Mitch. I totally agree with Mitch on that too. And I think that's the thing is like you guys are not taking into account a lot of shit. Let me give you an example really quick. You and Lib have the same problem. You're looking at the system as if it's a closed system, right? You think that, I just want it to be a certain way. Well, the problem is we live in a global system connected with technology. You cannot take this little idea and think, well, I can just play defense because now you're in a situation where if you want to maintain any level of system, you're going to have to play offense and defense simultaneously. which is what the system's doing now. So you're not taking that into account.
Just because we're a small government doesn't mean we're not allowed to make allies with foreign governments and.
Well, then now you're back into the same situation that we're in now, which is
you are first taking care of your own country, and then you focus on the strength.
But it doesn't work that way. It's like in that movie There Will Be Blood. Listen. He's like, I suck all the stuff from underneath you. It doesn't matter if you sell me your land or not. See, it's like you don't see that you're building your house on quicksand already.
You can pretend that global interests are more important than your own homeland.
I don't. But my point is the networks.
Country, we focus on the homeland first.
I agree with you, but look, I agree with you in principle, but you're not looking at the situation as it is. There are too many people with too many interests that are not going to relinquish their wants and desires and let you do that. It's just not going to work that way.
And finally, we are still protecting and enforcing capitalism, which is the voluntary exchange of goods and services.
Well, I think you should just call it voluntarianism rather than capitalism, not because it's wrong, but I think capitalism is a very specific form of voluntarianism. So I think you have to kind of like
part of the access of the free market is access to the global free market. So you can trade and do business with any country you want. We don't give a shit as long as you
now, but again, now you're back in the same. You're going to end up back in the same situation.
You can do all of your time and energy working in Europe and doing trading with them.
Look. Here's what I'm saying. The interdependency.
Farm growing food. What you do doesn't affect my life whatsoever.
Here's what I'm saying. As soon as you go from a closed system to an open system, you're automatically making it a two-way exchange. You're going to bring in interconnectedness and interdependency, and then you're going to run back into the same problem where people are going to find leverage and exploit it.
We don't have open borders. We have controlled borders, and that's it.
But then if you have the ability to go trade outside of your own market, you're automatically opening the door to outside influence.
That's what capitalism is, my friend. Welcome.
Then you're gonna end up right back in the same spot that you're in.
I'm not gonna end up anywhere. You can do whatever the fuck you want on your land with your money. And
I'm just saying that you're not looking at the unintended consequences of what you're talking about.
I've looked at all the possibilities, and the best outcome is the access to the free market through capitalism.
Jack, you're a salesman. Do you have any like sales courses or schools you would recommend to him, because he sucks at this?
Yeah, I was about to say, because iPhi, what you're selling, iPhi, like you are selling me the first version of the American government. Okay,
differences.
The one that collapsed in on itself due to all its contradictions. So,
the one that started imposing tariffs and taxes and all that stuff. You mean that one?
Yes, it was contradictory. Because it was contradictory, because it doesn't make fucking sense.
Because they claimed to be trying capitalism and then they immediately started engaging in socialism? Is that why?
What's socialism?
Tariffs, taxes, and regulations and government interference on how private businesses operate?
I see. Okay, so socialism is when the government does stuff.
Yep.
And then when it does a whole bunch of stuff.
You're right.
Okay. Then it's communism, right? Like you're doing the meme, okay? Like you're doing
when the state seizes the means of production, which is the ownership of land, resources, and profit, that's socialism. Capitalism is when you privately own your land.
That's an interesting take.
And you voluntarily exchange goods and services with access to the free market.
Can I tell you why Rome collapsed? It's because of the trade routes that were in and out of it. That's the reason why it collapsed. Do you understand that?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons Rome collapsed, but
that's the primary driver of the collapse of Rome.
Economic stuff was, I do think, the primary driver. But
right, economics are basically like metaphysics. Like you cannot overcome certain things that are occurring economically, right? Like you could try, but it's just not. It's never been shown in history to actually work without examining the economics of the situation, right? And I think that that's what you're not looking at. Like you're looking at capitalism as a moral thing, which it is in theory. But the point is, like, as soon as you start doing certain things like you're talking about, those things are going to have to necessarily go right out the fucking window. And I'm not saying that against you. I'm just saying, like, you have to consider those things if you're in good faith, in my opinion. Okay, like, I'm not like browbeating you. I'm just giving you my opinion. I think that you have to strengthen your weaknesses on your arguments there, in my opinion. Okay.
Oh man, I'll browbeat iPhi. I'm anti-capitalist, so I'll browbeat them all the fucking day.
So you're welcome to also compare and contrast what you think are better systems. So, for example, if you think my nearly purely
America Current is better than your
yeah. That's a perfect example. So you can take a comparison of my nearly purely capitalist system and then compare it to your mostly socialist system and say, see, our country's doing so much better than yours. We're only $33 trillion in debt and you have zero debt in your country. See, our country's so much better. Why don't you come join our country? Because we understand how economics works. When we run out of money, we start printing money because we understand how the economy works. Join our country, socialism.
No, but look. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. It works because the people who are doing that have an intended goal, and their intended goal is to make it morally difficult to discern what's going on. And when you have a printing press that you can just print infinite amounts of money, guess what? Everybody's culpable through that economic system. That's the whole point, in my opinion, right? Like, that's the whole point. And the thing is, it's like a drug. It's like a drug. People are not willingly going to get off that drug, dude, because people are too dependent on it.
Drugs? I love drugs.
It's called decentralized finite currency, and Bitcoin's a good place to start.
But how are you going to convince people to do that? Even I don't think Bitcoin is the solution.
I don't have to convince them. The free market will decide.
I think Bitcoin is a big trap to get your biometric data tied to your identity. That's what I think.
You can trade your sheep for bars of gold. I don't give a fuck. You
can
buy pizza with Bitcoin. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to allow some central bank to print money and pretend like we have $33 trillion to spend.
What you gonna do?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: you can infinitely divide a Bitcoin so many times. So then you're not at 21 million coins, like they said. Now you're at an infinitely breakdown of Bitcoins that are sloshing in and out of markets.
Amount of it. That means you cannot.
But you can keep dividing it. Look, dude, how many .00000 are behind a Bitcoin now, dude? Come on, man.
If you have a gold bar and you divide it 1,000 times, you don't have more gold, Jack. It's the same amount of gold. You just have 1,000.
Okay, well, how come people are buying .0029 of a Bitcoin then? Come on, man.
Because that's how much they need to pay for their groceries or something.
Yeah, exactly. And if that keeps going, if those zeros keep increasing before those numbers.
Jack, how hard is it for a computer to add a couple of zeros to your transaction?
That's exactly my point.
Also, what's Jack?
So you don't want a Federal Reserve. You want a computer system.
That's not even going to be an option. That won't be an option.
You want a worse version of the Federal Reserve, which is Bitcoin, dude. I mean, in my opinion.
A decentralized, finite currency to
how come all those people that are running the system now are pushing the same thing that you want? Come on, man.
And if you think, an economy based off of gold bars is better, you're welcome to try it. You can exchange gold coins for your groceries and see if that works better for you. I don't care. I'm not going to stop you from doing that.
Okay, but then you're not really serious about your goals, in my opinion.
I'm very serious. And see, you just can't handle the freedom. You can't handle the competition. What if
because the people who are managing us currently through the Federal Reserve want to sell us another thing, which is a Bitcoin, a blockchain system.
There is no Federal Reserve in the country I'm proposing. What do you not understand?
Oh, now it's a country. It's not just a little shack in the woods.
So what is to stop me from creating a new cryptocurrency that's even easier to use than, say, like Ripple or something, but has the fidelity of Bitcoin?
Programming ability.
What stops you? The fact that cryptocurrency is fucking pointless.
Well, I mean, but even that, but like,
tell that to people who
program
own
blockchain?
Bitcoin. By the way, since
you know how to program
cryptocurrency,
Yeah, I will tell people who
hey
own
Lib,
Bitcoin.
give
Bitcoin is
me
fucking
all your
pointless.
Bitcoin. I'll take that burden off your shoulders since you
Yeah,
don't
sure.
need it anymore.
I don't have any Bitcoin.
Since it's worthless and it's not real.
Yeah, I
you won't
don't
miss it.
have any Bitcoins.
I can tell because if you did, you
I don't either. I couldn't
value
even
it
manage
has.
to get verified. I tried.
If I did, I would sell it right now because it's actually worth quite a bit right now.
I would have sold it when it was worth
I'd be
$60,000.
okay. I'd be okay
Well,
financially.
see, here's kind of the problem with it is, so people want to talk about how it's cryptocurrency, but they only ever talk about it in relation to it as an investment opportunity.
Do you know what the official government currency of El Salvador is, Lib?
Crypto, yeah, it's Bitcoin. I know they did that.
Since you're such a fan of socialist countries, you should love the fact that that's their official currency.
I'm not a fan of socialist countries.
Yeah, you are. You said you're a communist. Communism is a subset of socialism.
Oh my god, dude! Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, you've listened to Lib talk. You know that he's not like a boilerplate communist or a boilerplate socialist.
It doesn't matter what kind of communist it is. It's a subset of socialism.
Oh, so now we're grouping people into like broad categories and judging them based.
No,
these aren't even
economic
correct
definitions of words.
Also, these aren't
in that
even
category.
These aren't even like correct categories. Socialism is not a subset of communism or whatever the fuck you said. Socialism is people who call themselves socialist are communist.
Are communists capitalist, Lib? Is that what you're trying to argue? You can convince Chris that since he's just of the definition.
I'm anti-capital. Okay. Oh my god. I feel
anyways, the economy's not. I'm not worried about the economy.
You're just using words. I don't think you actually understand what any of these words mean. Okay, so
socialism is when the state seizes the means of production to centrally plan the economy. That's what socialism is. It's when government does things. You were so clever earlier. You're so smarter than me. Capitalism.
I mean, I am. That's true.
Private
You're
ownership
right.
of land and resources and the voluntary exchange of goods and services. These two ideas are incompatible. You can't be a capitalist socialist or a socialist capitalist.
We have a mixed market right now that's socialist.
You can try and do some socialism and some capitalism and see which one wins. Like you can say, we're only going to steal half of your money, so we're only 50% socialist.
In fact, I think
nobody's stealing your money, dude.
Some people would argue that the moment you steal one penny,
yes, some people would argue, but nobody's stealing your money.
Yeah, the whole thing. Marx and I make this similar criticisms where I criticize capitalism, because I want the system that I live under, that I live within, and that other people live within, to serve people better, to help people more.
Historically, what has served people better, socialism or capitalism?
Capitalism.
Socialism, actually.
Capitalism has lifted more people out of poverty.
So, hey. iPhi,
every metric,
hey,
wealth,
iPhi,
profit, quality of life,
hey, iPhi. Do you like weekends? Weekends, yeah.
The end of the week, yeah.
Yeah, weekends, as in the part of the week where you don't work.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you do anyway?
I used to be an engineer, but I got tired of it.
Okay.
Fair. Did you know that in America you wouldn't have weekends if it weren't for dirty communists? Literally.
As a capitalist who owns my own business, I can have 7 days off a week if I wished.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying the socialists fought to get the legal workers' rights to allow people, which in turn has then spawned our sort of modern economic growth. You basically have the middle class that was formed off of all of these mini social revolutions, the labor movements, all worked together to create the middle class. The middle class did not exist within capitalism before the 20th century. You didn't really have a middle class. You did have capitalism all over Europe. Europe was entirely capitalist in the 19th century. And yet you didn't have a middle class until you started seeing sort of unrest, and you started seeing people and labor movements, and that's when you started to see really the good bits of capitalism actually helping people and providing for.
But is that ownership of the means of production? Is that really socialism, or just
I'm saying socialists did it. They within capitalism, a bunch of socialists helped organize to make capitalism better.
I don't think anybody's arguing that capitalism is not open to improvement and reform.
Well, the only restrictions you need on capitalism are antitrust laws.
Yeah.
And rule of law. So you can't kill people. You can't steal their shit.
Is that regulation?
And antitrust laws prevent anyone from trying to cheat the system by forming a monopoly and unfairly pricing out all of their competitors.
But no workers' rights, though, right? Like, that's too far.
You have the right to a fair contract. You're not allowed to lie about contracts. So if
is there a limitation?
And I say I will pay you $10 an hour to dig this.
There's plenty of people that work weekends.
Then you have the fair opportunity to either accept those terms or reject it. And if you accept it, I am legally bound to pay you $10 an hour for digging my ditch.
Do you think there should be a minimum that you are allowed to pay for labor?
The minimum is I don't have to pay you jack shit. I can say I'm not going to pay you a single penny. Fuck off my land. I will do all of my work by myself.
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying between that and employment, is there a minimum that you have to pay, that you ought to have to pay?
Rule of law. I'm not allowed to kill you. I'm not allowed to steal from you while you're working from me. I'm not allowed to lie to you.
I think his answer is no.
Dude, just say no.
Situation. So
seriously, like, just say no. I don't know why you don't want to.
Yes, that's my restrictions.
No, so your answer is no. There would not be, for instance, a minimum wage law, right?
No, I made that perfectly crystal clear. If you came to me and said I demand $20 an hour or I won't dig your ditch, I'd say good, fuck off. I'll find someone else that will do it for $10 an hour.
Yeah, well,
or if I can't find anyone, then it's up to my damn self to do it.
Yeah, it's just like you're opposing all of these, like,
that's the free market,
good things that have actually helped people. It, like, in real life, not like
has helped people out of poverty, has given us science and medicine and long lives and profit and charity.
Well, okay, let's hang on. Let's quit riding capitalism's dick. Workers who were doing those things provided those things
instead, because it's
I'm not so
delicious.
Ooh, nice. This is my kind of camp now.
I mean, I'm not sucking any dick right now.
I like free shit. You guys like free shit? Who's paying for all this free shit? Who cares? Spending other people's money is fun.
Facts.
Well, you do live, like, there is a certain amount of interdependence in a society, though. So you're not as separate and detached from it all as you think.
No, iPhi doesn't need anyone. If every single person on the world were to die today, he would be fine. He would survive.
I can grow my own crops. I can feed myself, and if that's the success of my life,
iPhi knows metallurgy. He knows how to smelt and work metals. He has the time.
Dude, I'm an engineer. I can build the factories that make tools. So yeah, that's not a problem at all for me.
But you absolutely who's going to operate those factories? AI?
The machines, dummy. Don't you know what all those pistons and pipes and gears are for?
I really, I want to believe you, but I really doubt that you know.
You've never seen a factory where there's like no people inside?
No, I'm saying I really have my doubts that you know how to build all that stuff as an engineer.
You're right, engineers
and engineer is a really broad category, and I have my
I'm
serious doubts that you know how to do all of that stuff.
I know everything.
Yeah, I was about to say my girlfriend's an engineer, but like I did plumbing in her house because she didn't know how to do plumbing.
Code monkey.
But she's an engineer.
So just
no, she's like a mechanical engineer. Like,
a mechanical engineer how to change some plumbing. Damn.
She designs what is it, hydraulics?
Yeah, mechanical engineers mainly focus on moving parts, and so your pipes usually don't move. If they do, there's
so in factories that do metallurgy for you.
Yeah.
But pipes are a subcategory of civil engineering, so I can help you out next time you have a jam.
Actually, I might actually have questions.
Also, if you like clean water and electricity and infrastructure, I'm your man.
I love thinking about infrastructure. I mean, no, I hate thinking about American infrastructure because it makes me sad. But I love thinking about
That's because the government built most of it. It's shitty.
The government.
Well, I mean,
they take our jobs.
Have you ever seen the difference between a public road and a private road? It's just like night and day.
Well, I think there might be.
Yeah, they're usually worse. Like my parents live off of a private road, and it's just dirt.
Well, that's their dumb fault. I mean, if you don't care about your property, then what good?
It's also worth
But your
noting.
point was that private roads are automatically better than public roads.
Generally speaking, I have to evaluate like county roads at a time, like entire counties of roads. And so I look at the quality of the county maintained government controlled roads versus a lot of private roads, like from businesses and homeowners and such. And their shit is immaculate. It's like smooth and shiny and perfect.
Hey,
and the government roads that
the roads in Las
giant
Vegas.
holes
Las
in it
Vegas
that
had the best roads of any city I've ever lived in, and that was all done by
Where?
the
Las
government
Vegas.
roads have such giant holes
I
in it
couldn't
that
hear. Where?
Las Vegas. Vegas, man.
You think?
Vegas had great roads. Vegas was so well with all the every single
Where does
even in
their
the
public money
even
come
in
from, by the
Henderson
way?
they were all 4 or 5 lanes. They were always well maintained. They were always
the mafia's got some shiny shit. There's no debate there. They know how to splurge.
The biggest issue I think with infrastructure is just that a lot of it hasn't been maintained in a long time. We spent a shitload of money in the early 1900s on infrastructure, and then in the late 1900s we were like, yeah, let's just not spend any money on infrastructure, and it's just kind of all gone to shit. And then we've privatized a lot of our infrastructure, and without stipulations that those companies have to maintain that kind of infrastructure.
Well, the socialists are not even maintaining their shit. Why are you
What
expecting the
socialists?
capitalists to do it?
What socialists?
The ones
Yeah,
you
which
said that we
ones?
just decided not to maintain it. The public infrastructure.
No,
That you said
America.
in the 1900s we stopped maintaining.
Yeah, the government stopped really.
Yeah, so like that's what I'm saying. They like so the whatever.
They weren't. They're capitalist. They're American.
Socialist
They're the
project
American.
was, didn't
the
even
American
maintain
government.
what they were so proud of creating.
Well, part of it's because the people who failed to maintain it weren't the people who built it. What I'm talking about is in the early 1900s. You had the New Deal is the big one, but there were a bunch of infrastructure projects in the early 1900s from the American government. Actually, and you can actually even take this even back into the 1800s. You can take this back to fucking Teddy Roosevelt and his whole like national parks shit. That was all like infrastructure spending, and we spent a shit ton. And then
Teddy was a badass.
And then in the later half of the 20th century, we had a number of people who did not have. It does not seem that their goals were the betterment of the American people. Like, for instance, Ronald Reagan, who is arguably a progenitor of a lot of the bad issues in America. But yeah, the Reagan administration slashing basically every social spending, like everything.
But if I don't want people in charge of the means of production that is not going to maintain it, that's going to decide at some point, oh, we don't have to maintain this anymore.
Well,
I want somebody in charge of the means of production that's incentivized to maintain it.
We can, because there are other countries that do maintain their roads much better than we do, for a lot less. Places like Germany or
the Autobahn.
I mean, actually, Germany is really the best example. Japan is pretty good about this. They put in a bunch of high-speed rail and stuff. I mean, Germany's not that rich.
Those are
comparatively.
also much smaller countries, though. It's much easier to do that kind of shit whenever you have.
But then you also have the economies of scale, right? It's important to note we are so much bigger.
I know,
but because we're so much bigger, we can do more.
We can do more, but it's harder to do more when
True,
you have a
but
bigger country.
But
it's much more difficult to organize that kind of thing, and it's much harder to pay. I mean, it doesn't like necessarily scale perfectly. It doesn't scale perfectly. Like For example, illegal immigration. Like, as much as I hate to talk about that, because like I am for immigration, but it does make it drain upon the economy and like the resources that we have. I know some illegal immigrants do pay taxes, but not many of them, not all of them do. So like it does create an issue like that. Like I mean, it must be acknowledged.
I'm gonna find that study. There were a number of studies done, shown that like basically, people who immigrate here, it doesn't matter legal, illegal, whatever, they are a net benefit to every like social tier in society, except there is one group that loses out based on immigration, and that is people who did not graduate high school. That is
because they have to compete on the market with skilled immigrants.
And it's worth noting that only that like sort of downside is like very, very nominal. That like we could fix that sort of incongruity with base amounts of welfare spending. And
what about like vocational tech training?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that too. Like, I mean, I'm for all of this stuff, right? Like, I absolutely think that we should be doing much more vocational training. Part of the issue with our education system is that we focus so much on college that we just completely forgot that any other.
I heard they were phasing out like shop class and woodwork. They had all that when I was in school. I didn't tell me that schools are phasing those out. Like when I was going in school, they were phasing out arts programs. And now they're like phasing out tech programs, low tech.
I mean, the school I went to didn't even have like a woodworking shop or a tech shop. I had to learn all that shit on my own. And I went to iPhi might like this. I went to a private school, and they didn't teach me shit about that. They didn't teach me about a lot of that. So.
Then you take your money to a school that does teach you shit.
But they
as a child with your own money, like you're gonna have school choice as a child. You're gonna be like, this school isn't teaching me well enough. I'm gonna go to a better school. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
can you opt out of public school, Lib?
Yeah, you can. I was homeschooled, so I'm living proof of that.
Charter school.
Give me my money back, please.
You absolutely can opt out of public school, and
but education is only as good as the staff, the teachers, and there are quality teachers in public school.
Yeah, sure. I think we should be. I think our public schools should be paying teachers a lot more because I think we should be basically attracting all of those teachers.
Somebody who has done that job.
Teacher should be a revered, highly paid position that should be like. It should be the kind of thing like that, like people.
Unless they're the indoctrinating woke teachers. I don't think they should be paid.
That's the reason we have indoctrinating woke teachers is because it's such a low paying.
That's all we have now.
Low barrier to entry field.
It all started with No Child Left Behind, believe it or not. I was in the school system when they rolled out No Child Left Behind, and like, most of the teachers in that time like fled.
I was around when they tried to change the grading system to involve more feelings and less like objective standards with like
How did they do that? What was that?
They instead of asking like if you have 10 apples and your friend takes away 7, how many apples do you have left? The question was if there was like a pack of wolves or something like that, and they broke up into 2 groups, like how does that make you feel about their separation or something like that?
What's the answer to that?
What class was that in?
It's
wait.
You just tell how you feel about the situation.
That's
okay, but wait, hang on. Yeah, like you've just described 2 different things. You've described a question that might be asked in a math class and a question that might be asked in literature. I think that's probably an
no. That was part of the math.
No, they are doing like more social emotional learning and
this is a supplemental
in
class.
Math and science. Like they're trying to bring in word problems.
Yeah, you misunderstood.
That are diversity related or social emotional related.
It was like an evolved system of mathematics.
They have this whole discipline called queering mathematics, where they try to bring queer frameworks, perspectives, and ideologies into things like math and science. So your word problems are all about.
Is that like an actual thing, or is that a people?
Yes.
Hang on, queering mathematics.
So anyways,
unironically, what this sounds like
it's like a nonprofit or maybe American Mathematical Society. I'm going to put the link.
Yeah,
Fortunately, I don't think it caught on because I think some parents got upset and they're
Because it's
like,
dumb.
"Get this commie bullshit out of our schools," and so
The drag queen story, the Little Miss Mess or whoever that does drag queen story are partnered with this academic, and they did an entire academic paper on their plan to queer. It's called queer pedagogy, or drag pedagogy, and to queer the educational system. And they laid out this like bullet point plan of how they were going to modify the educational system to make it more queer.
I mean, I'm reading an article on queer mathematics right now, and it looks like the queerness and the mathematics are separate.
My youngest daughter was taking algebra, and she was having trouble. So I sat down with her, and we worked all the way through it, showed all of her work. She took it to school and came back with an F. The answer was right. The work was wrong, according to the new way they do math. Unbelievable.
That's because you didn't do it their way, Chuck.
I couldn't, when I was teaching, I had to teach the new math. I couldn't even do it. I had to get the kids to show me how to do like they don't do multiplication tables anymore. There's this weird square system that they use.
Yep.
Multiplication tables.
I couldn't even figure it out.
Hey, Lib, do you think math is racist?
Math is
white. It was made by white people for white people.
Actually, it was made by brown people because it was our numbers are Arabic numerals.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah,
I know that. You know that the Greeks and Romans were not white; they were Mediterranean.
Yeah, I mean the
Greeks but Arabic people like the
white
the
Pythagoras.
The math go back.
Oh, you're wrong, Jeff.
And
Look
you
at all
appropriated their culture, so that's why it's racist.
Look at Imp stirring.
Do I think iPhi is racist? I mean,
stir that gumbo.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know iPhi that well.
You didn't
The
watch
jury's
Verbal
still out on
Combat
that
last
one.
night.
We're going to review the material and see if anything racist was said.
I mean, I'm guessing that like iPhi is probably racist in the same way that like most people are to some degree, but I don't.
No.
Jeff, another follower.
I was about to say he thinks all people are
Jesus
racist.
Christ.
Thinking that you would take a more intelligent position. Y'all are close. Y'all might be twin flames.
What? Buddies.
What?
We're friends, Liv. He's trying to tell you that we're friends. We agree on stuff.
Jeff, this has been my position since day one.
All people are racist. I'm not racist. I don't believe
you are.
I'm not either.
How do you know what I am better than I know myself? What superior insight into me do you have?
Perhaps I should clarify a little bit because you are right. Calling everyone racist probably isn't semantically perfectly accurate. What I mean is that we all have these sorts of.
Who's playing another channel?
Yeah. Do you mean tribalism? Like we're all tribal?
That's.
I won't argue about that, but it doesn't always.
That's if it's based on race. That's still racism, Jeff.
Yeah, if it's based on race, it's not always based on race.
I think
tribal lines don't always fall on skin color.
No, I agree.
I
but
was raised by black people.
No. I mean, yeah, no, that's.
Have
fine.
you ever heard the saying "birds of a feather flock together"? Do you know what the meaning?
Yeah, what does
behind
that have to do with everybody being racist?
So it turns out humans feel comfortable around people that look like them. So it's
in-group preference and in-group bias, but that doesn't always fall across.
And no one would say you're a bad person because you like hanging around your family.
Organize around.
Like no one would say you're a bad person. That's still racist, but you're not bad for liking.
I just think you have a very one-dimensional way of looking at this. But I want to hear what Lib has to say.
You are the one that's in denial about your racism. You're so afraid.
Lib, hang on. Lib,
no, you're good. The point here really is just that like we all have these biases, whether conscious or unconscious, whether or not like.
I don't believe in the unconscious, and you have no way of telling. I don't want you in my unconscious.
Okay.
So leave unconscious. We talk about all people being racist.
Well, but what I'm talking about is that all people have, especially today, especially in America. If you're American, you are there are a lot of things within our culture that, I mean, like saying they're
Go ahead.
racist is a very much oversimplification. But you understand what I'm talking about when I say there are a lot of things in our culture.
Complexify it for me. Go ahead.
Okay.
You
so
make no sense.
Okay, so for instance, in America today, despite the fact that, say for whatever discrimination based on race is illegal, you still have a lot of sort of disproportionate things that affect Black people in America today. A lot of
what does it have to do with everyone being racist?
in the law, Chuck?
What law?
Okay, so Black people are more are disproportionately likely to be arrested by.
What law? That's because they're more proportional to be criminals.
I'm saying in the law, not a law, Jeff.
What law? What law? What do you mean in the law?
Like in our justice system, Black people are disproportionately.
What does that have to do with everybody being racist?
Because it's about our society. It's about these like sort of things that we take for granted within society that are not non-racist. That they are these biases that are baked into our culture, that we all have and we all share.
Every single person's biases are going to be different. How can you make these blanket statements about people's biases?
Because biologically we are
I'm not
all
talking. No,
programmed
I'm not
to-
talking. No, I'm not.
We
talking
started with
about it.
everybody is racist, and
Yes,
that's where I thought we were going, and we veered onto some other topic that I'm
Yes,
not
because
connecting to
I apologize.
everybody being-
My initial statement was a bit too flippant. When I say that everybody is racist, what I mean is that our society has a lot of racial biases ingrained within our culture that people pick up on.
Are you talking about certain individuals in our society?
I mean,
racism occurs at the individual level. There's no larger scale than the individual that racism can occur in because it's a cognitive bias.
No, but systems can perpetuate those.
No, the individuals.
Wait, hang on. No. Hang on. No. This is true. A system can absolutely.
A system is an impersonal tool. It can't. Racism takes consciousness.
I know.
Environment
I'm
can
not.
still affect your psyche. Jeff.
I'm not.
So
I'm not
the
making,
component
I'm
of
not
the
making a
system
moral
where the
judgment
racism would actually occur would
Jeff,
be in the individual.
It does. It does occur within the individual. However, the sort of like that individual gets it from the culture broadly, not from any specific individual. They might get it. They will get it from specific individuals. But what I'm saying,
racism. That's bigotry.
They get it from other individuals or like things that are created by individuals, art, media, propaganda, etc.
You can be brainwashed by your
source is in other individuals.
Well, yes.
I grew up in the 60s. You want to see racism, go back to the 60s. That's true racism. It doesn't exist today.
Part of it is I think the young crowd just doesn't have that experience.
Racism. We did in fact beat racism in 1992. That is true. Racism no longer exists. Oh no, I was just referencing the 90s.
92. What happened?
There was
92?
very little racism in the 90s that I can remember.
It was pretty much zero by the 80s.
I mean, but I know
I'm
some Black
still
people
interested in this everybody's racist claim because I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I am not racist. My friends are not racist. I know people that are,
Jeff,
but they're individuals.
You're conflating the negative context of it. You feel like it only has negative meaning. Like you have to look down on other races. Therefore, you're racist.
I think you're referring to something like tribalism or in-group preference, and you're
what if I looked
it as race? But I think that
what if I was arguing people are good and better?
That would still be racist. That'd still be racist, iPhi.
I'm trying to help walk through the difference between negative and positive.
If you're trying to dodge or redeem yourself from the Grand Wizard label you got last night,
you got me.
Wait, did he get the Grand Wizard label?
Yeah, he was on Verbal Combat, and somebody paid to rename him Grand Wizard. After his
because I was
debate on
pointing out
racism.
that affirmative action is an example of a racist policy, and so
it is. Which I believe
Yeah,
that
it is. Reverse racism.
No, it's just racist.
Yeah, they mentioned that too.
Reverse racism is racism.
Yeah. There's no such thing as reverse racism. It's just racism.
Well,
anyways, Jeff, it doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't have to be you look down on other races.
Because
You
it's
don't
not
say
a
like.
thing. I don't think we're going to
Race-
get anywhere on this everybody's racism claim.
there is no
It
positive.
can be as
racism.
simple as
Every time you'll try to refine it, it moves on to some other topic.
it can be simple as an idea where you say, "Hey Jeff, here's a group of people in front of me. Right here, there's 10 people in front of me, and 7 of those people are very pale skinned, and so those people are probably good candidates for sunscreen. Would you agree?"
That's not racism.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
not-
It's
that's
based
not
on
racism.
the color of your
No.
skin. You are making a decision for a
No.
group of
That's-
people.
That's not racism.
That's exactly what racism is. Yes, Emperor Dave, I brought it up to make sure it didn't turn into.
Nah, I'm gonna trigger Jeff. Racism is actually privilege plus power.
No, that's your
No.
definition. You like to come on and define words.
I'm
So
joking.
for someone that grew up
I
in
don't-
me and
I
Chris's
don't
generation,
actually
in our generation, and iPhi, I think you're Gen X too.
Yeah.
It was all about individual personality, character, whatever, over race or independent of race. So we're used to focusing on that. Like we zoom in at that level. So this idea that you should take into account race or that's more important than individual character is just foreign to us.
I had to have it explained to me because I didn't understand why there was an issue. Like when I was hanging out with my black friends and stuff, like they would bring up certain topics and say, "Oh, you can't do this and this because that's racist." And I was like, "What does racist mean? I don't even understand that concept." So they had to explain to me that there are
I didn't even know black and white people were different people until
I
was
didn't
a
either.
teenager. We moved to another town because we all went to the same school. We got along. And I grew up in their neighborhoods.
The way I had to learn
thought we
about
were all
racism
one people.
was from
I
my-
didn't see. I saw the skin color difference, but it didn't register as any kind of psychological.
Me
or
neither. I
cultural
didn't
difference.
like say, "Oh, look at those people. Those are dirty people." I just like those are other human beings, and sure they look a little different, but I don't
It was
care. I
very
don't
integrated.
recognize
We were
them.
like the first wave of desegregation.
So the way
And when
I
I
learned
was in
about
Head Start,
racism,
kindergarten, like half the class was black, and we all played and got along and learned
yeah,
together.
and no one cared about
None of
what
it
how dark
registered
your
as
skin was.
anything to even be worried about.
So the way I learned about racism was through my grandparents. One time I heard one of my grandparents refer to a black person as a Negro, and I was like, "What the hell is a Negro?"
Colored.
That's not racist.
And so
I can't. I mean, it kind of
the way
it's
they
a-
used it.
Yeah,
can be
it's like
argued.
it's very much a vibe thing.
So the way they used it was they kind of used it in a kind of a condescending tone where like they view those group of people as problematic or whatever. And so
Yeah.
I was like, "What are you
Same
talking
thing with
about?"
like silent
Because
generation.
then I would think
polls.
about my black friends at school. I'll be like, "They don't cause problems. They're just people." So I don't see the connection. So they had to explain it to me. That's how I learned about racism.
I lived it. I know all about it.
But Jeff, I still believe that all humans are predisposed to be comfortable, even if they don't know what racism is.
Yeah, it's called in-group
they
preference, but it
naturally
doesn't
feel
necessarily have to
around similar
organize around race.
Yeah,
They naturally feel comfortable around.
I
similarly
definitely have an in-group preference myself, but it's not race-based.
So it's
Autism-based.
not. It doesn't make you a bad person to admit that that's just part of.
I'm
your
not
biology.
worried about it because I'm not racist.
I see. That's what I'm
That's
saying. You
just
just have to deny it.
just your
Not racist.
ill-informed or poorly thought-out opinion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in retrospect, it probably would have been better to say that everyone is tribalistic, and in America we have this weird cultural thing where our tribalism oftentimes
sometimes.
Hey, Lib, what word would you use to describe tribes that are formed based on race?
Oh, racist. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is the tribes that we form culturally in America today, sometimes are around race. However, and that informs how everyone else in the culture like is, because those people are also a part of the culture, and we all sort of have if you're American and you're born recently, you definitely I think can see that culture in America. I can, at least. I definitely can. And I think the important thing is to acknowledge it and to know how to, I guess, because there are like racist traps, right? Like the 1350 meme. Everyone knows the 1350 meme, right?
Yeah, I've heard it before.
Despite making up only 13% of the population,
Oh
black
yeah,
people
yeah.
commit 50% of violent crime. Yeah, that's a racist piece of shit.
Earlier, I
Like,
was gonna say you're implying statistics are racist, but I didn't want to be that guy. So
no, I don't think statistics are racist. I think that the 1350 meme is used.
you said something about disproportionately put in jail or something like that.
You
so,
can't say
arrested.
niggardly. First we was Negroes, and then we was the N-word, of which I never say, because Lord strike me dead behind that. And then we was colored, and then we was black, and then we was African Americans. I ain't never been to Africa. I've been to Louisiana. I'm more of a Louisiana American if I had to put something down.
See, okay, aside from the blackface, that is also almost verbatim conversations that I've heard black people have.
Yeah,
that's the joke.
Oh god, that's great. If only I wasn't doing blackface.
Yeah, that's another pet peeve I have. The African American. So, do we also address people as European American or Asian American?
I mean, I'm Cajun American. I'm Louisiana American.
French American.
I'm American.
Louisiana American. It technically it is called Cajun American because we were a separate ethnicity.
Yeah.
And when we began to assimilate, we were one of the hyphenated ethnicities.
European American. France is in Europe.
Cajun American is more specific.
You can say European American, African American, whatever, but like I don't. Not
I
unless
think
it's like
simply
relevant.
using those terms.
We're not European American is technically inaccurate because we were the first European group to come to North America and create a distinctly North American identity that was culturally differentiated from Europe. So even saying European American is misleading.
Can I just call you American for short?
Yeah. Though European American also actually could probably include a good number of South American countries as well, and Central American countries. Like Mexico, you could argue is full of European, not Americans, but European Mexicans.
But America, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So do you feel like if I insisted on calling you European American, it would be like me?
You can call me whatever you want.
Race
It's how
bait
ignorant you want to look. It's how much I take you seriously.
Yeah.
You can call me. You've already called me racist, which I don't take seriously at all.
Yeah, I was going to say,
look foolish.
You are a human being, so
I'll even iPhi. I'll even give you this. All right, you get some extra. You get some extra slurs from me. Not only am I gay, but I'm trans. All right, you get all. You can use. You can use all the slurs. You can use all of them against me.
Okay.
As much
Can I
as you
just
want.
call you commie for short?
So when you mean gay, when you say gay, you mean straight. Like you're not attracted to guys. You're only gay because you're trans and attracted to women.
No, I'm bisexual.
And okay.
Yeah.
So well then you're bi.
Yes, I use gay as like a broad, because like there are first off gay women. First off, that is a descriptor. It's a very broad word. I was using it in the broadest sense.
Because in my generation, gay and bi were two different things, and somebody was either gay or they were bi.
No. They are different things. I was just using that in the context of like gay, as in under that umbrella, under the sort of gay, because gay in modern nomenclature kind of refers
includes bi.
Yeah, it includes. It's just broadly.
Okay.
LGBTQ. That's what
gay.
Yeah.
Well, since you're being so charitable, I'll return the favor. I identify as an Apache attack helicopter, and my pronouns are Your Highness and Emperor. So, you're welcome.
I will do my best. And by that I mean this is very clearly a joke. So no, I'm not.
Are you insulting my identity, good sir or ma'am?
Yes.
It's time to bend the knee, Jeff.
It's not serious, so I don't give a fuck.
Either bend the knee or get canceled. These are your two choices.
And yes, I
We
am
don't
the arbiter
cancel in
on
here. This is an unsafe space.
Oh no.
Facts.
My feelings. Why wasn't I properly warned?
I don't care about you. I'm a Satanist. Freedom to offend.
Okay.
Based.
I believe in personal freedom, including the freedom to offend. To forgo the freedoms of others is to something that's in it.
So the bad news, Lib, is I subscribe to biology. So if you were born with a penis, I'm going to refer to you as a boy, and if you were born with a vagina, I'll refer to you as a girl.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You don't know what I was born with, but yeah, that's fine.
You don't have to tell me. I'll just guess, and if I guess wrong, then you can correct me. You could be like,
He reads Mel as me, like just because I only know him as an avatar. He just psychologically and personality-wise reads Mel at me. So I have a hard time. I get jarred every time I get reminded.
I guess I never really asked that. Do you dress and present as a woman, Lib?
Yeah, broadly. It kind of depends, because I mean, like a lot of that, I have genetically, I have a lot of body hair and facial hair, like a lot. Like it takes a good 2-ish hours to shave my body. Two and a half.
You shave your body hair?
What
about that like Nair or depilatory?
It doesn't work.
Oh.
Well, it does, but only for like a week, and then it all grows back. Again,
do you have
man
boobs?
A little bit, not big ones. I got a little titty.
Sorry, you're on hormones then?
No.
So
no, I was
He's transgender. He's just socially transitioned.
I mean, I do want HRT. Like that's my
like
goal.
if you would take a pill that turned you into a woman if you could.
Yes, without a shadow of it. That would give me female biological parts. Yes.
if you had a child and it identified as a different gender, would you support their medical transition?
Their medical transition as
Yes,
a child? No.
The whole 9 yards.
There's a difference between hormones and puberty blockers as it relates to minors.
All of the above. Just my question is all of the above. Just
they're different things. So, like for instance, minors generally don't get HRT, with the exception. There is an exception. But minors can get hormone blockers for an amount of time. I think it's like a year or two is usually how long they get on them, at least
is that for puberty, to block puberty?
For puberty blockers, yeah.
Creeps me out.
So
I mean, there aren't downsides is the thing. That's like, I mean,
the idea of blocking a natural process like puberty.
So if
I mean, we already had the medication because we already do that. There are people.
But puberty is so essential to our development, like.
Yeah, which is why it's important that which is why I think that it's important that trans people should go through the puberty they don't want to go through because.
But you can't avoid, you don't just not get to go through puberty.
No one says we're not.
Puberty is essential to our development as humans. Like avoiding puberty, I think.
Hang on. It is essential to the physical development mostly. Like our outside, puberty doesn't really affect a lot of other things other than like it makes you grow real fast.
I was a completely different person before and after puberty, psychologically, in every way. Physically.
By the way, yes or no?
When you say after puberty, do you mean like when you were 25 or
no? When I was like 12.
Because that's, I mean, like there are psychological things that can happen, psychological changes that can happen as a result of puberty, though they aren't like puberty. That's not puberty doing it.
So is that a yes or no? I'm still waiting.
If I had a child who wanted to get on, first I would take them to a psychologist, a doctor.
Okay, and they all said yes. They all said, "Go ahead, green light."
What can you say?
Yeah. I would say like
Do you have any age limit personally? Putting the law aside, let's say the law doesn't decide for you. You decide for yourself. What would you say?
Well, broadly, since I'm not an expert on this, I go with what the
What if the expert said
doctor-
your 3-year-old is a-okay for reassignment? Would you be okay with that?
I mean, if there was sufficient like medical documentation to demonstrate that like
Okay.
that their point, yes.
Okay. Thank you for
Do
your
they
feedback.
eventually go? It's not like they don't ever go through puberty. Do they?
No.
eventually
No.
go
Yeah,
through
they do.
puberty?
It's the puberty blockers are just like it's basically a delaying
Delay. So
tactic.
it's
Yeah.
to delay, not necessarily to prevent.
Yeah. And then if so, like say I had a child who was assigned male at birth who was like, I'm a girl. Well, you would then take them to doctors, psychologists, yada yada yada, a bunch of medical professionals. At the end of that, if the medical professionals agree, you put the kid on puberty blockers. Then and that basically allows them time to work with a therapist and work with all that kind of stuff and work through, because as we understand, these are kids, and it's important to understand, to make sure that these kids understand everything that's going on. And that's like of utmost importance. I think that's actually the real important bit of this whole process is after you get on puberty blockers, going to a therapist and like trying to work with someone to figure out what you want, because then after that, then if you then you would take you would get off puberty blockers, get on HRT, and then go through puberty. However, it would
So
be
wait,
puberty.
hold on. I'm confused because I thought trans people knew from a very early age. Why do they have to figure it? Like, why do they need years of delayed puberty to figure it out if they're so convinced of their gender at such an early age?
Oh, because
puberty
because not every trans person is fully like. Not every trans person fully understands what they want or what they whatever. There's a
Why
very broad
exploratory
spectrum.
therapy is the way to go.
That's why we have psychologists to clarify it for us.
I mean, unironically, like it's not just psychologists; it's doctors. It's
usually psychologists that make that call. Like the plastic surgeon doesn't give a shit one way or the other. They just.
I mean, basically every major medical institution affirms the validity of trans people. So, I mean, this must be a big conspiracy. Okay, this is a big conspiracy.
I believe in the validity of trans people too, like authentic trans, but like sometimes, especially at that age, and I even went through exploratory therapy.
Yeah.
How do you know what's trans and what's gay? Because they can present so similarly sometimes.
Oh, I'm gonna be real. This is delving into territory that I'm not necessarily as familiar with, because like this is like psychologist industry shit. Like this is like shit that like psychologists deal with.
And trans people themselves, or gay trans themselves. Like, did you deal with it growing up too? Like when you first?
I mean, I did about my sexuality.
Or had awareness.
For what it's worth, I did. I mean, I grew up like very, very Southern Baptist Christian, and yet I had attraction to men, which fucked me up in the head. In addition, I also had attraction to women, though not in the same way that all the other guys did, which was also what?
I need to correct some disinformation. That's not true. Not you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. That is a very funny talking point that he brought up, though. It's very funny because it's very silly and stupid and not true. I like when people bring it up. Where was I? Oh yeah. Okay. So yeah. Like I was attracted to women, but not in the same way that the other guys were, which was weird to me, especially once you like start hitting puberty, right? And like that stuff starts like hitting you full force. It was one of the weird things. And I mean, it turns out I like women in a gay way, and I like men in a straight way.
That actually makes sense to me for some weird reason.
I mean, it's like and
he is. Yeah, Machine Lies is starting. I posted his link.
Oh hell yeah!
We'll wrap up here soon and take a break.
Yeah,
and
I
then
actually
probably
got to
head
go
over there.
anyway. I've got to go get dinner. I'm going, so I'll catch up with you guys at the Machine Lines later.
Okay, Chris, message me when you get back, and maybe we can like hang out or watch something for a little while and go on Machines panel later.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea. It's
Okay.
been once again it's been a pleasure talking to all of you, including Mitchell.
Yep, and we'll be
iPhi,
here
Lip,
tomorrow.
Lip, of course, as always.
Ditto.
Mitch, good to see you too.
Ciao.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was fun.
And thank you to everybody in the chat making this this stream more and more worth it every time we do it, and
yeah.
appreciate it. And you guys have
Don't forget to like and subscribe the stream, everybody.
Oh yeah, thank you. I never remember that. Yeah, and tell your friends.
Need to hit that 1K so that we can get super chats and people can pay Jeff to kick me off.
Or we also do chesties, so
yeah.
we are not above being man whores. Yes, and you can kick iPhi or any one of them off.
All right, guys. Later.
See you, Chris.
But Lib, stick around because I do want to hear this.
Yeah, no. So like just broadly, I mean, and for me, it was like my sexuality that I sort of came to realize first, and a lot of that kind of had to do with like at that time of my life, I was hanging around more people who weren't just the people that I grew up in church with, and understanding that these sort of feelings, these reactions aren't like evil or even like abnormal. They're just uncommon.
Yeah, no, completely. They felt completely natural to me.
Yeah, like it's just it's normal. It's like and then later on was the trans thing, and that came about actually because I had a couple of trans friends and interacted with a couple of the sort of I had already at that point interacted with some of the online trans spaces, mostly the meme stuff, and I was like, these memes are funny and I relate to them for some reason. I wonder why. That's weird. Let me send this to my trans friend. This seems kind of funny. And after a decent period of like, introspection, just kind of realized that the reason why I related to so many of those transgender memes is because I have a lot of those feelings because I am transgender. I didn't know of what it was, right? Like, you grow up, and you see like cross dressers, on in movies and stuff, but you don't ever, that's not trans people, right? Like they're played for laughs, and that sort of stuff. And then it wasn't really until I sort of broadened my horizons that I sort of was able to like even make that connection for myself. It's one of the reasons why I advocate people just, talk to people you don't agree with. Broaden your horizons. You might learn something about yourself.
Yeah, and that's actually liberalism. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. In fact,
do please. Ooh, yes.
Jonathan Haidt just did an article talking about liberalism, and he has a quote from John Stuart Mill that I'm going to share tomorrow.
Oh hell yeah! Mill's okay. I prefer Locke, but Mill's okay.
Yeah, they're both some of the fault. Like with all their flaws and downsides, they're still the fathers of modern liberalism.
Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, this isn't even to say like I do genuinely like the sort of like fathers of modern liberalism. I do actually like a lot of those philosophers. I'm not as much of a fan of a lot of the fathers of capitalism, other than Adam Smith. Adam Smith was pretty okay. Hobbes was cringe.
I like Hobbes' diagnosis of not like man as he is Like when I keep talking about human nature
Yeah,
and this
I
is not going to
know,
work
dude.
because
I know.
Hobbes did a good job of portraying us in our state of nature.
I know you think he did.
No, he did. I mean, it tracks with my experience and my observations.
Hobbes has a very pessimistic view of
Well, I mean, I'm
humanity.
cynical and nihilistic myself.
I guess I don't.
Yeah, I don't have this naive faith in human nature that you and Talcott have.
I've
been faced with its reality far too many times, both in others and in my own self.
If it's worth anything, it's not a naivete. It's like I do understand that humans do currently have all of these issues, but I don't think those are intrinsic to like biologically intrinsic.
Our drives
right?
and instincts certainly are lust, anger, aggression.
Well, yeah,
violence,
but these things can be
vanity, ego.
Can be sort of like not cordoned off, but like directed, right? Like violence, for instance.
Yeah, we have systems to do that, but these utopias depend on them not existing at all.
No, I in fact think that my utopia would require significant amounts of these kinds of systems to let out. It's one of the reasons why, like I say, like in my ideal whatever communist utopia, there wouldn't be no conflict. There would actually be a lot of conflict in my communist utopia because people living together creates conflict. It's just the mechanisms by which we resolve that conflict would be different. We
Like
would
Hunger
not...
Games or foam bats like on the Jeffersons.
Yes, yeah. Actually, foam bats is a really fun. Unironically, I think more. I think duels should be legalized, but only with those. What's the
Nerf balls?
Hema fucking swords where they're padded, but they've got like that core, so like they do kind of sting, but like you can't really kill somebody. And that's how we resolve all our differences. Is you challenge people to duels and you beat the fuck out of each other with foam noodles until someone submits.
I don't know. It's
nobody
losing its appeal to me somehow.
Nobody dies. Okay. At worst, you get a few bruises. And the strong dominate. Yeah, that works. I like it.
I don't know. America is sounding better and better the more I hear you commies talk.
Only the strong dominate, and I only say this because I'm 6 foot.
Well, I'm 6'3", so I would win.
Well, it's fine. I am used to people being taller than me. It's so weird how, like, I am 6 feet tall. I am a reasonably tall person. And there are still tons of people who, like, fucking tower over me. It is disconcerting as someone who grew up tall. Like, I shot up like a root. Like, I've been 6 foot since I was, like, 15. So, I for a long time, I was used to, like, oh, I'm taller than everyone. And then I come out in the real world and it's like, oh yeah, like every other person is like at least 6'2". It's like, oh damn. Like I'm not even the tallest person in my polycule. The fucking the guy, Nico, he's like 6'4". He's so fucking tall.
Yeah. My partner was 6'5". That was nice to have somebody.
Oh god. Taller than you? Yeah. Now my girlfriend's she's like right at my height, like a little bit under. So like if I like look straight, I can just like just barely see the top of her head. Which is also weird.
Well, we made it to 5 hours. So
hey, not bad.
Yeah. We'll do it again tomorrow, however long. But we'll be here at least. So I guess we'll wrap up. Machine stream will be open later, so we can all reconvene there, whoever wants to, and everyone else. Thanks for watching and participating, and I really appreciate you.
Absolutely, y'all have a good night, and don't forget to subscribe and like the stream and hit the bell.
Peace. Thumbs up.
Have a good night.
Take care. Off the machines. See y'all there later.